A huddle of faces hanging in blackness, glowing from the monitor and console lights. In a single motion they turn and stare at me. I cannot tell which floating face gives the final order. Bowl. I must miss, but not obviously. I should not be here. I march onto the concourse and try to breathe. 1. I aim for the gutter, a meter down from right head. 2. My gut coils up and the ball flies away too early. My fingers made the holes sweaty. I crouch there, too sick to watch, too sick not to. The ball veers toward the gutter and rolls along its edge for the middle third of the alley, but then swings the ball back straight toward centerhead. His face seems to refract. His howl grows louder as the ball rumbles down the alley and the horn players behind me cheer in unison. And I close my eyes. Groans of disappointment from behind. You shaved his stubble, consoles Moreno. I'm trembling and I can't stop. Wanna watch the rerun, leers Lizard. I ignore him, wobble back and collapse on the end seat. I close my eyes, the gleaming, clotting blood. Clear the decks, Frankenstein halloos. My specialty, this the Windmill Express. I hear much grunting, his run-up and the thunder of a rocketing bowl. 3 seconds later, rapturous applause. Egg-shelled, shouts Lizard. Bravo, says Moreno. Centerhead shrieks over and over, but left head is ominously quiet. On the insides of my eyelids I can see the end of the alley. I scrunch my eyes up even tighter, but I still have this technicolor view. I probably will until I die. I should not be here in this twisted, psychotic afternoon. My body refuses to stop trembling. I retch once and twice, but nothing comes up. Noxious glucosamine fumes. When did I last eat? Weeks ago. If I could, I would walk away. Never mind the document wallet, but I know they won't let me. A hand slides into my crotch. Got any candy? Popsicle. What? Champagne bombs. Got any candy? Her breath is rotting yogurt. Lizard grabs her hair and pulls her off. You cheap little fucking slut. Slap, slap, lash. Moreno picks up his megaphone. The survivor is still shrieking. Cut you a deal, Nabe. The shrieks are blocked by desperate, breathless sobs. If you shut your racket up for the next bowl, you are a free man. Squeak, mind you. Nabe breathes in hoarse throat trips. Moreno lowers the megaphone and looks at Mama-san. Will you? My bowling days are behind me. The knitting needles click. Father, says Leatherjacket, I think I have the basics of this game. Moreno gestures at the balls. You are one of us now, please. I'll tidy up Gunzo. Gunzo I always disliked. A steady roll, a quaver of fear from Nabe, and a blat applause. Oh dear, Nabe, bellows Frankenstein. I distinctly heard a squeak. No. Comes the broken voice. Moreno gets to his feet. Try to see the funny side. Humor is the soul of the soul. I should not be here. Moreno takes his time choosing a bowling ball. Yuck, this one has been used already. He wipes his hand on a handkerchief. Nabe is sobbing softly as if he lost a teddy bear and nobody cares. Moreno paces 1-2 rumble, the ball flies. One short, sawtoothed howl. A chopstick snapping. 2 heavy objects thump into the pit. 3 Cadillacs glide down the fast lane. A nowhere land, not city, not country. Access roads, service stations, warehouses. Afternoon drains away the day into a hole of evening. I am still branded with what I saw in the bowling alley and always will be. I do not know how it is I can think at all. I guess the burn will not hurt until the shock wears off and my nerves come back to life. I think about the places I could be if I never re-entered Valhalla. I could be chatting with Eiji Miyake in a coffee shop. I could be feeding cat and smoking with Buntaro. I could be bombing around the coast road on Yakushima on Uncle Tarmac's motorbike. The moon rises over forest slopes. Where is this? The something peninsula. Frankenstein is driving. Leatherjacket is in the passenger seat. Moreno and I sit in the middle seat. He blows wreaths of cigar smoke and makes several phone calls about operations. He makes a chain of calls mostly no longer than where the fuck is Miriam. Popsicle sits quietly in the backseat with Lizard. We enter a tunnel. The roof lights barcode scan across the windshield. Mighty ventilators hang from the tunnel roof. I should not be in this nightmare. I wish you would stop saying that, says Morino, apparently to me. It's getting on my nerves. We all get the nightmare we deserve. No more, no less. I am still trying to understand this when Frankenstein speaks. My nightmares always wind up in tunnels. I'm having this ordinary dream, nothing spooky or nothing. Then I see the mouth of a tunnel and I think, oh yeah, here comes the nightmare. I drive into the tunnel and it starts. People hang from the ceiling. Some guy I off 10 years ago comes back and my shooter jams. The tunnel presses in closer and tighter till you can't breathe no more. Popsicle sniffles. Lizard groans slightly and speaks. Nightmares are your law of the jungle stuff. All your modern gizmos stripped away. You're just left there alone, dinner for something bigger and badder and eviler. Watch your teeth. He slaps Popsicle, who whimpers. Morino taps ash into the tray. Interesting stuff, boys. My view is a nightmare is comedy without a release valve. They tickle but you can't laugh, and the pressure builds up and up. Got anything to add, Miyake? I look at this torturer, wondering if this is just another day for him. No. Morino no longer seems to need to move his lips to speak. Cheer up, Miyake. People die all the time, millions every day. Those 3 killed themselves the moment they double-crossed me. You just helped deliver the sentence. You'll have forgotten all about them in a week. Forgetfulness is the greatest healer. Lizard sits up with a contented sigh. Popsicle adjusts herself. Candy, Lizard mutters and unzips something. Your arm's a fucking pincushion. Show me your thigh. I'll shoot you up there. Don't drool any or it'll be soap powder next time. Clean yourself up. Leatherjacket speaks. In my homeland, it is said nightmares are our wilder ancestors returning to reclaim land. Land tamed and grazed by our softer, fatter, modern waking selves. Frankenstein produces a steel comb and pulls it across his hair, keeping his other hand on the wheel. Sent by who then? Leatherjacket folds in a new stick of gum. Nightmares are messengers sent by who, or what we really are underneath. Don't forget where you come from, the nightmare tells us. Don't forget your true self. A neon poodle prances across its sign for all eternity. It wears a little doggy bow tie. Our Cadillac joins that of the horn players. Mama-san has taken the third away on business of her own. The men prime their guns and Frankenstein opens my door. Would you prefer to stay in the nice safe car with a doped-up sex nymphette tart? Before I work out what to say, Lizard swipes at my baseball cap. Pity. You can't. We get out and walk toward the door of the poodle warehouse. An insect electrocutor bristles every few seconds. From inside the warehouse I can hear a roaring, swelling, and sinking. 2 bouncers appear from the shadows of the entrance and approach the horn players. Evening, gentlemen. First, I gotta ask for any weapons house rules. I lock 'em up safe. Second, your cars are not on the list. Who are you with? The horn players part and Morino walks through. Me. The bouncers blanch. Morino stares. I heard a rumor about a dog show tonight. The more colossal bouncer pulls himself together first. Mr. Morino, the old Mr. Morino ended the day Mr. Tsuru died. My name is Father now. Yes, Father. He flips open his cell phone. Just you give me a moment and I'll make sure the best, ringside seat is cleared for you and your party. Morino nods at Frankenstein, who knifes him about where his heart is. Right down to the hilt. A horn player jerks the bouncer's head back and probably breaks his neck. It all happens too fast to register and too fast for the victim to make a sound. The other 2 horn players fell the second bouncer. Lizard volleys the gun out of his hand and kisses the tumbled man. No, he doesn't. He bites the bouncer's nose and spits out specks of dark. At this point I look away. I am fused and burned out by what I have seen today. Thuds, grunts. Dump the fuckrats behind those crates, orders Morino. The kicked-away cell phone rings. Frankenstein crunches its shell with a single stomp. Cheap Taiwanese shit. Nothing is made in Japan anymore. Lizard opens the warehouse door. Inside is mulchy and meaty. Row after dim row of pallets stacked with tins of dog food. This place is enormous. Cheers and yells slosh from the distance. The horn players lead the way. I falter and get a whack from Frankenstein in my coccyx. No stalling, Miyake, you're one of us until the clock strikes midnight. I obey. I have to. All I can do to calm my survival instinct is to lower my baseball cap. Nobody in the shouting, 100-plus strong crowd notices our approach. The horn players plow through the outer walls Yakuza shirts and tattoos to a man. They whirl around angrily, catch sight of Morino, gape, and fall away. We reach the edge of a spotlit pit. A gray mastiff and a black Doberman are straining at their leashes, globs of saliva flying off their fangs. On the far side of the pit, a man stands on a crate. He scribbles down the bets the crowd shouts at him. Hairy fat diamonds bulge through his mesh undershirt. I am sandwiched between Frankenstein behind and Morino in front, as safe as it gets so I have a decent view as Morino pulls a gun from his jacket and shoots the mastiff through the head. Silence. A stain eats up the pit floor around the dead dog's head. The Doberman whimpers behind its trainer. The horn players already have their weapons trained on the crowd. They fall back. I should not be here. The mastiff trainer regains his power of speech. You shot Mr. Nagasaki's best dog. Morino acts confused. Whose best dog? Jun Nagasaki. You owe him. The trainer is apoplectic. Jun Nagasaki, Jun Nagasaki. I heard that name too much today, don't mention it again. Jun Nagasaki'll peel your skin off, you. Morino points his gun bang. The trainer buckles over and lands on his mastiff. Their blood pools. Morino turns to Frankenstein. I warned him, uncle. I warned him, yes, Frankenstein nods. You gave a fair warning, father. Nobody says you never. The crowd is still anchored in the concrete floor. Morino clears his throat and spits on the trainer. Guns and fairy godmothers, your wildest wish comes true. Right. Every last pig-fucking one of you will leave. Except Yamada here, he levels the gun at the bookie on the table. I want a word in your ear, Yamada. Go. The horn players fire off a round each, and the crowd drains away down the aisles and rows, ushered by the pistol-toting horn players' vampires before dawn. Don't melt away so fast. The bookie keeps his hands raised. Lizard jumps into the pit and tips the trainer's head over with his foot. Between his eyes is a bloody joke shop scab. Nice shot, father. From outside I hear cars screech away. The bookie swallows hard. If you're going to kill me, Morino, poor Yamada-kun, you backed the wrong dog again. I am going to kill you, no doubt, but not today. I need you to take a message to your owner. Tell Nagasaki I wish to discuss war reparations he owes me. Tell him I'll be waiting at midnight sharp. The terminal bridge for the new airport, out beyond Xanadu on the reclaimed land. You think you can remember all that? The Mongolian halts 10 paces away. His gun is cradled in his hand. The shots and lights from the reclaimed land seem far, far away now. My heart shotguns inside my rib cage. My overalls are scratchy and stinking. My final memories of life are the stupidest things. An unclaimed Haruki Murakami novel I salvaged from lost property, half finished. In my locker at Uno, what happened to the man stuck down his dry well with no rope. My mother laughing in Uncle Pachinko's backyard trying to play badminton, drunk of course, but happy at least. When did that happen? Regret that I never made my pilgrimage to Liverpool. Waking one morning to find a pencil line of snow over my and Anju's futon, where it had blown in through a crack during an early fall. Is this junk the stuff of life? I hear my name, but I know it was only my imagination. I fight to keep control of my breathing and sneeze. I never looked at Leather Jacket before, not properly. Yours is the last face I will ever see. Not how you imagine the face of death to look. Quite plain, mildly curious, taut. It has an immunity to emotion caused by the acts its master has made it witness. Do it. It would be too tacky for me to beg, so what are my last words? I really don't want to die. How profound. I suggest, says Leather Jacket, that you crouch. Crouch, a crouch-style execution. Why, on the ground, how do you say fetus position? Why bother, dead is dead. You should crouch for your own safety, my killer insists. I mangled a stillborn huff that Leather Jacket interprets as a no. Leather Jacket primes his gun. Well, I warned you. So many stars. What are they for? Tuna, abalone, yellowtail, salmon roe, bonito, egg tofu, human earlobe. The sushi is piled high. The wasabi is mixed in with the soy sauce to kill any impurities in the raw fish. It clots the soy sauce, sticky blood. I must stop thinking about the bowling alley. I must. We drove through the night since the dogs, it seemed, but the clock here says only 22:14. Little over 100 minutes to go, I tell myself, but I find it hard to believe in anything good. I am in the grip of a cold that will get much worse before it will get any better. I get some water down my throat, it bloats my stomach. Even breathing is hard. We have the restaurant to ourselves. A family was here, but they shuffled out the moment they saw us. The old waitress stays cool, but the chef stays out back, lying low. I would if I could. Frankenstein lobs a sausage at me. Why the sulky face, Cub Scout? Anyone would think you lost your parents. Lizard smears wasabi in the soy sauce. Maybe he realized the mastiff I shot back at Goich's was his long-lost papa. Moreno flicks his cigar tip at me. Grin and bear it, remember your heritage. You're a Japanese law-abiding straight. You grin and bear it until your walker buckles and your drinking water is mercury oxide and our whole country is one coast-to-coast parking lot. I'm not knocking Japan. I love it. In most places, the muscle is at the beck and call of the masters. In Japan, we the muscle are the masters. Japan is our gig, so grin, bear it. I may have to bear it, but the only thing I can grin about is that until we leave this restaurant my position cannot get worse. Lizard points to a corner of the room. Father, saliva-shiny sushi cud. See what I spy with my little eye, they got a karaoke machine. My position just got worse. Joy of joys. Moreno looks at Frankenstein. Let loose the wings of song. Frankenstein sings a song in English with a chorus that goes, I can't live. If living is without you, I can't jive. I can't take any muhu war. The horn players bay along with the vowels. The noise is so bad I watch for the sushi to sprout maggots. Leather Jacket sips a glass of milk in the corner. He doesn't seem to belong here either. Moreno calls over the elderly waitress who has been nervously serving us. Sing. Without arguing, she performs an Incan number called Cherry Blossoms of the Inland Sea, about a mahjong gambler who dies to honor a debt, but only after 99 verses. Lizard sings a song called Electrode Incest by a band of the same name. It contains no verses, choruses, or chord changes. The horn players clap wildly as Lizard does a turkey dance on the table and licks the microphone. Finally, the song is over and Moreno gestures me up. No, I say flatly. I don't sing. A hail of sushi slaps my face. The horn players boo. I don't like music. Bullshit, says Moreno. My investigator said you have 20 CDs loads by that beetle who got snuffed, a file of sheet music and a guitar. How do you know that? Nightmares do their homework. I swab rice off my face. You had my room broken into. Moreno holds his glass for the waitress to fill. If I thought you had touched my baby girl, you virtual orphan brat, I would have had you broken into, so be grateful. I hate karaoke and I'm not going to sing. Lizard does a snide imitation. I hate karaoke and I'm not going to sing. Then his fist fills my eye and the table becomes the ceiling. I pick myself up. My eye sort of sings, throbbing up. I wanted to do that all day. Lizard examines his knuckles. Father told you to sing. I shake my head. There is no blood. Frankenstein places a chopstick over his index and ring fingers, belches, and snaps the chopstick with his middle finger. I say Miyake is in danger of a breach of contract, Father. Moreno wags his finger. You have to make allowances. He was never the same after his sister drowned. They had their own little country. Fuck, they had their own language. What a pity he went off to Kagoshima the day she died, selfish fuck that he is. Hey, he clicks his fingers at the waitress. More edamame. Drugged with cold germs as I am, I cannot guess if Morino has a gift for inspired guesses or a skeleton key to the basements of my mind. Either way, I want to spike his eye with my chopstick. I imagine myself doing it. Squirt. His wart throbs. I swear the thing is watching me. According to the Cadillac clock, we enter the reclaimed land perimeter road at 23:04. 30 minutes later, we are still driving. Military band music pumps through the car, and a fever pumps through me. Or maybe the fever is in the car and the military music in me. Millimeters away from being a killer, I am. Can a chance difference in spin and angle really make me not guilty? I threw. I had to, but I threw. 1 more hour and the file folder will be mine, plus a magnificent black eye. I was expecting the pretender to the Yakuza throne of Tokyo to be joined by fleets of armored personnel, but no. Just these 2 Cadillacs. My nose streams uncontrollably and my neck feels clamped in some sort of truss. Maybe some code of honor binds the 2 factions to nonviolence. Or please no, maybe this is a suicide mission. I tell myself if Morino was the kamikaze type, he wouldn't have made it to his age or even his body weight, but I no longer know what to think. Nobody says much. Morino calls Mama-san at Queen of Spades, I guess. Is Miriam at work yet? I called her place. Tell her to call my cell phone the moment she gets in. Lizard and Frankenstein smoke their camels, Morino his cigar. I am too ill to want to smoke. Popsicle whimpers in her narcotic sleep. The sea is calm enough to walk on and the sky is stars, acre after acre. The full moon is a 6-watt bulb, I could shatter it with a well-aimed stone. Morino makes another call, but nobody answers. Suicides tend to check themselves out when the moon is full, a nurse once told me. Suicides and for some reason horses. Finally we slow to a halt, parked at a strategic angle to the horn player's Cadillac, I guess. I get out, my cramped muscles hurt. Yet another construction site. Tokyo suburbs are demolition dumps or construction sites. The giant terminus building is still a giant foundation. Flat as a pool table, the reclaimed land extends all the way to the mountains. A bridge, with the central section missing, rises on either side of where we stand. I can hear the lazy sea a short distance over the embankment. Say, Miyake, his lighter flame dances. You can monkey up that bridge. I wonder what the catch is. Nagasaki is the opposition and you don't fit the image. I don't want anyone thinking I'm recruiting from kindergarten. Lizard snickers. Will you give me the file folder? You are boring me. Not until after fucking midnight. Go. I have walked several paces when Leatherjacket, standing on a mound of boulders, whistles. I thought it was to me, but it wasn't. Our friends are coming. 9 vehicles. 9, Frankenstein shrugs. I had hoped for more, but 9 is not bad. I begin running up the slope. The bridge is the nearest thing to a safe haven. On the other hand, it is a perfect cell to keep me in. I get within a few meters of the top. I guess I am 30 meters up, high enough to clamp my lungs and make my balls retract. I peer over the parapet and watch Nagasaki's cars draw up. They park semicircling Morino's 2 Cadillacs and flick their beams on full. They kill their engines. 4 men in each vehicle file out, each with a combat jacket, a helmet, and an automatic rifle, and take up firing positions. Not for the first time today, I feel I have strayed into an action movie. Morino and his men put on sunglasses. No guns, no night vision. Morino holds his megaphone in one hand and keeps the other in his pocket. 36 heavily armed men to 7. A man in a white suit climbs out at leisure, flanked by 2 bodyguards. I wait for the order to fire. No file folder. It was all for nothing. Morino's voice reverbs over the reclaimed land as if his megaphone is a pinhole for the night to talk through. Jun Nagasaki, do you have any final requests? I stand here frankly amazed, Morino. Have you really sunk so low so quickly? 5 tired goons, 1 ex-arms dealer. I shall kill you myself, Subitar, so painfully, so professionally, and so slowly that even you will be impressed, and an unarmed catamite hiding up a bridge. So much for my safe haven. This is your comeback squad. Do you have an aircraft carrier waiting offshore? Are you hoping to kill me by sheer anticlimax? I summoned you here to deliver my verdict. Are you a tertiary syphilitic? Are you Ultraman? I'll allow you to apologize with honor. You may kill yourself. This is beyond stupid, Morino. This is rude. Let me get this right. You seriously fuck up my opening day at Xanadu. Persuading the press that Ozaki fell by accident has been a logistic hernia. You hurl bowling balls at my 3 managers until their skulls are Lego, and then you damage 2 innocent bouncers the old-fashioned way and shoot my finest dog. My dog, Morino, is what really hurts. You amateur. No operator of style ever harms an animal. Style. Importing uninspected shit-for-beef burgers from the U.S. and killing off Wakayama schoolchildren with O-157, and then getting your Ministry of Agriculture poodles to blame the radish farmers. Is this style? Blackmailing bank executives over the figures you made them cook by refusing to pay back your bubble economy loans. Style. You call a pay-up, Mr. Food Manufacturer, or pay for a razor blade in your baby products scam style. Your failure to grasp the fact that the world has progressed since 1970 is why I inherited and expanded Tsuru's interests, and why you are still drawing your operational revenue by scaring loose change out of Shinjuku bar owners. How do you suppose you will still be alive in 5 minutes? You are unaware that I have 2 secret weapons. Do you? I am ablaze with curiosity. The first weapon is your blazing curiosity, Nagasaki. Even in the old days, you spoke before you shot. Is your second secret weapon as terrifying as your first? I present to you, ladies, it is hard for me to catch the next word, NIMQ6. NIMQ6, a magic robot, a drain unblocker, a plastic explosive developed by the Israeli Secret Service. Never heard of it. Of course you never heard of it. The Israelis do not advertise in time, but microcells of NIMQ6 are embedded in the triggers of the guns your dumb fucking apes are holding. The casings of your swanky Kevlar helmets are peppered with the stuff. My compatriot here, Mr. Subitar, oversaw the customization of your equipment when he diverted it from his Russian military supplier. Some of Nagasaki's men turned to look at their boss. Nagasaki folds his arms. In the sad history of sad, dumb, bluffing fucks with empty hands, Morino, you are the saddest, dumbest bluffing fuck of them all. Which weapons do you think I used to wipe out Tsuru? Let me assure you, there is nothing booby-trapped about my hardware. First, I needed you to bury the Tsuru faction. For this, I thank you. Thank me when your lying guts are leaking through bullet holes. Now I have a city to run. Stand away from the motors, you puppy dogs. I ordered those cars myself via our mutual Mongolian, and I don't want to damage the paintwork. Morino stubs his cigar out on the paintwork. Shut up and learn. NIMQ6 microcells weigh 1/20th of a gram. A dot on a page. It is a perfectly stable explosive, even under repeat fire ricochet conditions, until here is the beauty of the piece: it is oscillated by a specific VHF frequency. Then the microcell explodes with a force ample to blow away body parts. The single oscillator east of Syria is built into my cell phone. To me, shivering with cold heat 30 meters up, probably with a sniper aiming at my head, this does not sound overly convincing. Nagasaki spits. I am getting bored of this gangster movie pseudoscience. Humor me for 10 more seconds. NIMQ6 is the future. You really should take the time to educate yourself. I enter the code. I took the precaution of doing this prior to your arrival tonight and simply press the dial button. Like this, blossoms of explosions boom and flame and thunder. I duck. Shock waves scalp the air. The reboom echoes off the mountains. Finally, I peer over the parapet. Nagasaki's men are scattered around where they were standing. The men who are out of the glare of the headlights are shadowy piles, but the ones who fell in the light red as a slaughterhouse floor. Most of the torsos still have their legs attached, but the gun hands are blown away. and their heads imploded by their combat helmets are nowhere. I never learned the vocabulary I need to take this in. Only in war movies, horror movies, nightmares. The Cadillac door opens and Popsicle falls onto her knees. She gives a yelp of disgust as if surprised by a spider in the bath. Yeah, Lizard bounds around. Yeah, fucking yeah. Nagasaki is still alive, no helmet to remove his skull and trying to get to his feet. Both arms are shredded stumps after the elbows. Morino struts over and puts the megaphone into his enemy's ear. Isn't science wonderful? Bang, the megaphone turns to me. Seasonal fireworks, Miyake, now listen. Midnight has passed. So the file folder in the Cadillac is all yours. Yes, Father keeps his word. Unfortunately, you won't be able to appreciate your hard-earned information because you'll be dead as a fucking dodo. I brought you along just in case Nagasaki wheeled your father out of retirement. I credited the cretin with too much cunning, so it seems we have one witness too many to the night's entertainment instead of a possible bargaining chip. Mr. Subitar has asked to put the bullet through your head, and as he is the chief architect of my master plan, how could I say no? If it makes you feel any better, you were a forgettable boy who would have lived the bored, stifled, colorless life of your countrymen. And yeah, your father is a meaningless jerk too. Believe me, you will miss nothing. Sweet dreams. Why bother? Dead is dead. You should crouch for your own safety, my killer insists. My fear mangles my response to a stillborn huff. No. Leatherjacket primes his gun. Well, I warned you. In his hand is not his gun but his cell phone. He enters a number, leans over the parapet, points down at the Cadillacs and crouches. The night rips open its guts. I am knocked over by a sheer wall of noise. The bridge shakes, a metallic, stony hail falls. I glimpse a flaming piece of car arcing overhead, and the file folder containing my father is cinders. The night resips. The echo sonic booms off the mountains. Gravel presses into my cheekbone. I sort of stand to my surprise, my body still works. Smoke pours upward from the craters where the Cadillacs were parked. Leatherjacket enters another number into his cell phone. I crouch, wondering what could be left to blow up. Is he a walking bomb who explodes his own evidence? But this time the cell phone is only a cell phone. Mr. Subitar, your wishes regarding Mr. Nagasaki and Mr. Morino have been realized. Indeed, Mr. Tsuru. Just as they sowed, they reaped. He puts his phone away and looks at me, burning and crackling. My lip is bleeding where I bit it. With the part of me that can still speak, I say something like, "Are you going to kill me?" "I am thinking about it." "Are you afraid?" I nod. "Very, very afraid." Fear is not necessarily a weakness. I disdain weakness, but I disdain waste. To survive, you must persuade yourself that tonight was another man's nightmare into which you accidentally strayed. Find a place to hide by daybreak and stay hidden for many days. If you assist the police in any way, you will be killed immediately. Do you understand? I nod and sneeze an enormous sneeze. By the time I look up, I am alone with the smoke and the night. 5 Study of Tales, the all-consuming ghostwriter peered out at the starless night. His breath misted up the window. He counted only 3 noises. The candle spluttering on his writing bureau, Mrs. Combe battling in her sleep, growling "don't care" was made to care, Amaryllis Broomhead, and Pithecanthropus, snoring in his undercarriage hammock. The whisperings were later than usual tonight. Ghostwriter rummaged for his spectacles. He examined a lost volume of poems written by Princess Nukata in the 9th century, and by Ghostwriter was oblivious to the here and now. This insomnia had been Ghostwriter's regular nocturnal guest since midsummer. The venerable bus parked itself between midnight and the early hours. Ghostwriter woke, and nothing could make him sleep again. He did not mention his insomnia, not even to his best friend, Pithecanthropus, and certainly not to Mrs. Combe, who was sure to prescribe a curative bitterer than the complaint. Nor did he mention the whisperings that often came to him. In the beginning, Ghostwriter believed they originated in the Aberdeen waterfalls where the venerable bus had rested that week. But this theory was scotched when he heard them again on the Solomon Islands on Maundy Thursday. Ghostwriter then wondered if he were going insane. But no, all his mental faculties seemed as muscular as ever. Ghostwriter had finally started believing that his whisperings came from his writing brush, the self-same brush Lady Shawnegan used to write her pillow book 13,000 crescent moons ago. What did they want, these suspirations? Ghostwriter heard a rush, a rustle, and Princess Nukata was left on the shelf. He pressed his ear against the brush. Yes, syllables were bubbling up again. Ghostwriter dipped his brush in ink and began to write the words he heard, slowly at first as words spattered singly, but then quicker, as sentences filled and overspilled. "Oh, sir, this is the limit." Mrs. Combe tore open the morning curtains. "Why will you never wrap up proper when you go about in the wee hours? If your rheumatism plays up again, Muggins here'll be the one who'll have to do your lugging and fetching, you mark my words." Ghostwriter unglued his eyelids. "Unquiet slumbers, Mrs. Combe." "Then up and about with you, sir. Your breakfast is done. Zanzibar kippers grilled to your fancy." The housekeeper looked at the landscape. "A right dreary spot we parked in last night, and no mistake." Ghostwriter found his pince-nez and peered out. The venerable bus had rolled to a cold shoulder of moorland. Inky landscape, paper pulp sky. "We find ourselves in the M-margins, my dear Mrs. Combe." Drabby name for a right drabby place. The soil hereabouts is so acidic that all colors wilt. Years ago I heard that a marginal deduke stationed a daffodil plantation, but the yellow bleached away. Even evergreens never greened. "Aye, well, sir, your kippers'll be turning cold." Ghostwriter frowned. "Strange to say, Mrs. Combe, but of appetite I am bereft. A splash of tea will suffice. Might I ask you to place the fish on a dish for me to eat by and by? Now, where are the pages that I wrote last night?" Ghostwriter looked on his writing bureau. "Where can they be?" Ghostwriter looked beneath and behind his bureau. How vexatious! Exhausting all the places his Ms. could be, he began searching in places it couldn't be. Curious. No, catastrophic. I wrote invaluable fragments of a truly untold tale. Despite decades of service, Mrs. Combe was cross about the spurned kippers. "I dare say you had another writing dream, sir, like the time you dreamed you wrote Les Miserables. You very nearly took Victor Hugo to court for flagellism." The door banged open and the margin wind sprang in, disordering the loose and the fluttery. A fearsome prehistoric creature filled the doorframe. His torso was hairy and mud-spattered. He grunted in the language of clay and bone. Mrs. Combe glared. "Don't you dare clomp your mucky mudluggers on my clean carpet." "A good morning to you, too, Pithecanthropus." Ghostwriter's missing pages were temporarily forgotten. "What have you found there, my dear fellow?" Pithecanthropus grinned bashfully and opened his cupped palms toward Mrs. Combe. A white, fragile flower drooped from a clod of earth. "A Snowdonian snowdrop," exclaimed Ghostwriter. "Blooming in September, how rare." Mrs. Combe was less impressed. "I'll thank you for taking your mucky weeds elsewhere. Such a muckster I never beheld." She began scrubbing the kipper pan. "Shut the door on your way out. Do you want me and sir to catch our deaths?" Pithecanthropus grunted dejectedly and did as bid. Ghostwriter felt sorry for his best friend, but he knew better than to come between Mrs. Combe and the perennial object of her scorn. "So I wake up staring at another unfamiliar ceiling. I slip straight into my amnesia game. This is where I am numb and I want to stay numb. I used to play this after Anju went, when my 9-year round of Eiji is visiting this month began. Uncle's spare rooms, rice husk futons, and cousins who held the ultimate warhead in any argument. Well, if you don't like it here, go back to your grandmother's house. Anyway, the object of the amnesia game is to remain in cozy ignorance of where I have woken up for as long as possible. I count to 10, but I am still clueless. I am getting too good at this game. I examine the evidence. My muscles are strained and sore. I slept on a ballooning sofa in a pale living room. Forget-me-not curtains cover a big bay window. I have a mouth ulcer. Bang goes the memory bomb. Heads in the bowling alley, a cigar-lit Moreno, the Mongolian on a bridge to thin air. My nose and throat are in the corked-up stages of a bad cold. My body takes care of itself despite its idiot brain. How long have I been asleep? Who fed cat last night? A box of Lark cigarettes is on the table. There are only 3 left, but I smoke one after the other, lighting them with free matches from a bar called Middy's. I am too warm. I slept in my clothes, so my various crevices are stewing. I should open the window, but moving would set into motion all the unthinkable consequences. For as long as I lie here, no new crisis can begin, and the distance between me and the deaths of 30, 40 men lengthens. How many people ever witness slaughter, real slaughter, outside of war zones? I groan. I cannot unsee what I saw. It will be national news. International news, most probably. TV will be channel-to-channel Yakuza wars for the next 6 months. I groan again. Forensic teams will be crawling over the battlefield with tweezers. The serious crime squad will be interviewing Xanadu shoppers. A girl employed at an already infamous pachinko parlor will have told reporters about a very suspicious character pretending to be the manager's son, moments before poor Mr. Ozaki himself was thrown through the security window. Police artists will listen, nod, and make charcoal sketches. Oh shit. What do I do? What will the unseen Mr. Tsuru want done to me? What has become of Mama-san and the Queen of Spades? I have no plan. Worse, I have no cigarettes. I have no tissues to blow my nose. I listen hard and I hear absolutely nothing. Sleeping in my clothes was a mistake, but I was afraid to undress in case I was woken up by the sound of the front door behind Jimid and I needed to bolt. I am still afraid. This is worse than waiting for an earthquake. If I feel an earthquake, I know what to do: dive under a table and whimper. But what do I do if I hear an intruder searching for me? Hide. Where? I do not even know how many floors this house has. I get up. First stop, toilet, Japanese squat style with a bowl of bitter herbs. The kitchen is terracotta and spotless, judging from the flower-thumbed recipe books. The owner loves cooking. Each cooking implement hangs from its own hook. There is a cleaning cupboard as tall as me, but it is too obvious a hiding place to be of much use. Through the window I see an empty carport and a strip of front garden, roses, weeds, and a bird table. A high privet hedge shuts off the house from the outside world. I have no recollection of what lies on the other side. The living room is Japanese tatami matting, a Buddhist altar with photographs of the recent and long dead, an alcove for flower arrangements, and a hanging scroll with kanji that would give me a headache if I tried to read them. There is no TV, no stereo, and no telephone, just a receiverless fax machine on top of an ample bookshelf. The books are old, illustrated collections of tales. The Moon Princess, Urashima Taro, Gon the Fox. This house seems too orderly for kids, although it is not a particularly old building. I open the curtains an inch. The back garden is somebody's pride and joy. The pond is bigger than my grandmother's. I can see carp lurking in the green. Late dragonflies skim over the duckweed. A stone lantern sits on an island. Pots of lavender and a high bamboo grove, thick enough to hide in. Birds nest in an orange mailbox nailed to a silver birch. You could watch this garden for hours. It unfolds itself if you stare long enough. No wonder there is no TV. I go upstairs. The carpet is snowy and lush under my bare feet. A lavish bathroom with seahorse taps. A master bedroom. The decor suggests a middle-aged couple. The smaller bedroom is used only for guests. Well, no hiding places here. You have to be 9 years old to find good hiding places in the average house. And you won by hiding in the washing machine one time. I assume my tour is complete, but notice a slatted closet door at the end of the landing. Its knob twirls uselessly, but it swings open anyway. Its shelves are not shelves, but steep stairs. A knotted rope hangs down to help you haul yourself up. On the third step, my head hits the ceiling, which shifts. I push, and a crack of daylight opens as the plywood trapdoor swings up. It seems I have found my hiding place. I emerge into a library study with the highest book population density I have seen in my life. Book walls, book towers, book avenues, book side streets, book spillages, book rubble, paperback books, hardcover books, atlases, manuals, almanacs, 9 lifetimes of books. Enough books to build an igloo to hide in and then to hide the igloo. The room is sentient with books. Mirrors double and cube the books. A great wall of china quantity of books. Enough books to make me wonder if I am a book too. Light comes in through a high triangular window. A sort of wickerwork lightshade hangs down. Apart from the bookcases and sagging shelves, the only item of furniture is an old-fashioned writing bureau with square holes to lose papers and bills in. My grandmother had the same sort. Still does, I guess. On the writing bureau are 2 piles of paper. One is white and blank as starched shirts, and the other is manuscript laid in a special lacquer tray. I cannot help myself. I sit down and begin reading page 1. Ghostwriter worked in the venerable bus, trying to reconstruct the fragments of the tale that had whispered before the dawn. Mrs. Combe mangled sheets and time, extracted the minutes from hours. Ghostwriter finally arose to check the correct spelling of Zwitterian in his dictionary. He got sidetracked by Ghostwriter and returned with the dictionary to his writing bureau, where he was lured further from his original quest by Dersey and Theopneust. Drowsiness laid Ghostwriter down, and the winds blew over the margins from the east. When Ghostwriter awoke from his long sleep, he was alone. There was no paper on the writing bureau. He looked around. Nothing. For a moment he hoped he was still dreaming. The pages he had worked so hard at reconstructing that very morning had disappeared. Mrs. Combe, he knew, never touched his writing bureau, nor would Pithecanthropus. And since the same fate had befallen the pages Ghostwriter had composed during the early hours, only one explanation remained, however shocking. "Thief!" cried Ghostwriter. "Thief! Thief!" Mrs. Combe rushed in, scattering pegs. "Sir, what's the to-do?" "Burglarized Mrs. Combe while I lay sleeping." Pithecanthropus burst in, clenching a wrench, grunting nastily. "My reconstructed, truly untold tale has been purloined." "But how could it be, sir? I saw nothing as I hung out the washing." Pithecanthropus sniffed and grunted uneasily. He led Mrs. Combe and Ghostwriter to the stern of the venerable bus and sniffed the tire track mud. He pointed at a set of tiny tracks and grunted conspiratorially. Mrs. Combe gasped. "An unwashed rodent," verified Ghostwriter. "Bigger than a mouse. Aha, we may conclude thusly that the thief is a dirty little rat. We must apprehend this scallywag and teach him a thing or two about copyright law. My dear Pithecanthropus, lead the way." The early man read the ground with brow furrowed. An anvil cloud lugged itself overhead. The rodent tracks led off the beaten track, down the path not taken, through a sleepy hollow and over a tarn of brackish bilgewater. Mrs. Combe saw him first on the lip of the dike. Whatever next by Eck, a scarecrow, nailed to a T, in a very sorry state. His eyes and ears were pecked away, and wispy hay bled from a wound in his side whenever the wind bothered to blow. Ghostwriter had encountered numerous scarecrows in folktales and knew the protocol. "Ahem, frightfully sorry to disturb your meditations, Scarecrow." Scarecrow raised his head so slowly. "But have you seen a dirty little rat scurry by, carrying pages of a stolen manuscript?" Scarecrow's mouth twitched. "This day." "Splendid," replied Ghostwriter. "Which way was the vile varmint headed?" "This day we shall sit with my father in paradise." At that exact moment, 2 hellhounds hurdled the dike, sank their slavering fangs into poor Scarecrow, tore him off his tea and savaged him to wind-blown tatters. Ghostwriter was knocked backward by a loose paw. Pithecanthropus swept Mrs. Combe off her feet and into his arms for her own safety. All that remained of Scarecrow were rags nailed to the wood. Ghostwritten, lying by the edge of the bilgewater, tried to recall what to do and what not to do with rabid dogs play dead. Look them in the eye. Outrun an old-world fruit bat out of Hades. That'll learn him, growled the top dog to give the plot away. What about these three, sniffed the underdog. Ghostwritten felt the heat of their breath. Good doggies, talks like a writer, bristled the underdog. Smells like one is one. No time, barked the top dog. Our maker is getting away. Lemme practice on Beardy first, pleaded the underdog. Pithecanthropus readied himself to defend his friend, but the hellhounds turned and bounded away over the blank margins until they were but blots on the wizened horizon. Well, exclaimed Mrs. Combe. She then recalled that she was nesting in the arms of an extinct biped. Put me down this very instant, you muckster. A door bangs downstairs and the manuscript zooms out of focus. I stop breathing. Somebody is here. Somebody is here for me. Buntaro would have called out by now. So soon. How did they find me? My survival instinct, battered into submission by Moreno, asserts itself now. The intruders are searching the living room, the kitchen, the garden, cranny by nook. They will have seen the socks I left on the sofa. My cigarettes. I replaced the plywood trapdoor and pulled up the rope, but did I close the slatted door on the landing? I can hand myself over and hope for mercy. Bad idea. Yakuza do not do mercy. Hide here under books. But if I cause a bookslide, they will hear it and know I am here. Is there anything up here that could serve as a weapon? I listen for footsteps on the shelves, nothing. Either the intruders are working in silence, or I am only dealing with one. My default strategy is this. Hold a 3-ton, 3-volume set of a critical review of the Japanese novel above the trapdoor when it opens wide enough. Lob them through and knock the guy backward. Pray he is a lone operator, jump down, land on him. If he has a gun, I am in trouble, bust his ribs and run for it. I wait and wait. Concentrate. I wait. Am I sure I heard the bang? I left the back window open an inch, suppose it was just the wind. Concentrate. I wait. Nobody. My arms are aching. I cannot stand this. Hello. The flurry of violence never comes. Scared by a story I told myself. I am in a bad way. Later in the afternoon, I go back down. In the spare bedroom closet, I find some sheets and towels and arrange them on the step shelves behind the slatted door, so hopefully the intruder will think it is a linen closet rather than stairs to sanctuary. I gather up any sign of my residency and stuff it into a plastic bag under the sink. I must clean up any traces of myself as I make them. I should be hungry. When did I last eat? But my stomach seems to be missing. I need a cigarette, but no way am I venturing outside. Coffee would be fine, but I can only find green tea, so I make a pot. I blow my nose, my hearing comes back, but snots up again, open the bay window and drink my tea on the step. In the pond, carp appear and disappear. Whirligigs bend but never puncture the liquid sky. A ruby-throated bird listens for earthworms. I watch ants. Cicadas mesmas. Nowhere in the house is a single clock or even a calendar. There is a sundial in the garden, but the day is too hazy for a clear shadow. It feels 3 o'clock-ish, but I could be wrong. The breeze shuffles and flicks through the bamboo leaves. A column of midges hovers above the pond. I sip my tea. My tongue cannot taste a thing. Look at me. 5 weeks ago I was on the morning ferry to Kagoshima with a lunchbox from Aunt Orange. I was sure I would find my father before the week was out. Look at what I found instead. What a disaster, what an aftermath. The summer is lost, and other things too. The fax machine beeps. I jump and spill my tea. A message feeds through from Buntaro, telling me he'll be over around 6 if the traffic lets up. When is 6 o'clock relative to now? Hours need other hours to make any sense at all. Hanging on the wall above the fax machine is a shell-framed photograph of an old man and woman, maybe in their 50s. I guess they own this house. They are sitting at a cafe table in the shade on a bright day. He is about to break into laughter at whatever she has just said. She is reading my reaction to see if I genuinely enjoyed her story or if I am just being polite. Weird. Her face is familiar. Familiar and impossible to lie to. True, she seems to say to me, but see if you can piece the puzzle together yourself. We watch each other for a while, then I go back to her garden where the dragonflies live out their whole lives. And you are quite sure, my dear fellow, prompted Ghostwriter, that the tracks end in this mulch mound of stiltonic stench? Pithecanthropus grunted a yes, waded into the pyramid of cans, pans, mottled bottles, spud skins, linchpins, and vote for me leaflets and picked up some fresh garbage. Kipper bones, squawked Mrs. Combe. Then one must suppose, concluded Ghostwriter, we have hunted our quarry to its hovel. Hovel, a voice shot back from the apex of the pyramid. Gimme my hovel and stuff your geriatric rust bucket bus any day o' the month. Aha, the thief sits in residence. Unhand M manuscript forthwith. Take a hike, Yasuachuer Joshmo index pointing up. Soap and water, gasped Mrs. Combe. Ghostwriter lowered his horns. Fiend, ladies are present. A tiny hand appeared and flashed the finger. If dat scrawny bird is a lady, I am Frank Sinatra's gallstone, you hear. This is your last warning. If you ain't skedaddled by the time I count to 5, I'll slap harassment suits so fast, legality. Indeed, appoint most moot. You are the breaker, enterer, thiever of Zanzibar kippers and my truly untold tale. We demand justice, and by Gideon we don't intend to leave empty-handed. Magnificent, sir, whispered Mrs. Combe. Ooh, a threat, the thief responded. Ain't I wetting my didgeridungarees? Pithecanthropus grunted impatiently, waded deeper into the garbage pyramid, and with a single karate chop removed its top. Inside was a shocked and then a furious rat. Are you deranged, you knuckle-dragger? You nearly lobotomized me. Ghostwriter peered through his pince-nez. Remarkable, the thief would appear to be a mus musculus de domesticus. Ain't nothing domestic or mousy about me, punk. I am de scatrat. Yeah, so I sampled your moldy kipper's wassa big ballowy Huey. I never lifted no stories or pages. I got Scientific Whalers Weekly to wipe my hole. You slander my good name once more, I swear my lawyer'll sue you all the way to Alcatraz. Then he spewed a chain of expletives so dire that Mrs. Combe shrieked and covered her ears with her wings. Scatrat hollered all the louder. Act your age, not your egg size. You're in the margins of the real world here. With a final one-fingered salute, the rodent vanished into his pile's bowels. The marginal wind blew a forlorn note. Pithecanthropus grunted a question. I agree, sir, added Mrs. Combe. Don't care should be made to care. Ghostwriter turned away stiffly. Certainly, friends, this scatrat is an abominable character, but a lack of manners per se is no crime. Such a crude degenerate would have no need of stealing my truly untold tale. He may be too ignorant to read. This mystery must go unsolved. Let us return to the venerable bus. My arthritis is telling me we shall be leaving these uninviting parts tonight. Mrs. Combe baked a burdock troll cake to cheer Ghostwriter up. Pithecanthropus repaired a hole in the roof. Ghostwriter proofread his rewrite and laid it to rest in his manuscript tray. He was unhappy with it. It lacked the magnificent glow that the earlier 2 versions had seemed to possess. Dinner time, by and by, called Mrs. Combe. You must be starving, sir. You haven't had a bite all the livelong day. Peculiar to pronounce, Mrs. Combe, I could not entertain a morsel. I wish you'd give over fretting about your story, sir. No, Mrs. Combe, I just feel exceedingly full. Pithecanthropus grunted urgently through the hole in the roof. Clap that savage trap, shot back Mrs. Combe. Sir is out of sorts. Ghostwriter frowned as his jaws worked. My dear fellow, whatever is distressing you so? Mrs. Combe's cookbook thudded. Sir, what are you eating? Why, only a little paper cut. Ghostwriter's mouth froze as he bit on the hard truth. Mrs. Combe fluttered. Sir, nobody stole your pages. You were eating your own pages as you wrote them. Ghostwriter's words stuck in his throat. In the parched fog and half-light, I wake with a yell. An old woman in black leans over me. I fall off the sofa. Steady, the old woman says. Steady, child, you were dreaming. It's me, Mrs. Sasaki from UNO Station. Mrs. Sasaki. I unclench, breathe in, breathe out. Mrs. Sasaki. Fog blows away. Eiji Miyake, king of cool, she smiles and shakes her head. Sorry I startled you so. Welcome back to the land of the living. Buntaro neglected to mention I would be visiting this morning, am I correct? I get to my feet and sit down straight away. Morning, she puts down a sports bag. I brought you some items from your apartment. I thought they might make your stay here more comfortable. Though had I known about your black eye, I would have brought a T-bone steak. I am embarrassed that Mrs. Sasaki saw the mess I live in. I must admit, I thought you would be up by now. Why don't you sleep in the guest room, you foolish youth? My mouth is dry as a sandbox. I feel safer down here, I guess. Mrs. Sasaki, you Buntaro, how did he know your number at UNO? How do you know Shooting Star and Buntaro? I'm his mother. Mrs. Sasaki smiles at my astonishment. We all have a mother somewhere, you know. Even Buntaro. Pieces slot into place. How come neither of you said anything? You never asked. It never occurred to me to ask. Then why should it occur to us to tell you? My job. Buntaro got you the interview, but you got the job yourself. None of this matters. We shall discuss your position at UNO over breakfast. One thing at a time. First, you are to clean yourself up. I suggest you shave. You look as if you spent the week camping out with the homeless people in UNO Park. It is high time you stopped yourself going to seed. While you are in the shower, I will cook your breakfast. I will expect you to eat more than me. I stay in the shower until my bone marrow is hot and my finger pads wrinkle. I body shampoo myself 3 times from scalp to toe. When I come out, even my cold is better and I weigh less. I clip my fingernails. Now I shave. I am lucky. I only need to shave once a week. The boys in my class at high school used to boast about how often they shaved, but there are 100 other things I would rather do with my time than drag steel over my hair follicles. Uncle Yen gave me an electric shaver a couple of years ago, but Uncle Tarmac laughed when he saw it and said real men use blades. I am still on my first packet of Bic disposables. I use the electric one only when I stay with Uncle Yen. I splash on cold water and rinse my blade under the cold tap. Uncle Tarmac says the cold makes the razor contract and sharpen. I think of him every time I shave. I smear on ice blue shaving gel, especially the groove between the upper lip and the nose. Why is there no name for that? And my chin cleft and the lower jaw hinge where I usually cut myself. Wait until the gel stings. Then start on the flatlands near the ears where it hurts least. I sort of like this pain. Tugged, uprooted. Some pain is best conquered by diving into it, around the nose. Rinse away stubbly goo. I chase it down the drain, more cold water. I touch my black eye until it hurts. Clean boxers, t-shirt, shorts. I can smell cooking. I go downstairs and put my shaving stuff back in the sports bag. I catch the eye of the lady in the shelf photograph. They're feeling better now. You worry too much. You are quite safe here. Tell me what happened. Give me your story. Speak. Give it to me. So. The Mongolian disappeared into thin air. The burning Cadillacs broke into fresh applause. My senses struggled back from wherever, and I knew I had to get away from that place as soon as possible. I started jogging down the bridge. Not running, I knew I had a long night in front of me. I did not look over the parapet again, and I did not look over my shoulder. I was not even tempted. The thick smoke spun with plutonium fumes. It made me cough, but it hid the bodies. I willed myself to become a machine whose product was distance. I jogged 100 paces and walked 100 over and over along the perimeter road, scanning the moonlit distance for cars. I could hide down the embankment if anything came. The slope was built of those shorefront prefabricated concrete blocks with big hollows, but I had the track to myself. Horror, shock, guilt, relief. All the predictable things, I felt none of them. All I could feel was this urge to put distance between me and everything I had seen. Stars weakened. The fear that I would be caught and nailed to the crimes on the reclaimed land opened emergency reserves of stamina, and I kept my 100 regime up until the perimeter road curved through the roadblock and onto the main coastal road that led back to Xanadu. The dawn was scorching the horizon, and the traffic on the main thoroughfare toward Tokyo was thickening. I was off the reclaimed land now and could pretend to know nothing about what had happened. The aspirin moon was dissolving in the lukewarm morning. Drivers and passengers stared at me. Nobody walks out there. There is no sidewalk, just a sort of bulldozed-up ridge of ground. I thought about hitchhiking, but figured this would attract attention to me. I could not cope with small talk. How would I even explain how I came to be there? I heard a fleet of police sirens approach. Luckily, I was passing a family restaurant, so I could hide in the entrance and pretend to make a phone call. I was wrong. No police cars, only 2 ambulances. What should I do? My fever was tycho drumming my brain, and my eye throbbed where Lizard had hit me. I had no plan of action beyond calling Buntaro and begging for help, but he wouldn't be at Shooting Star until 11 and I did not have his home number, and I was afraid he would dump my stuff on the sidewalk when he found out what sort of company I kept on my evenings out. Who could blame him? Could Daimon help? I called my own number, but the only response was my own answering machine. I hung up. "Are you okay, dear?" asked a waitress behind the register. "Do you need anything for that eye?" She looked at me so kindly that the only way I could stop myself from blubbering was leaving rudely without answering. I envy her son. The route passed an industrial zone. At least I had a sidewalk to walk on. Every streetlight switched off simultaneously. The factory units went on forever. They all made things for other factory units. Stacking shelves, packing products, forklift gearboxes. The drumming was subsiding, but the fever was now steaming the contents of my skull. I had used everything up. I should try to get back to the family restaurant, I thought, and collapse in the lap of the angel of mercy. Collapse. Hospitals, doctors, questions. 20-year-olds don't collapse. The restaurant was too far behind me. There was a bench in front of a tiling sealant factory. I don't know why anyone put a bench there, but I sat down gratefully in the shade of a giant Nike sneaker. I hate this world. Nike. There is no finish line. Across a weed-strewn wasteland I could see Xanadu and Valhalla. One great circle. A starter pistol went off somewhere and the sun sprang up, running. A bird was singing a long, human whistling note, then a starburst of bird code at the end. Over and over. Same bird lives on Yakushima, I swear. I willed myself to get up and make it as far as Xanadu, where I could find some air conditioning and a place to sleep until I could phone Shooting Star. I willed myself, but my body wouldn't move. A white car slowed down. Beep, beep. Beepy white car, go away. The door opened from the inside and the driver leaned over the passenger seat. "Look, kid, I'm not Zizi Hikaru, but unless you know of a better offer coming along, I suggest you climb in." An uncoupled moment as I realized the driver was Buntaro. A haggard, stressed Buntaro. I was too drained to even wonder how, who, when, why. I was asleep in 30 seconds. Hunger Mrs. Combe laid her final egg for the week, nestled it in cotton wool, placed it in her wicker basket, and added the finishing touches to her shopping list. Polish, Parmesan marzipan, toucan candles, and knit lotion for the muckster. A knock on her boudoir door preceded a nervous ahem. "Yes, sir." The door creaked open and Ghostwriter squinted. "I believe M. Market D-Day is with us again, Mrs. Combe." "That it is, sir. I'm off shortly to sell my eggs." "Splendid." I sense a dearth of stories hereabouts. I thought perhaps you might take along some recent scribblings to the M Market and see if a storybroker comes along. You never know. Supply, demand, and all that. Right you are, sir. In fact, Mrs. Combe doubted very much that anyone would pay money for ghostwriters' tales in a century of Sundays, but she slipped the stapled volume into her apron pocket so as not to hurt his feelings. The door banged open and the wind sprang in. Pithecanthropus stood on the threshold and grunted a question to Mrs. Combe. She replied. I am going now, and no, you aren't welcome. You'll scare the customers off. Pithecanthropus grunted a request and opened his cupped palms to Mrs. Combe, who nearly dropped her basket in shock. Worms in my boudoir. Respectable folk live in these parts. Nobody eats worms. How dare you even think about putting those slimy articles in with my fresh eggs? Get out with you this instant. Be off with you. Mrs. Combe pecked her way across the blasted heath. This land had once been lush and green, but now cauliflowers rotted in rows, trees were stripped leafless, and craters pocked the scorched earth. A pipe dribbled sewage into a mire of wire, the stench from which forced Mrs. Combe to smother her mouth with her headscarf. Without warning, the sky screamed at the top of its lungs. Mrs. Combe just had time to shelter her basket of eggs and cover her ears before the sonic boom hit, blowing her apron over her head and ballooning her knickerbockers. When finally the shock waves subsided and Mrs. Combe got to her feet, she saw a most unusual sight: a hippie and his psychedelic surfboard falling from heaven. Mrs. Combe barely had time to scramble behind a large barrel labeled Agent Orange before impact. Stones and assorted crash noises showered from the crater. Mrs. Combe, too buffeted to say a word even to herself, could only watch the dust settle. She heard a loud groan. Oh man, the hippie heaved himself over the edge. His dreadlocks were ginger, his sunglasses wraparound, and his halo crooked. Seeing Mrs. Combe, he made the peace sign. "To what?" asked Mrs. Combe, finally finding her tongue. "2 phantoms on a bombing raid, ma'am. They totally blew me away. Never even saw 'em coming. Surprised they can find anything standing to demolish." "That was a nasty tumble you took. Is anything broken?" "Only my pride, ma'am, a perk of immortality." "Beg your pardon," the hippie swung his dreadlocks. "Name of God, ma'am." This was becoming a very unsettling morning for a respectable old hen. Should she curtsy? Charmed, I'm sure, but if those thundering machines are off dropping bombs, shouldn't you try to stop them? God wiped his halo on his shirt. "Would if I could, ma'am, but once the military decides to blast the living bejesus out of a country, it takes more than divine intervention to change their minds. Time was, we had a veto on genocide, but now the generals don't even bother letting us know. So how do wars ever get stopped? That, ma'am, is one sticky spittoon of guacamole. Tell you the truth, I never wanted to be a god. My daddy insisted, and when he insisted there wasn't no arguing. I flunked the Ivy League colleges and wound up at a divinity school in Big Sur. Surf was up, sand was golden, and oh, so were the babes. Begging your pardon, ma'am. I skipped most of the seminars and just scraped by, mostly thanks to the old man string pulling. Only miracle I learned was the water-to-wine scam. This war zone is my first posting. Heaven, ma'am, is another word for nepotism, you dig. Cronies of the Almighty get the stable democracies, leaving us nobodies to stick band-aids over the never-ending tribal revenge tragedies and the mafia statelets. It sucks, ma'am, well and truly suckaroos. Say, you got the time there? Mrs. Combe checked her wristwatch. 5:20 to 12. Bonamaroni, I gotta get my videos back to the store by noon or they'll find me again. God clicked his fingers, his surfboard rose from the ashes, and he leapt aboard. Mighty fine passing the time with you, ma'am. If you run into trouble on my turf, send me a wing and a prayer, you hear. Crouching in a kung fu position, God surfed away. Mrs. Combe watched the divinity dwindle. I won't be holding me breath. Mrs. Sasaki ladles my miso soup from the pan into a lacquer bowl. Kiwashi fish and small cubes of tofu. Anju loved kiwashi. Our grandmother used to serve it this way. The miso paste swirls at the bottom, deep-sea sludge. Yellow daikon pickles, salmon rice balls wrapped in seaweed. her comfort food. I exist on toast and yogurt in my capsule, assuming I get up early enough. Real food is too much hassle to make. I know I should be ravenous, but my appetite is still in hiding. I eat to please Mrs. Sasaki. When my grandmother's dog Caesar was dying, he ate just to please his mistress. Mrs. Sasaki, I have some questions. I imagine you do. Where am I? She passes me the bowl. You didn't ask Buntaro. Yesterday was weird all day. I wasn't thinking straight. At all. You are staying in the house of my sister and brother-in-law. Are they the couple in the seashell photo above the facts? Yes, I took that photograph myself. My sister is fond of it. Where are they now? In Germany. Her books sell very well there, so her publisher flew her over for a publicity tour. Her husband is a scholar of European languages, so he burrows in university libraries while she tends to her writerly duties. I slurp my soup. This is good. Does your sister work in the attic? I was wondering if you would find her study. I hope it was okay to go up there. I even began reading some stories I found on the writing desk. I don't think my sister would object. Unread stories aren't stories. She must be a special person, your sister. I trust you will finish those rice balls. Why do you say that? This house. In Tokyo, but it feels as though it could be in a forest during the Kofun period. No telephones, no TV, no computer. Mrs. Sasaki purses her lips when she smiles. I must tell her that. She'll love it. My sister doesn't need a telephone. She was born deaf, you see. And my brother-in-law says the world needs less communication, not more. Mrs. Sasaki slices an orange on the chopping board, and zest stings my nostrils. She sits down. I do not think it would be wise if you return to Ueno. We have no proof those people or their associates are looking for you, but nor do we have any proof that they are not. I vote that we shouldn't take any risks. They knew where to find you on Friday. As a precaution, I ensured your Ueno records were misfiled. Poor Assistant Station Master Aoyama was the only person who might have noticed. I think you should sit tight here until the end of the week. If anybody comes asking for you at Shooting Star, Buntaro will tell them you have left Tokyo for good. If not, the coast is clear enough. This makes sense. Okay. Worry about the future next week. Mrs. Sasaki pours the tea. In the meantime, rest. You don't so much solve problems as live through them. Please don't think I'm not grateful, Mrs. Sasaki. Green tea with barley grains. But why are you and Buntaro being so kind to me? Who matters more than why? Eat. I don't understand. No matter, Miyake-kun. The market town was a raised maze of rubble and scree. The mosque on the hill had taken a direct hit, and its windows were empty sockets. The cathedral smoldered without a roof, and the dome of the synagogue had fallen in. Streetcars lay toppled. Abandoned children waited quietly to die by the roadside. White jeeps from aid organizations drove around, one nearly running over Mrs. Combe. She came to an enormous statue that reigned over the kingdom of ruin. Our beloved commander read the plaque. In his shadow, a gaunt man sizzled worms over a fire. His family watched, their eyes empty of everything but a dreadful hunger. The commander was as plump as the father was skeletal, only the commander was made of bronze. "Excuse me," asked Mrs. Combe, "but I'm looking for the marketplace." "You're standing in it." Mrs. Combe realized he was being serious. "This waste ground, a car bomber struck last week. There is a war on. But surely people need to buy and sell food. What food? We are under siege, if you hadn't noticed." "A siege. They call them sanctions these days." "Fancy. And who is the war between?" "No idea. But surely you can tell when the soldiers fight one another." "The soldiers? Are you crazy? They might get hurt. They have a gentleman's agreement, never fire at a uniform. The purpose of modern warfare is to slay as many civilians as possible. Fancy." Mrs. Combe looked at the rubble-strewn marketplace and said something most unwise. "Looks like I won't be selling any eggs here today anyway." "Eggs." The word spilled across the gutted landscape. "Eggs." Orphans crawled from drains. "Eggs." Old women tapped their canes. "Eggs." Blind pensioners appeared in doorless doorways, twisting their heads to hear better. "Eggs." The crowd grew to a mob in a minute, encircling the statue. The gaunt man was shrieking, "They are mine, I found her first." But nobody paid him any attention. Mrs. Combe was thoroughly disconcerted and struggled to calm the oncoming frenzy. Now, by gum, no need to, the mob surged. A wall of snatching hands collapsed over Mrs. Combe, who squawked in terror as her eggs were pounded underfoot. In panic, she flapped and rose above the crowds, but she was no spring chicken and could only manage a few seconds airborne. As the only roosting sight in reach was the handlebar mustache of the beloved commander, that was where she rested. The mob, at first, was struck dumb by Mrs. Comb's ascension. A little kid bleated out the truth Mrs. Combe longed not to hear. "She ain't no lady." "I most certainly am a lady," Mrs. Combe called down from her perch. "I'll have you know my father ruled the roost. Ladies don't fly, you're a hen." A new word devoured the hungry town. Not eggs, not even hen, but chicken, chicken, chicken. Later the same day, the doorbell chimes and my heart coils up again. I put the manuscript down. Not Buntaro, not Mrs. Sasaki. I am up in the attic study, but I hear a key turned in the front door. An intruder with a skeleton key. I am not imagining it this time. I am learning the silences that fill this house, and I know what is in my head and what is not there. The door swings open, feet in the entrance hall. "Miyake, relax. This is Yuzu Daimon. Come out, wherever you are. Your landlord gave me the key. We meet on the stairs." "You look better than when I last saw you," I say. "Not hard," he replies. "You look even worse. Sheesh, they did that to your eye." His t-shirt reads, "Whoever dies with the most stuff wins." "I came to bring you my apology. I thought I could chop off my little finger." "What would I do with your little finger?" I sound sulky. "Whatever, pickle it, keep it in an enameled casket, ideal for picking your nose in polite society." What a conversation piece. It formerly belonged to the notorious international playboy Yuzu Daimon, you know. "I'd rather use my own finger, thanks." And I wave my hand, vaguely. "Going back was my decision, not yours." "Oh well, I bought you 10 packs of cigarettes to tide you over," he says. I see he is still unsure whether or not I want to lash out at him. If I had to cut off a finger every time I needed to apologize, I'd be up to my shoulder blade by now. Marlboros. I remembered you smoked Marlboros in the pool hall on the fateful night. And your landlord thought you might like your guitar to keep you company, so I brought it over. I left it down in the entrance hall. How do you feel? How do I feel? Weird, but not angry. Thanks, I say. He shrugs. Well, considering, I shrug. The garden is good for smoking. Once I begin from the point where I loaded him into the taxi, I cannot stop until the end, the point where Buntaro loaded me into his car. I can't remember talking so long ever. Daimon never interrupts except to light our cigarettes and to get a beer from the fridge. To my surprise, I even find myself telling him about my father and why I came to Tokyo in the first place. When I finally finish, the sun has gone. What amazes me, I say, is that none of what happened has been reported. How can 40 people get killed, not quietly either, but action movie deaths, and it not be reported? Yakuza wars make the police look useless and the politicos look corrupt, which, as everybody knows, is true. But if the authorities admit it, the voters of Tokyo may be prompted to wonder why they bother paying taxes at all, so it gets kept off TV. But the newspapers, their pet journalists, are fed reports of battles already won and lost higher up the mountainside. Original story-sniffing journalists get blacklisted from news conferences, so newspapers can't keep them. Subtle, isn't it? Then why bother with the news at all? People want their comic strips and bedtime stories. Look. A dragonfly. The old poet monks used to know what week of what month it was just by the color and sheen of dragonflies. How'd you call them? Fuselages. Daimon plays with his lighter. Did you tell your landlord the same full, uncut director's version of the other night that you just told me? I toned down the violence. I also left out the death threats to his wife, since the man who made them is dead. I still don't know what is right and what will give him nightmares and paranoia. Daimon nods. Do you dream about it? I don't sleep much. I open a can of beer. What are your plans? My dad thinks I should disappear for a while, and for once we agree. I'm going back to the States in the morning with my wife. I splurt out beer. You're married since when? Daimon looks at his watch. 5 hours ago. This is Daimon's sincere smile. I only see it once and only for a moment. Miriam Kang Hyo Yeon. The smile is put away. Her real name is Min, a queen with sharp teeth from pre-colonial Korea, apparently. There is stuff about her I can't tell you, but we figured we owe you her real name. I gather she administered you her famous kick. I sewed them back on. Min, her name never stays the same. It will from now on. We clink cans. Congratulations, quick, wedding. That is the point of clandestine marriage and elopement. I got the impression that you hated each other. Hate. Daimon examines his hands. Love. Do your parents know? They've lived separately for 10 years, always very respectably, of course, but they kind of forfeited their rights to advise me on. Daimon plays with his lighter. Relationship matters, but you think your marriage is wise. I think it is one of the most unwise things I have ever done. I do not understand. Shouldn't you be with, Min-san? Yes, I need to be leaving to pick up our air tickets. But before I go, will you show me the photograph of your father? I unfold it from my wallet. He studies it closely but shakes his head. Sorry, I never saw the guy. But listen, I'll ask my dad if he can't find out the contact details of the detective Moreno was in the habit of using. Yakuza usually use the same one or two trusted people. I can't promise. The police department at City Hall is in pandemonium. Nobody knows who's in bed with whom, and Tsuru is apparently back from Singapore, minus chunks of his memories and sanity, but may be useful as a figurehead. But I can promise to try. After that you'll be on your own, but at least you may have a lead to a plan B, plan G, or F maybe. Any lead is better than no lead. We go to the entrance hall. Daimon puts on his sandals. Well then. Enjoy your honeymoon. That is what I like about you, Miyake. What is? He climbs into his Porsche and gives me a quarter wave. Back on the balcony step I light another cigarette. The box of Marlboros is way too heavy. I look inside and find Yuzu Daimon's platinum lighter. One side is inscribed, "To General MacArthur on occasion of 71st birthday, January 1951. From H. Citizens Repatriation Committee, earnest beseech to assist countrymen captured USSR." So the lighter really was the real thing. It must be worth what? A lot. Way too much for me to accept. I go back to the entrance hall and peer through the front door, but Daimon is gone. The sound of his sports car is swallowed by the streets. I work out the meaning with an English dictionary from the attic. Giving me this is more of an apology than cutting off a little finger. I wonder how many HI citizens ever made it back to their parents. Prepare the meal, cried one section of the mob. Cut off the portions and roll them in herbs, howled another. Stuff her with breadcrumbs and roast her with spuds. How Mrs. Combe wished Pithecanthropus would rescue her, even if her suspicion that his hair harbored lice and fleas proved correct in the process. A line of starving choir boys sang food portions, as if their lives depended on their performance. A ladder appeared, and Mrs. Combe realized that soon her refuge would become a trap. How could Ghostwriter possibly cope without her? His shirts would be crumpled, and in time he would starve too. That was when Mrs. Combe remembered the book Ghostwriter had given her. "Hold your horses," she cried, "and you'll sup on something more nourishing than stringy old poultry." The mob paused. Mrs. Combe waved the holy book at them. "Stories. Stories never filled my belly," someone called. The latter moved nearer. "You never heard the right ones is why. Listen." Mrs. Combe turned to page 1, wishing Ghostwriter's handwriting wasn't so spidery. A tightrope artist walked across a high wire. A silent cataract thundered below. Walking on the wire toward him came a girl with eyes as near as Saturn, who asked him, "Do you believe in ghosts?" The tightrope artist frowned and replied, "I couldn't say, miss. "Do you believe in ghosts?" she said, "Of course," and disappeared. A cobblestone missed Mrs. Combe by an inch. "I'm still hungry," howled a wolfman in sackcloth, and the latter was propped up against the knees of the beloved commander. "Wait," gulped Mrs. Combe, "wait, listen to one more." She lost her place and turned to page 9. "Father, father, why hast thou forsaken me?" The noon sun browned. A spectral hush fell to earth. The mob grew silent, then nervous, and suddenly screamed with hysteria. Phantoms! Men, women, and children drained away down cracks and culverts. In half a minute Mrs. Combe was left alone on the beloved commander, surveying a marketplace empty but for rubble and the body of a black marketeer whose skull had been staved by a loose cobblestone. "Goodness gracious," Mrs. Combe remarked. "Great balls of fire," added God, levitating on his surfboard. "Ma'am, God, that is my name, salvation's the game. I called you. This here neighborhood ain't what it once was, ma'am. What say I give you a lift somewhere?" Mrs. Combe realized she was saved. "I'd thank you kindly if you take me back to the venerable bus. Nothing but a pack of desperate folk in these parts. God, nothing but hairless savages. They are just hungry, ma'am, very hungry. Jump aboard and hold on tight." Mrs. Combe tightened her headscarf and wondered why human beings despise what is beautiful and good and seek to destroy the things they need the most. She could not understand it. She could not begin to understand. Another 2 or 3 days of nothing weather. "I spend them the same way. I get up late, smoke in the garden, and make some tea and toast. I watch my black eye dapple lighter. I clean up the living room and the kitchen, hide my trash and the more obvious evidence of my presence, and go up to the attic to read. I feel safest up here. I read detective stories by Kagoro Eiichai. I read Kitchen by Banana Yoshimoto. I read The Makioka Sisters by Junichiro Tanizaki. I read a novel by Philip K. Dick about a parallel universe where Japan and Germany won the Second World War, in which an author writes a novel about a parallel universe where America and Britain won. I read No Longer Human by Osamu Dazai, which we were supposed to read at school but which I never did. Anju was the reader, never me. Looking back, I was jealous of her books for the hours she gave them. And at high school we had those Japanese classes designed to maim the fun of reading, with all those questions such as indicate the word most appropriately describing the emotion we experience when we read the following. The mournful cries of the seagulls were borne over the waves as my father set sail for the final time. A nostalgic B poignant, C wistful, D esoteric, E heartful. I hated those classes more than anything else at high school, which is saying a lot. Who is this jerk-off anyway? I never met him, but the books and teachers made me feel as if there was something wrong with me if I disagreed with we. This morning I am reading a French novel called Le Grand Molnes. I am fat on books. For snacks between meals I read the Ghostwritten stories by Mrs. Sasaki's sister. There are dozens of them. Mrs. Sasaki says her sister wrote them for her nephew Buntaro. When he was a little boy, Buntaro had a childhood. Weird. Now she writes them to warm up in the morning. Reading is hungry work. When I feel like lunch I go down to the kitchen and eat some food from the fridge, and an apple or banana. Afterward I trawl the pond for fallen leaves with a big net and feed the fish. Then I go back up to the attic to read some more until it gets dark. I tape blackout paper to the triangular window and play my guitar very quietly, in case somebody hears until Buntaro or Mrs. Sasaki comes. We eat together and chat. Nobody has come looking for me at either Shooting Star or Uno so far. After supper, I lock, bolt, and chain the door, do push-ups and sit-ups, and take a shower. I still sleep downstairs on the sofa, where I stand a good chance of hearing intruders before they get to me. I carry on reading until the early hours and finally fall asleep. My dreams are shallow, floating dreams, zoom lenses, parked cars, people who smile knowingly at me. I can smell again. I never notice smell so much as now. I remap the house, this time in smells. The living room is polished to Tommy incense. The kitchen is cooking oil, stainless steel, hard currents. The main bedroom is linen, jasmine, varnish. The garden is leaf juice, pond life, and smoke tufts. This house is so quiet. The slightest noise is as impossible to ignore as the shrillest cell phone conversation on a commuter submarine. I hear things I never normally notice. Fluids through my tubes, my joints as I climb the shelves, the vibrations of cars, crows, and doors several streets away, a fly on a window pane, a futon being beaten. The fax machine beeps. I put down the grand molnas, go downstairs, and find the fax lying on the floor. Miyake. Moreno's detective will receive mail sent to address below. Be cautious. Do not give address until sure okay. We board flight 30 mins. Hope you find the man. A post office box in Edegawabashi follows. I write the address down on a cigarette box flap, hide it in my wallet, and set the fax alight in an ashtray with General Douglas MacArthur's lighter. This is an overdramatic act, in a Ken Takakura movie sort of way, but I like flames. I glance up at the photo of Mrs. Sasaki's sister. The wine in her glass is cool and scents the air. So, she says, what happens in the next chapter? Which shrouds Pithecanthropus peered from his undercarriage hammock. The venerable bus was on its night journey. White lines sped from the blurry darkness ahead, vanished toward the distant past. Pithecanthropus loved the lullaby swing of his hammock and the fingers of the headwind stroking his fur. A piebald rabbit, headlit and hypnotized, hurtled unharmed beneath the wheels, and its nose nearly touched Pithecanthropus's proboscis. Hot diggity, thought the rabbit, finding itself alive after all. The angel of death is one dingo-ugsome critter. Wait until I tell my relatives. By and by, Pithecanthropus yawned and slid down inside his hammock again, settling in the sediment of wishbones, flat batteries, oily rags, and Stilton rind. His final thought was that it was not the venerable bus that moved over the earth, but the earth that spun beneath the vehicle's four ancient, spinning, yet stationary wheels. The bumps of Mrs. Combs' vacuum cleaning in her boudoir, directly above his hammock, awoke Pithecanthropus several hours later. The venerable bus's journey had come to an end as the new day dawned. Without stirring, Pithecanthropus could tell they had parked somewhere hot from the aroma of dry-roasted locusts. He crawled out and got to his feet in an ochre desert of pebbles, boulders, and bones. The sun's naked eyeball stared unblinkingly from a pink dry sky. The desert wind stirred but did not cool the heat. Unswerving as an algebraic constant, the road ran to its vanishing point. Pithecanthropus flexed his mighty biceps, drummed his triple-barreled triceps, and bellowed his morning roar. Mrs. Combe shook the crumbs from the breakfast tablecloth, muttering, as she did every morning, "Must we put up with that ungodly racket every morning?" Ghostwriter appeared on the steps and climbed down to the baked earth. "Good morning." Pithecanthropus bowed shyly to Mrs. Combe and grunted a greeting and a question to Ghostwriter. "I believe," the latter replied, "that we have arrived in the Northern Territories, but of Terra Australis or Mars I cannot be sure." If one consults Sir Joseph Banks's Magnum, Ghostwriter never finished his sentence because a maelstrom of feathers arose from nowhere, engulfed the venerable bus, and deprived the writer of the power of speech. Moogurning, fulating, macabering, hallucinogenic birds, many unseen since the days when mythology was common gossip. Mrs. Combe dived for cover under the steps. Pithecanthropus lost his vision in the winged rhythms and glimpsed his childhood in fossilized forests. Ghostwriter was identifying and classifying. Archaeopteryx, the licker's goose, Quetzalcoatlus, greater hopeless auks, nightjars at noon. He closed his eyes and a druggy smile encircled his face. Fragments, I hear fragments. Time spun for a time until the birds vanished thitherly as suddenly as hitherly. Extraordinary avifauna, declared Ghostwriter once he had relocated his tongue. Come out, Mrs. Combe, the coast is clear. Do you know I heard fragments of the truly untold tale? The birds were singing it to me. Excuse me, friends, but I must repair to my writing bureau without further delay. I sit at the writing bureau with a fresh sheet of paper, and for a moment the page is perfect. The photograph of my father is open on the bureau too. How do you write a letter to a real live private detective? Dear sir, you don't know me, but rejected. Dear sir, I am the late Mr. Moreno's personal assistant, and I am writing to ask for a replacement. Rejected. Dear sir, my name is Eiji Miyake. You spied on me not so long ago. For rejected. I decide to be uncunning and brief. Sir, please send a copy of the ID file on Eiji Miyake to Box 333 Tokyo Evening Mail. Thank you. If it works, it works. If it fails, nothing I could say would have persuaded him anyway. I go back down to the garden and burn the 3 drafts. If Buntaro or Mrs. Sasaki found out, they would tell me I am insane for seeking out anyone connected to Moreno, and of course they would be quite right. But surely, if the detective posed a threat, we would know about it by now. He sifted through my capsule for Moreno, so he knows where to find me. I put the note into an envelope, address, and seal it. That was the easy part. Now I have to go out and post it. I pull my baseball cap down low, take the key from the hook by the door, and put my shoes on. I raise the latch on the main gate and enter the real world. No brakes, no mysterious cars, just a quiet, residential street built down a sedate slope. All the houses are set back from the road behind high fences with automatic gates. Several have video cameras. Each property probably costs more than a whole village in Yakushima. I wonder if Ai Imajo lives in this sort of street, with that sort of bedroom window behind that sort of hedge. I hear a girl laughing, and from out of an alley flies a junior high school kid on a bike with his girl standing on the rear wheel spindles. What a gross story, she repeats, over and over, laughing and flicking back her hair. Gross. The slope leads to a busy main road lined with stores. All motion and noise, every vehicle a mission. I feel as though I am a ghost revisiting a place where I was never particularly happy. I pass a supermarket where mangoes and papayas lie exquisitely ribboned. Kids play tag in the aisles. In the supermarket parking lot, the men watch TV in their cars. A pregnant girl my age walks along, hands on her hump. Builders clamber along girders. A blowtorch hisses magnesium. I pass a kindergarten. Children in color-coded hats run along paths of Brownian motion. What is Tokyo for? I haven't decided. I feel uneasy trusting in my anonymity. Nobody stops and points. No traffic crashes. No birds fall out of the sky. No, hey, look, there's that kid who witnessed 30 or more men get blown away by gangsters 3 or 4 nights ago. Do soldiers feel this when they get back from a war? The utter weirdness of utter normality. The post office is full of babies bawling and pensioners staring into inner distance. I wait my turn, looking at the "Have you seen this person?" posters of society's #1 enemies with the plastic surgery faces they are fancied to have adopted. Do not attempt to apprehend these criminals. They may be armed and dangerous. The person behind nudges me. The assistant asks for the 3rd or 4th time. Yes, sir. I'd like to mail this, please. I pay. She gives me my stamps and change, then addresses the customer behind me. It is true. What happened to me last Friday night is locked inside my head, and nothing shows on my face. I lick the stamps, stick them on, and balance the envelope on the lip of the box. Is this wise? I let the letter go. It falls with a papery slap. When did wise ever come into it? Onward, plan G. I look up into the eye of a video camera. Outside, the air is heavier and gustier than it was, and swallows are diving low. Another video camera watches the supermarket parking lot. Yet another is mounted on the bridge to meditate on passing traffic. Who watches for what and why? I hurry back. Evening brings rain in slow motion. I am up in the attic. The The paper turned white to blue and now is nearly as gray as the ink, but I am content just to sit here and watch the watercourses trickle down the window panes. In Yakushima they boast about the rain. Uncle Pachinko says it rains 35 days per month. Here in Tokyo, when did it last rain? That summer storm, on the day of my stakeout. I was such a holy fool. What if my father really has no interest in even meeting me? What if he is a Yakuza man too? Sometimes the watercourses follow the one before, other times they split off. Then my father owes it to me to tell me himself. His job, his way of life, even is not the point. In the street outside, the cars of ordinary husbands swish by on their way to ordinary homes. A car cuts its engine outside and my sense of peace drains away. I peer through the triangular window, Buntaro's beat-up old Honda. Here comes my savior, leaping the flooding drain, covering his bald patch with a newspaper. Ghostwriter sat at his writing bureau, watching the perfect sentences orbit inches above his head, waiting for him to pin them onto paper with his brush. Which was, where? Ghostwriter looked for his brush. Most odd, he thought. I quite clearly remember placing it on my blotter when I heard Pithecanthropus yawning. He searched for it in the places it should be, then might be, and then could not possibly be. Only one conclusion remained. "Thief!" cried Ghostwriter. "Thief, thief!" Mrs. Combe was by his side in a semi-jiffy. "Let me explain once more, sir. Your snack paper goes in this tray here, but your writings and what-not go in." Ghostwriter shook his head. "No, Mrs. Combe, it is not my manuscript that has gone missing this time, but my writing brush. Yes, the self-same brush Lady Shanagan used to write her pillow book 13,000 crescent moons ago. The tongue of M, my imagination. The vocal cords of M, my inspiration, without which M, my career is over. M, moreover, I am doomed. The critics will construct me." Pithecanthropus grunted a question. "The thief surely struck while the deployed birds decoyed our suspicions." Mrs. Combe tightened her apron strings. "Never fear, sir, we found us a thief before and will find us one again, shan't us you?" Pithecanthropus was so pleased to be addressed directly by Mrs. Combe that he grunted happily. Instead of pointing out that tracking in a muddy margin was one thing, but following tracks across windy sand was an entirely different cauldron of newts. As usual, Mrs. Combe Ghostwriter forced himself to calm down. "You are right. Yes. Let us apply logic to these direst of straits. My writing brush is missing. Where does one find pens, quills, and implements of that kidney? At the ends of sentences. The ends of lines. We must focus our energies on locating lines. Only one line out here, sir." "Which line would that be, pray, Mrs. Combe?" "Why, sir, the line running down the middle of the road." Ghostwriter clapped his hoofs. "Friends, prepare for war." Mrs. Combe was tiring and perspiring under her parasol and worried that her next egg would be laid already hard-boiled. Pithecanthropus panted heavily. The road cooked holes in his soles. Ghostwriter saw mirages of intransitive verbs freeze and melt. Pools of lead bubbled in the sand. Time relapsed and collapsed. Ghostwriter dabbed his brow with his paisley kerchief and verified that what he saw was truly true. "Aha, friends, take heart. The white lines are veering from the road. My writing brush cannot now be far." Mrs. Combe insisted that they stop for a predessert prickly pear dessert. Somewhat refreshed, they followed the lines into a labyrinth of boulders and crags. Reptiles dry-fried themselves on volcanic rocks. Pithecanthropus grew uneasy. Something, he was sure, was watching them. He grunted nothing for fear of upsetting Mrs. Combe. "I say," said Ghostwriter at the head of the expedition. "We seem to be here." The three drew level at the lip of a smooth, white, steep, wide crater with a black hole in its center. "Extraordinary," gasped Ghostwriter, "to stumble across radio telescope technology in this benighted desert." "You can call it a radio telethingamajig if you want to, sir, but I recognize a lavatory bowl when I see one. Must take a month o' Whitman days to polish, or key era oak." For the second time that morning Mrs. Combe was interrupted by a non-existent bird, but this one was a far nastier piece of work, an evil-eyed saw-toothed pterodactyl with a wingspan that eclipsed the sun. Ghostwritter's rear was speared clear down the crater. His hoofs were unable to gain traction on the ceramic surface. Mrs. Combe swooped down on an intercept course, but, unable to pull out of her beak dive, disappeared down the black hole a moment after Ghostwriter. Pithecanthropus was not afraid of anything prehistoric, or post-historic for that matter, but when he thought of his only friend and Mrs. Combe alone in the darkness beneath his feet, his cranium throbbed with anxiety. Without another thought he tobogganed toward the bottomless blackness. The early man's long fall was broken by tangles and meshes. Far above, a pinhole let in a ray of light. Pithecanthropus grunted. "Yes," replied Ghostwriter in wobbly tones. My Miltonic descent was parried by a potpourri of porous packing. "Mrs. Combe, are you within earshot?" his housekeeper clucked. "It'll take more than a tumble to knock my stuffing out, sir. But whatever is this cobwebby muck strung up everywhere? Where can we have landed, I wonder?" A wall of light opened up and an aristocratic voice rang out. "Welcome to my palatial website, O Ghostwriter." A woman appeared, wearing a technicolor crown and a power suit. "We have been expecting you." Her hair was sunshine and her lips shiny, but she seemed two-dimensional because she was. The wall was a giant screen that lit a chamber strewn with electrical cables. "My name is Queen Shrouds." Her royal smile was atomic. "I am unfamiliar," Ghostwriter squinted, "with your Majesty's empire." "The future is my empire." "Oh, aye," clucked Mrs. Combe. "You and whose army?" Queen Shrouds shone brighter. "My army is the media. Right grand, doubtless, but we are looking for a stolen writing brush, and we have firm suspicions that it found its way down this hole." "Indeed?" Queen Shrouds deigned to glance at Mrs. Combe. "I had it stolen." "Grand way for a queen to act," cooed Mrs. Combe. "We call the likes of you thief where I come from." "Her Majesty Neva stole it herself, ye scraggy drumsticks," rang a rodent retort. "I lifted ye pen from under ye noses when Her Madge digitized a birdstorm," Pithecanthropus grunted in amazement. "Scatrat," gasped Ghostwriter. The felon appeared on screen, leering and harp-stringing his whiskers. "But how did you arrive whence? Wherefore?" "Being marginalized was a drag. I've been trucking along in your rust bucket ever since the caveman trashed my scat pad, until this morning when Her Madge Queen Shrouds made me an offer no honest rat could refuse. I lure you to her website, and she uploads me. I am the world #1 cyber rat." Ghostwriter chewed his beard. "Why would you voluntarily renounce your solid state for the virtual? The whole internet is my rat run now, beardy. I lightspeed down the cables I used to bust up my teeth chewing. Let us cut to the quick, goatee. Queen Shrouds has granted ye this audience to make ye the same offer." The Queen close-upped. Her kaleidoscopic eyes loomed large. "Indeed, O Ghostwriter, on this side of the screen awaits the future. Paper is dead, have you not heard?" Her voice scaled operatic heights. "You shall compose your untold tales in a virtual heaven, and I, as your cyber regent, I," pecked Mrs. Combe, "the nub." "Silence, hen." "Ghostwriter, digitize yourself to my loving embrace, and we shall iron out that troublesome speech defect. Imagine you uttering sentences at the speed of charged particles instead of an amputee marathon," Ghostwriter glared. "Your imagery is tasteless. My stammer discerns my true friends from the false." "I refuse." Queen Shrouds filed her nails. Luddites everywhere, nor any stop to think." "Then I shall digitize you anyway, ram-raid your virtual brain, synthesize every story you could ever compose, and delete the leftover bytes with those of your tedious companions Mr. Id and Madame Ego Scatrat. Bring the digitizer online." The evil queen's face receded to allow space for the awesome cannon contraption Scatrat was lugging on screen. Ghostwriter struggled, but the web of cables held him fast. Where is the fulfillment in stealing stories from another's pen? The queen looked genuinely puzzled. Fulfillment. Writing is not about fulfillment. Writing is about adoration, glamour, awards. When I was a mere human, I learned the language of writers, oh yes. I said conceit instead of idea. I said tour de force instead of quite good. I said cult classic instead of this trash will never sell. Did it bring me fulfillment? No, it brought me overdrafts and obscurity. But by capturing your imagination in my motherboard, oh go-teed one, the literary cosmos will be my cocktail bar. Scatrat, get ready to fire. Sir, flapped Mrs. Combe, do something. Ghostwriter lowered his horns. You are forgetting one thing. Queen Shrouds dismissed him. On the count of 3, Scatrat, 1, 2, I will be heard. Under the riddle clause of the evil queen law, Ghostwriter quoted from memory, disagreements arising between evil queens and captives shall be settled by a riddle posed to the latter party by the former. Unless said riddle is executed, it is illegal to store captive in any form by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, without prior permission of captive and captive's publishers. Stop countdown flashed on and off. The wintry iris and laser pupil of Queen Shrouds filled the screen. Oh, Scatrat, say it is not so, do. Scatrat could be heard twanging a whisker. Just an old formality, your Madge. Leave it to ye ever so humble. I'll zip 2 insolvable riddles at evil queens. Sup, organ, get de numero uno brain shredder. Relax. Feta cheese is in de bag. The queen frowned and uttered, make it so. She closed her eyes in cyberdelectation. And then his soul, gassy colors popped and fused, stories, she tossed back her head, and book deals in 99 languages will be mine. Mine. Her laughing mouth plunged the website into bucking bronchial blackness. I finish my noodles first, so I broached the subject. Buntaro, I need to talk about money. Buntaro fishes for tempura batter. What money, exactly? Rent for next month. I dunno how to tell you this, but I don't have it. Not now that the money from Uno will stop. I know this is a lot to ask, but could you take it out of my deposit? Buntaro looks worried about me, or the elusive tempura. I go on. I am really ashamed after everything you and Mrs. Sasaki have done for me. But you should know now, so if, I dunno, if you wanted to give me my marching orders, I mean I would understand, really. Got you. Buntaro holds up the shrimp between his chopsticks and delicately nibbles its head off. The wife had a better idea, kid. She wants a vacation before she gets too pregnant for the airlines to let her fly. You know, we got to thinking how long it has been since we took a week off together. Guess how long? I shake my head. Never, literally never. Before I took over Shooting Star, we were always too broke, and since then, well, a video store can never sleep. When I work, she rests. When she works, I rest. 9 years have gone by like that. She phoned around a few hotels in Okinawa this morning off-season, loads of cheap deals. So our proposal is this. You look after the store next week, and that can take care of rent for October. All of October. The working hours are brutal, be warned, 10 a.m. to midnight, 7 days. Added up, it comes to a poor hourly rate, but it would give you a breathing space to land another job. You would really leave me in charge of the store. No Al Pacino lookalike has come around asking for you. Hiding here was wise, but you can come out now. No, I mean, would you trust me with your, business? My wife does, so I do, and I got a glowing reference from your previous employer. Buntaro starts toothpicking. Running the store is easy, I can teach you everything in 30 minutes, and my mom will drop by every evening to pick up the cash and do the accounts. What do you say? Do I tell my wife to book our hotel in our subtropical paradise of American heliports and guides whose makeup never runs? Of course, sure, thank you. No need to, kid, this is business. Let's smoke a Marlboro on the step to seal a mutually beneficial package, but don't tell my wife. I'm supposed to be quitting in time for Kodai's grand opening. We go outside and get through most of a packet, listening to the frogs and the rain in the pond. The rain and smoke keep the mosquitoes away. The way, says Buntaro. Does the name Ai Imajo happen to mean anything to you? I scratch the back of my head and nod. Friend or foe? Friend, I hope. Why? Apparently she appeared at Ueno Lost Property this morning to report a lost Eiji Miyake. My mother said you had left Tokyo unexpectedly for family reasons. The young lady made a nice of him to let me know. Face, thanked my mother and went away. I stay poker-faced because I know my landlord is watching from the corner of his eye. Well, Buntaro gets to his feet. I'll go and tell my wife our good news. I walk through with him to the entrance hall. Buntaro pretends to check for dust. I must say you keep this place neat as a palace. Neater than your luxury penthouse anyway. He slaps his shirt pocket and takes something out. I am a dolt, I forgot. This pictogram thing came for you today. Well, sleep tight and pleasant dreams. When Buntaro has gone, I take the pictogram into the living room and inspect it by the lamplight. Nagano, Mountain Paradise. Something tells me Buntaro's memory lapse was no accident. This is from my mother, forwarded by Aunt Yin. I sit down and balance it on my knee. It hardly weighs a thing, but it weighs so much. Skies gray with snow, mountainsides pink with cherry blossom, snow turquoise with sky, happy hikers, happy skiers. More intimate blame-shifting revelations. The creator of Ghostwritten looks down at me. I cannot see her eyes, but I can hear her voice. I don't think you're being very fair to her. I scowl at her. You know, we are all of us writers, busy writing our own fictions about how the world is and how it came to be this way. We concoct plots and ascribe motives that may or may not coincide with the truth. I scowl at the envelope, wondering. Take your mother, you write her part for her. Have you ever wondered how she writes her part? Go on. Open it now. Spare us further agony. Just like Mrs. Sasaki, the author is sympathetic and stern in equal measures. I flick the envelope with my finger moodily over and over. Ah, she sighs, and the drowsy sea in the background sighs too. The young Pithecanthropus, meanwhile, had slipped from the wired jungle and was exploring the edges of the cavernous website. He noticed that all the cables led to a single giant plug. Resting on this plug, hidden in a rack of Phillips screwdrivers, Pithecanthropus, with his keen eyes, made out Ghostwritten's beloved writing brush. He stowed it in the waxy hair above his ear and made his way back to the screen when he heard TV orchestra music announce Scatrat's return. The rodent was dressed in a glittering Quizmaster jacket, clutching an envelope marked $1 million riddle. Queen shrouds hissed in anticipation. Let us be quite clear. When you fail to answer, your copyright reverts to me, Mrs. Combe clucked. When Sir answers right, we go free with Sir's pen. Queen shrouds ignored her. Scatrat, let the riddling commence. Scatrat slit the envelope with a fang. Drum rolls cued from hidden speakers. What, pray, is the most mathematical animal in the universe? Mrs. Combe tutted. Well, what kind of a daft question is that? Scatrat slurped his side of the screen in a most disgusting manner. You got 60 seconds, go T. Go, a stopwatch appeared in the corner and countdown music began. Ghostwritten chewed his beard. Let me see now, the most mathematical animal. Well, the case for humans is fatally undermined by their television. Dolphins excel in the brain weight-body weight means test. However, no clever Euclidean geometrician exists than the Bolus's spider. Yet what of the scallop's knowledge of Cartesian oval lenses? Oh, crikey, what can the answer be? Only 15 seconds remained, and Queen Shrouds and Scatrat were already dancing a celebratory rumba. I can see the rapturous reviews. The Queen clapped gleefully. Taste the publisher's lunches. Desperately, Mrs. Combe searched in her handbag for an inspirational snack, but all she found was an old chestnut. Pithecanthropus chose that moment to tap Mrs. Combe's wing and show her Ghostwritten's writing brush. In the glare of the screen, however, Mrs. Combe's sharp eyes spotted the focus of her loathing jump between the primitive ancestor's eyebrows. Fleas, she shrieked. Fleas. Queen Shrouds' rumba halted. I beg your pardon, Ghostwritten clopped his hoofs. By Jiminy, yes, of course, the most mathematical animal is the flea. Scatrat's leer disappeared. You gotta say why or it don't count. Ahem. Ghostwriter allowed himself a faint smile. Fleas subtract from happiness, divide attention, add to miseries, and multiply alarmingly. Scatret gazed up at his screen idol. Some you win your match, some you. Queen Shrouds muted him with a double click of her fingers. You corrupted, bugged cybervermin. Only one punishment fits this crime. Scatrat's nuuo diminished in volume as he was dragged to the recycle bin where all his ones were zeroed. The queen turned her furious gaze to Ghostwriter. Gigabytes crackled. And if you think, oh Billy Goat, some legal babble prevents a real live witch, Mrs. Combe gasped as the queen tossed away her crown and resumed her hideous cronehood. Yes, witch shrouds herself from seizing the object of her desires, then even for a creator of fiction you are cretinous beyond belief. She primed the on-screen digitizer. 5, 4, 3, 2. Pithecanthropus pulled the plug on the project. The system crashed and the website of the witch vanished as if it had never existed, which in a sense it hadn't, for Ghostwriter, Mrs. Combe, and Pithecanthropus found themselves sitting in the sun-blasted desert, too astonished to utter a syllable. September 20, a ski resort town in the Nagano Mountains, Eiji. If you tried to contact me after I sprung myself from the clinic in Miyazaki, it was sweet of you, but I couldn't stay there any longer. Anywhere on Kyushu is too close to Yakushima for comfort. If you didn't, I don't blame you. I didn't expect you to. I may have problems, but the patients there were so scary I figured I'd take my chances back in the big bad world. At least they give you knives and forks out here. Burn the last letter I wrote. Burn it, please. I won't ask you for a single thing, but I'm asking you to do this. The only thing Dr. Suzuki made me realize is that there comes a point in your life, and when you pass this point you can't change. You are what you are, for better or worse, and that is that. I shouldn't have told you about the stairs incident. You must hate me. I would. Sometimes I honestly do. Hate myself, I mean. Be careful of counselors, therapists, head doctors. They poke around and take things to bits without thinking about how they'll put it all back together. Burn the letter. Letters like that shouldn't exist, especially on Yakushima. Burn it. So here I am in Nagano. What sunsets they make in these mountains. The hotel is at the foot of Mount Hakuba, and the view from my room is swallowed up by the mountain. It needs a different word to describe it every day. You should visit Nagano someday. In the Edo period, all the missionaries from the capital used to summer up here. I suppose we have the missionaries to thank for naming these mountains the Japan Alps. Why do people always have to compare things with abroad? Like Kagoshima, the Naples of Japan that always sets my teeth on edge. Nobody knows what the locals used to call the mountains before anyone knew the Alps, or even Europe was out there. Am I the only one who thinks this is depressing? I'm staying as a non-paying guest in a small hotel opened by someone I knew from my days in Tokyo, years and years ago, after I left you to the tender mercies of your grandmother. He is a big-shot hotelier now, quite respectable, except for 2 very expensive divorces, which I'm sure he deserved, just as he deserves his success now. He changed before he reached that critical point where your life is set in concrete. He wanted me to help scout for a location for a new hotel he wants to build from scratch, but he doesn't know how much I drink yet, or he's persuading himself he can save me. His favorite 2 words are project and venture. The snows are due in early November, only 6 weeks away, another year on its last legs. If I have spent the good old days currency I have with my friend by winter, I may go in search of warmer climes. Old Chinese proverb, guests are like fish, after 3 days they begin to stink. I hear Monte Carlo is pleasant for wintering. I hear Prince Charles of England may be available. I had a dream about Anju last night. Anju, a Siberian tiger running past me in an underpass. I knew it was Siberian because the yellow stripes were white, and a game where you had to hide a bone egg in a library. Anju won't leave me alone. I paid a priest a fortune to perform rites for her soul, but now I think that I should have spent the money on French wine, for all the good it did. I never dream about you. In fact, I never remember any of my dreams except the Anju ones. Why is that? Dr. Suzuki seemed to think, who cares? Just burn the letter, please. The study of tales ghostwriter sat at his writing bureau and watched bats stream from the bracken-matted dusk. Shadows danced in the forest of moss. I declare, I could swear, ghostwriter thought. Not like that sewer-mouthed scatret, I trust, sir, replied Mrs. Combe, who was polishing the stair. Ghostwriter stroked the writing brush of Lady Shawnegan and thought. In the arborescent soul, far and deep, I may glean the truly untold tale. The venerable bus penetrated this forest 7 days ago and has not moved on. Unprecedented. What might it signify? The evening was cooling. Mrs. Combe shivered. Foxtrot pudding for supper, sir. You give your eyes a rest and play a nice round of blind man's Scrabble. She hoped they would wake up somewhere else the following morning, but doubted that they would. The venerable bus had traveled nowhere that night. Pithecanthropus was on his morning dig, tunneling through creaking coal seams in search of diamonds for Mrs. Comb's birthday, for he had heard that they were a girl's best friend and might put in a word in his favor. This far down, Pithecanthropus could hear the earth furnace boom and clang to its own rhythms. Ores are not found so far below the land, among troll larvae and veins of unknown metals, and Pithecanthropus lost all track of time, so he could not have said when it was that an impossibly distant voice found him at last. He strained to listen. You hulking great lout, where are you when I need you? Mrs. Combe, needing him. Pithecanthropus swam upward through the loosened earth with a mighty breaststroke and resurfaced within 60 seconds. Mrs. Combe was flapping in circles as wildly as any headless chicken waving a note. Here you are at last, muck-grubbing around in a crisis, Pithecanthropus grunted. Sir has upped and offed. I knew he wasn't himself last night, and this morning I find this note on the stove. She thrust it at Pithecanthropus, who groaned, all those squiggles skidding over the paper. Mrs. Combe sighed. 3 million years you've had to learn how to read. The letter says sir has gone into this mucky forest, alone. He said he didn't want to drag us into anything dangerous. What if he meets a mild cannibal, much less a wild animal? What if the venerable bus drives off tonight? We'd never see sir again, and he forgot his asthma inhaler. Mrs. Combe began sobbing into her apron. The sight wrung Pithecanthropus's giant heart. First his story, then his pen, and now he's lost himself. Pithecanthropus grunted imploringly. Are you sure? You can track sir in this forest. Pithecanthropus grunted reassuringly. I hear Buntaro let himself in downstairs. Hang on, I yell. I'll be right down. 2 o'clock already. Today is the last day of my exile. I feel tired again. It rained last night and fat fingers kept prying me awake. I kept dreaming somebody was trying to force a window somewhere. I tidy the pages of the manuscript on the writing bureau and pick my way between the books to the trapdoor. I shout down, sorry, Buntaro. I lost track of the time. I go down to the living room where a shadow closes the door behind me. It is not Buntaro. My heart rams itself up my throat. She is a slight, severe, middle-aged woman, unafraid, curious, reading me. She is dressed in forgettable clothes, anonymous as a face in a catalog. You would pass her 100 times and never notice her, unless she suddenly appeared in your living room. How owlish and scarred and gray she is. Her stare goes on as if she has every right to be here and is waiting for the intruder me to explain himself. Who, are you? I eventually manage. You invited me, Eiji Miyake. Her voice you would not forget, cracked as cane, dry as drought. So I came, a passing lunatic, but I never invited anyone. But you did. 2 days ago you sent an invitation to my mail drop. Her, Morino's detective. Correct, my name is Yamia. She disarms me with a smile as friendly as a dagger thrust. Yes, I am a woman, not a man in drag. Invisibility is a major asset in my line of work. However, discussing my modus operandi is not why you asked me to drop by, is it? I hope you will offer me a chair. All too weird. Sure, please sit down. Mrs. Yamya takes the sofa, so I take the floor by the window. She has the eye of a meticulous reader, which makes me the book. She looks behind me. Nice garden, nice property. Nice neighborhood. Over to me, it seems. I offer her a Marlboro from Daimone's final box, but she shakes her head. I light mine. How did you, trace me? I obtained your address from the Tokyo Evening Mail. They gave you my address? No, I said I obtained it. I trailed Mr. Ajizo here yesterday evening to note when we could talk undisturbed. With respect, Mrs. Yamya, I asked for a file, not a visit. With respect, Mr. Miyake, see it from my point of view. I receive a note from a mysterious nobody asking for the self-same file I compiled for the late Ryutaro Morino 3 days before the night of the long knives. How coincidental. I earn a living by unpicking coincidences. Your note was a bleeding lamb tossed into a swimming pool of sharks. I had 3 theories you were a potential client testing my professionalism. Someone with a potentially lucrative personal interest in Eiji Miyake, or the father of Eiji Miyake himself. All 3 were worth a follow-up. I do so, and I discover you are the son of the father. From the garden I hear a crow caw-cawing. I wonder what happened to Mrs. Yamya to make her so sad but so steel-willed. You know my father, only socially. Mrs. Yamya, I would like to ask you more cleverly and indirectly, but, will you please give me the file on my father? Mrs. Yamya forms a cage with her long, strong fingers. Now we have got to why I am here, precisely, to consider this very question. How much money do you want? Please, Mr. Miyake, you are too poor to bribe a bicycle inspector. Then what are we supposed to be considering? Whether or not I deserve it? Mrs. Yamya's murmur could hush a stadium. Deserve is a hazardous verb. It is best to leave it out of the equation. So what does enter the equation? The garden crow hops over to the balcony and peers in. Mrs. Yamya folds her arms. Consequences. The doorbell goes and I twitch. Hot ash falls on my legs and a specially rigged light strobes on and off several times, for Mrs. Sasaki's sister's deafness, I guess. I stub out my cigarette. It lies there, stubbed. The doorbell goes again. I hear a slight laugh. Mrs. Yamya doesn't move. Aren't you going to answer it? Excuse me, I say, and she nods. Stupidly, I am too phased to put the chain on the door, and the 2 young men seem so pleased to see me that for a moment I panic. This is a setup organized with Mrs. Yamya, and I've walked straight into it. Hi there, they beam. Which one spoke? Immaculate white shirts, conservative ties, sheeny, computer-generated hair, hardly regular Yakuza garb. They irradiate health and positive vibes. Hello, sir, is this a bad time? Because we have great news. They are either going to produce guns or tell me about a spectacular discount kimono service. You, do. I glance behind me. You bet I do. You see, Lord Jesus Christ is waiting outside the door of your heart at this very moment. He wants to know if you have a few minutes to spare so he can tell you about the joy that will be yours if you unlock your heart and let his love come in. I breathe sheer relief. They take this as a yes and turn up their zeal volume even higher. Your heart seems no stranger to trouble, my friend. We are here with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Perhaps you've heard of our missionary work. No, I haven't actually. Another stupid thing to say. When I finally close the door, these Mormon smiles are ironed on, holding a brochure called Truth, and get back to the living room. Nobody is there. I open the balcony doors, surprised. Did I imagine my grim visitor? Mrs. Yamya, the crow, is gone too. Nothing but the layered buzzes and summer creaks and hisses. A butterfly with gold digger eyes mistakes me for a bush. I watch it, and moments telescope into minutes. When I go back in, I notice what I missed at first: a brown envelope lying on the sofa where Mrs. Yamya had sat. Any brief hope that she left me the file folder on my father is snuffed out right away. The envelope is labeled Tokyo Evening Mail Correspondence Box 333. Inside is a letter, addressed to me in the handwriting of a very old person. I sit down and slit it open. Where mossy drapes hung so thickly that Ghostwriter could hardly advance, his feet splashed in a babbling brook. The tea-colored stream was clattery under hoof with dinner plates. Ghostwriter lapped up a mouthful, and immediately his head cleared and spirits revived. A stream of consciousness, he rejoiced. Must be in the Darjeeling foothills. As Ghostwriter paddled upstream, the moss thinned. Lantern orchids lit the noon gloom, opal hummingbirds probed bleeding figs, and far above, the forest canopy was chalk-dusted with daylight. It seemed to Ghostwriter that they formed characters and words. My life, he mused. I searched for the truly untold tale in sealed caves in lost books of learning. Could it be that instead, profundity is concealed in the obvious? Does the truest originality hide itself within the dullest cliché? The stream led him into a glade misty with sunlight. A swinging girl with flaxen hair sang a melody with no name and no end. Ghostwriter recognized her soft voice. It was that of the whisperings heard by the old goat nightly since midsummer. You wish to find the truly untold tale, she swung up. Yes, replied Ghostwriter. The untold tales hide in the highlands. Ursa Minor rose above the horizon. How might I find these highlands? Orion descended to its sword. On the bend to the sacred pool, up the wall and over the wall. The girl with the flaxen hair swung up. Are you prepared to pay? I have been paying all my life. Ah, but Ghostwriter, you have not paid everything yet. What can be left to pay, pray? When the swing fell again, it was empty. Ghostwriter arrived at the sacred pool and removed his glasses to wipe away the waterfall spray, but to his surprise he could see better without them. So he left them on the rock and pondered the peculiar pool. The waterfall did not fall from the precipice high above, but ascended in a gilded, foaming, lurching, and silent torrent. Up the sheer face of the rock, Ghostwriter saw no path. For a moment he considered turning back. Mrs. Combe would be distraught if he failed to return, he thought to himself. I'm not a kid anymore. Pithecanthropus will take care of her. I am getting too old for symbolic quests. The writer within the animal sighed and jumped from the marble rock. The pool was as cold and sudden as death itself will doubtless be. Wednesday, September 20. Tokyo, dear Eiji Miyake. I hope you will forgive the sudden and possibly intrusive nature of this letter. Quite possibly, moreover, you and its intended recipient are not the same person, which would cause considerable embarrassment. Nonetheless, I feel it is a risk worth taking. Permit me to explain. I am writing in response to an advertisement that appeared in the personal column of the Tokyo Evening Mail of September 14. The advertisement was brought to my attention only this morning by a visiting acquaintance. I should perhaps explain I am recovering from an operation to the valves in my heart. You appealed for any relatives of Eiji Miyake to respond. I believe I may be your paternal grandfather. 2 decades ago my son sired a pair of illegitimate twins, a boy and a girl. He broke relations with their mother, a woman of lowly occupation, and as far as I know, never saw his twins again. I do not know where the children were brought up, nor by whom the mother's people. One can only presume. The girl apparently drowned in her 11th year, but the boy would now be 20. I never knew their mother's name, nor did I see a picture of my illegitimate grandchildren. Relations with my son have never been as cordial as one would wish, and since his marriage we have corresponded ever less. I did, however, discover the names of the twins he fathered, hence this letter. The girl's name was Anju, and the boy's name is Eiji, written not in the commonplace manner, the kanji for intelligent +2 or govern, but with highly unusual kanji for incant and world. I see your name is formed from the same kanji. Hence this letter. I shall be brief for the reason that the evidence of the kanji remains inconclusive. A face-to-face meeting, I believe, will clarify this ambiguity. If we are related, I believe points of physical resemblance will be self-evident. I shall be at Amadeus Coffee Shop, on the 9th floor of the Righa Royal Hotel, opposite Harajuku Station, on Monday, September 25, at a table reserved in my name. Please present yourself at 10 a.m. with any evidence, documentary or otherwise, of your parentage that you may possess. I trust you appreciate the sensitive nature of this matter and will understand my reluctance to provide you with contact details at this time. Should you be another Eiji Miyake with identical kanji, please accept my sincerest apologies for raising your hopes unnecessarily. Should you be the same Eiji Miyake who I earnestly hope you are, we have many matters to discuss. Yours faithfully, Takara Tsukiyama. I feel clean and clear and happy. My grandfather wrote a letter to me. Imagine meeting my grandfather as well as my father. We have many matters to discuss. Here I was, despairing at the impossibility of it all, when contacting my father really was as straightforward as I always hoped. Monday, only 2 days away. My grandfather writes with an educated, authoritative language. Surely he holds more sway over family politics than my paranoid stepmother. I make myself a green tea and take it into the garden to smoke a Kent, Buntaro's brand of choice now that all the Marlboros are gone. Tsukiyama cool name is written with the kanji for moon and mountain. The garden is all beauty, rightness, and life. I wish Monday could start in 15 minutes. What is the real time? I go back in and check the clock that Mrs. Sasaki brought me midweek. Still 3 hours until Buntaro gets here. My absentee host in her seashell frame catches my eye. So your luck has turned at last. Call Ai Imajo. It was her idea to place the personal ad, remember. Go on. Shyness at the break of day is attractive in a way, but shyness buried in its shell will never serve you very well. Was that supposed to rhyme? Stop changing the subject. You are worse than your sister sometimes. Go out and find a telephone. Supermarket row is no different since my last visit, but I am. The world is an ordered flowchart of subplots after all. Look at all these cars driving past and never colliding. The order is difficult to see, but it is here, under the chaos. So, I lived through 12 hellish hours so. People live through 12 hellish years and live to tell the tale. Life goes on. Luckily for us. I find a phone booth under the emergency stairs in a Uniqlo. As cell phones take over the world, these old-fashioned booths will become as rare as gaslights. I pick up the receiver, but I am suddenly frozen by the dread that all the conversations I have had with her in my imagination will now, right now, be proved to be the self-delusions of a boy from a muddy island so backward we still, as my trendy money cousins joke, buy brides with barrels of daikon pickles. I replace the receiver. You coward, Miyake. I decide to get a haircut before I talk with AI. You spineless worm, Miyake. I walk up the steps to Genji the barber's. It has one of those red, white, and blue stripy poles, and you despaired of ever getting me to understand where the stripes unwound from and wound to. It was crystal clear to her. Genji's shop is a pokey joint, wintry with aircon. I am the only customer, and was last painted when Japan surrendered. A silent TV shows horse racing. Soft porn magazines are piled high. The air is so thick with hairspray and tonic fumes that if you lit a match the whole building would probably go up in a fireball. Genji himself is an old man sprouting nasal hair, sweeping the floor with shaky hands. Come on in, son, come on in. He gestures toward the empty chair. I sit down and he flourishes a tablecloth over my shoulders. In the mirror my head seems amputated from the rest of me. I flinch as I remember Valhalla bowling alley. Genji switches on his electric clippers, but nothing happens, so he whacks the thing against the counter. It buzzes into life, and he begins a stand-up comedy routine about a luckless customer who came in the other day. I stopped listening somewhere after the customer sneezed, and his glass eyeball shot out with such force that it broke his boss's nose. Genji must repeat these tired gags 90 times a day, refining them slightly each time. Or not. Certainly he does not notice that my attention has floated away. I begin rehearsing various opening lines I can use to impress AI imago. I form the thought that reality is an unedited script performed once, that the truly untold tale is life itself. This seems extremely profound for about 90 seconds. Genji holds a mirror behind my head and I see myself from a new angle. How do you like it, son? Bit o' fresh air around the ears, eh? I look as if I have been violently expelled from a monastery. Thanks, I say, and ask for plenty of 100-yen coins for the telephone. Meanwhile, back in the forest of moss, Pithecanthropus scratched his head and grunted doubtfully. Mrs. Combe perched on a fungi-feathered tree stump. It must be way past Sir's mid-morning snack now. If only he'd said he'd be off gallivanting, I would have rustled him up something. A man crashed through the thick vegetation, tripped, and sprawled at their feet. Pithecanthropus bounded over to protect Mrs. Combe, but the man seemed to offer no threat. He climbed to his feet, brushed leaf mold off the leather elbow pads on his tweed jacket, and adjusted his Band-Aid-repaired horn-rimmed glasses. He registered no surprise at encountering a sentient hen and a long-extinct ancestor of Homo sapiens in this primeval forest. Have they passed this way? Mrs. Combe was not impressed. Have who passed this way? The word hounds, of course. Not those slavering great beasts we saw in the margins. That would be them. He pressed a finger to his lips and stared at Pithecanthropus. Hear anything? Pithecanthropus grunted a no. The writer slid a thorn from his crown. You see, many years ago I wrote a novel. I never imagined anybody would want to publish it, but I took their money, and the more I wished every copy would turn to dust, the more the lamentable thing sold. Oh, its errors, its posturing, its arrogance. I offered to sell my soul to Lucifer in return for having the entire run eradicated, but the duplicitous devil never got back to me. The words I unloosed in that accursed book have dogged me ever since. Mrs. Combe preened her feathers. Why not retire, then? The writer shrugged. I tried. I hid in schools of thought, in mixed metaphors, in the airport lounges of unrecognized states, but sooner or later I always hear a distant baying, and I know my words are on my trail. Abruptly, his face changed from doleful weariness to acute suspicion. What are you doing here? Mrs. Combe folded her wings. My employer took it into his head to come gallivanting. Have you seen him? Horns, a beard, hooves. The writer shook his head. Only writers, lunatics, or the devil himself ever stray this deep into the forest of their own accord. S-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. The writer's eyes glazed with dread. A baying. Don't you hear that baying? Pithecanthropus grunted softly and shook his head. Liars, hissed the writer, and his eyes changed. Liars, you're in league with the word hounds. I know your little game. They're in the trees. They're coming. With that, the unhappy man crashed off through the undergrowth. Pithecanthropus grunted curiously. I, agreed Mrs. Combe, as bonkers as a balmy balaclava, but look, what's through this hole in the moss he made? A tea-tinted stream without sound. Hurry up, slow coach. Mrs. Combe fluttered from rock to rock, while Pithecanthropus had to wade against the current of consciousness. So it was that Mrs. Combe reached the sacred pool first. A second later, she noticed Ghostwritter's spectacles lying on the marble rock. Third, she saw the body of her best and dearest floating in the water. Sir, whatever's to do. She flew forth across the pool without noticing the upward waterfall. On her fifth flap, she reached Ghostwriter's head. Pithecanthropus's sixth sense told him the sacred pool was death, and roared a warning, but no sound carried, and he could only watch in despair as his beloved slipped, dipped a tip of her wing, and slapped lifeless into the water alongside Ghostwriter. In 7 bounds, Pithecanthropus was atop the marble rock, where his body tore with 8 howls of mute grief. He pounded the rock until his fists bled. And suddenly, our early ancestor was calm. He picked the sticky burrs from his hair and climbed the rock face until the overhang browed. He counted to 9, which was as high as Ghostwriter could teach him, and dived for the spot between the floating bodies. A beautiful dive, a perfect 10. No thought bothered his head as Pithecanthropus entered the sacred pool. Serenity was never a word he would have comprehended, but perfect serenity was what he felt. Good afternoon, Jupiter Cafe. Nagamimi here, donkey. I think. Hello, can I speak to Miss Imajo, please? Sorry, but she isn't working today, see? Oh, could you tell me when her next shift is then, please? Sorry, but I can't do that. Oh, for security reasons, donkey hee-haws. No, not that. Miss Imajo's last shift was Sunday, see? Oh, she's a music student and her college term is starting again, so she had to quit her part-time job here to concentrate on her studies, see? I see. I was hoping to get in touch with her. I'm just a friend. Yeah, I can understand that if you're her friend and all, so might you have her telephone number, on a form or in her record? Miss Imajo was only here for a month, see? Donkey hums as she thinks. We don't keep files and stuff like that here, see, 'cause of space. Even our cloakroom, it's got less room than one of those boxes that magicians put swords through. It isn't fair. At the Yogi branch, see, they have this cloakroom big enough to, thanks anyway, Miss Nagamimi, but wait, Miss Imajo did leave me her number, but only if someone called Eiji Miyake phoned. I stopped myself kicking the wall because it will hurt. My name is Eiji Miyake. Really? Donkey hee-haws. Really? Well, really, isn't that a funny coincidence? Isn't it just? Miss Imajo said only if somebody called Eiji Miyake calls, and you call and your name is Eiji Miyake. I remember you, you know, you hit that nasty man with your head. Did it hurt? It must have hurt. Miss Nagamimi, give me Miss Imajo's number, now. Right, hang on a moment, where did I put it, I wonder? Ai Imajo's number is 10 digits long. I get to the 9th before a paralysis reaches my hand. What if my call embarrasses her? What if she thinks I'm some slimeball who wants to hassle her every night? What if her boyfriend answers, her father? What if she answers? What do I say? I look around Uniqlo, shoppers, sweaters, space. My index finger presses the final digit, the number connects. A telephone in a distant apartment begins to ring. Somebody is getting up, maybe pausing the video, maybe putting down their chopsticks, cursing this interruption. Hello, her. I try to speak, but a sort of dry, spastic noise comes out. Hello, I should have planned this better. Hello, do I get to know who you are? My voice comes back all on its own. Hello, is this Ai Imajo? Stupid question. I know this is Ai Imajo. She sounds sort of pleased. My knight in shining armor. How do you know? A mysterious midnight vision warned me you would call. Really? I recognized your voice, genius. How did you get my number? I blush. Miss Nagamimi at Jupiter Cafe told me. Eventually. If this isn't a convenient time to call, I can, this is perfectly convenient. I tried to track you down at the UNO Lost Property Office where you said you worked, but they told me you suddenly left town. Yeah, Mrs. Sasaki told me. Was it to do with your relative? Sort of. I mean, no, in a way, yes. Well, that's sorted out anyway. Where did you disappear to at Xanadu the other weekend? I figured lots of, organizer people would want to talk with you. Exactly. I needed your headbutt to ward them off. How is your head, by the way? No lasting brain damage. No, my brain is normal, thanks, sort of normal. Ai Imajo finds this funny. We both begin talking at the same moment. After you, I say. No, after you, she says. The electric chair must be more pleasant than this. Wonder if I completely understand. If not, never commit your army without a clear path of retreat. But if, it's okay for me to call you. A pause. Help me. This call is to ask if it is okay to call, right? I really should have planned this better. Walking was a joy since Ghostwriter slewed off his body and its rheumatism in the sacred pool. The bamboo swayed sideways to let him pass, and whippoorwills wavered quarter quavers. He paused to admire the view: highlands, lowlands, rainforests, slums, palaces, islands, plains, the 9 corners of the compass. Peace reigned. Up ahead he saw a house in a meadow. It was a strange building to encounter in the Lapsang Souchong Plateau. A piebald rabbit disappeared amid a rhomboid rhubarb riot. Beneath the gable was an open triangular window. Whispering swarmed through the air. Ghostwritten took the path to the front door. Its lockless knob twirled uselessly, the door swung open, and Ghostwritten climbed the stairs to the attic. The air grew lighter step by step. "Good afternoon," said the writing bureau. "About time," said the brush of Lady Shanagan. "But I left you in the venerable bus," exclaimed Ghostwritten. "We travel anywhere you go," explained the bureau. "And since when did you learn to speak?" "Since you learned to unblock your ears, you impertinent creature," answered Shanagan's brush. "Don't mind her," reassured the writing bureau. "She inherited her attitude from her illustrious mistress, but she will serve you well. Now, shall we make a start? Mrs. Combe and Pithecanthropus will be along in a little while." Ghostwritten sat down and looked through the previous chapter headings. The all-consuming hunger which shrouds the study of tales. Ghostwritten sat at the writing bureau with a fresh sheet of paper, and for a moment the page is perfect. 6 Chitin I found the Righa Royal Hotel immediately, which left over an hour to kill in Harajuku. Dreamy shopgirls cleaned boutique windows in the morning cool, and florists hosed down sidewalks. I read magazines in 7-Eleven, keeping a nervous eye on the clock until it was time to report to the Amadeus tea room. It is a wedding cake world with pasteled, fluted walls with tasteful little floral displays on every carefully spaced table. Aunt Yen would award it her highest decoration. Rapturous. I want to spray paint its creamy carpets, milky walls, and buttery upholstery. I poke the ice in my water. My grandfather is due here in 15 minutes. Grandfather. The word will acquire a new meaning for me. Weird. How words slip meanings on and off. Until last week, grandfather meant the man in the grainy photo on my grandmother's family altar. The sea took him off, was all she ever told us about her long-dead husband. Yakushima folklore remembers him as a thief and a boozer who disappeared off the end of the harbor quay one windy night, which explains a lot about my grandmother's attitudes to men in general. Amadeus' tea room is posh enough to support a butler. He stands behind a sort of pedestal at the pearly gates, examines the reservations book, lords it over the waitresses, and peddles his fingers. Do butlers go to butler school? How much are they paid? I practice peddling my fingers, and at that very moment the butler looks straight at me. I drop my hands and look out the window, acutely embarrassed. At neighboring tables, prosperous housewives discuss the secrets of their trade. Businessmen peruse spreadsheets and tap sparrow-sized laptop keyboards. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart looks down from his ceiling fresco, surrounded by margarine cherubs blasting trumpets. He looks puffy and pasty, little wonder he died young. I badly want to smoke one of my Clarks. Mozart has a great view through the panoramic window. Tokyo Tower, Panopticon, Yogi Park, where the dirty old men hang out with telephoto lenses. On a soaring chrome block, a giant crane builds a scale model of itself. Water tanks, antennas, rooftops. The weather is stained brown today. A silver teaspoon is struck against a bone china teacup. No, it is the carriage clock on the mantelpiece announcing the arrival of 10 o'clock. Butler bows and guides an elderly man this way. Him. My grandfather looks at me. I stand up, flustered, suddenly under-rehearsed, and he gives me that, "Yes, it is me" look you get when you turn up for an appointment with a stranger. I cannot say he looks like me, but I cannot say there is no resemblance either. My grandfather walks with a cane, wears a navy cotton suit and a bootlace tie with a clasp. Butler zips ahead and prepares a chair. My grandfather purses his lips. His skin is sickly gray and mottled, and he fails to hide how much effort walking costs him. Eiji Miyake, one presumes. I give a serious 8/8 bow, searching for the right thing to say. My grandfather gives an amused 1/8. Mr. Miyake, I must inform you at the outset that I am not your grandfather. I unbow. Oh, butler withdraws and the stranger sits down, leaving me marooned on my feet. But I am here at your grandfather's behest to discuss matters pertinent to the Tsukiyama family. Be seated, boy. He watches my every motion. His eyebrows are sunken, but the eyes inside are laser-guided. The name is Reizo. Your grandfather and I go back many decades. I know about you, Miyake. In fact, it was I who brought your advertisement in the personals column to my friend's attention. As you are aware, your grandfather has been convalescent in the wake of major heart surgery. His doctor's original forecasts were overly optimistic, and regrettably, he is obliged to remain in the hospital for another 3 days. Hence, I am here in his stead. Questions? Well, can I visit him? Mr. Reizo shakes his head. Your stepmother is helping to nurse him in the ward, and how can I express this? She thinks I am a leech who wants to suck money from the Tsukiyamas. Precisely. Just for the record, is that your intention? No, Mr. Reizo. All I want is to meet my father. If I insist on this often enough, will people finally begin to believe me? Mr. Reizo is giving nothing away. Your grandfather believes that secrecy is the wisest strategy to belay your stepmother's misgivings at this point. Young lady, Mr. Reizo crooks his finger at a passing waitress. One of my giant cognacs, if you please, your poison, Miyake. Green tea, please. The waitress gives me a well-trained smile. We have 18 varieties. Oh, just bring the boy a pot of tea, damn it. The waitress bows, her smile undented. Yes, Admiral, how many of those are there? Admiral Reizo, all that was long before you were born. Mr. is fine. Mr. Reizo, do you actually know my father? Blunt questions earn blunt answers. Well, I make no secret of the fact that I despise the man. I have assiduously avoided his company for 9 years, since the day I learned he sold the Tsukiyama sword. A sword? It had been in your family for over 5 centuries, Miyake. 500 years. The snub that your father dealt 5 centuries of Tsukiyamas, not to mention the Tsukiyamas yet to be born, is immeasurable. Immeasurable. Your grandfather, Takara Tsukiyama, is a man who believes in bloodlines. Your father is a man who believes in joint stock ventures in Formosa. Do you know where the Tsukiyama sword presently resides? The Admiral rasps. It resides in the boardroom of a pesticide factory in Nebraska. What do you think of that, Miyake? It seems a shame, Mr. Reizo, but it is a crime, Miyake. Your father is a man devoid of honor. When he separated from your mother, he would happily have cut her adrift without a thought for her future. It was your grandfather who ensured her financial survival. This is news to me. There are codes of honor, even when dealing with concubines. Flesh and blood have meaning, Miyake. Bloodlines are the stuff of life, of identity. Knowing where you are from is a requisite of self-knowledge. The waitress arrives with a silver tray and places our drinks on lace-place mats. I agree that bloodlines are important, Mr. Reizo. This is why I am here. The Admiral sniffs his cognac moodily. I sip my soapy tea. You know, Miyake, my doctors told me to lay off this stuff, but I meet more geriatric sailors than I do geriatric doctors. He drains half the glass in a single gulp, tips his head back, and savors every molecule. Your half-sisters are dead losses, of course. A pair of screeching vulgarities at some no-name college for half-wits. They rise at 11 o'clock in the morning. They wear white lipstick, astronaut boots, cowboy hats, Ukrainian peasant scarves. They dye their hair the color of effluence. It is your grandfather's hope that his grandson you have principles loftier than those espoused in the latest pop hit. Mr. Reizo, forgive me if I hope my grandfather doesn't see me as any kind of, future heir. When I say I have no intention of muscling my way into the Tsukiyama family tree, I mean it. I hope my grandfather will see that, Mr. Reizo rumbles. Who meant what, where, when, why, whose? Look, your grandfather wants you to read this. He places a package on the table wrapped in black cloth. A loan, not a gift. This journal is his most treasured possession. Guard it with your life, literally if necessary, and bring it when you rendezvous with your grandfather 7 days from now. Here. Same time, 1000 hours, same table. Questions. We've never met. Is it wise to trust me with something so brazen? Folly, I say. Make a copy, I told the stubborn fool. Don't entrust some boy you've never even met with the original. But he insisted. A copy would dilute its soul, its uniqueness. His words, not mine. I look at the black package. I am honored. Indeed you are. Your father has never read these pages. He would probably auction them to the highest bidder on his internet. Mr. Rizzo, could you tell me what my grandfather wants? Another blunt question. The Admiral downs the rest of his cognac. The jewel in his tie clasp glimmers ocean abyss blue. I will tell you this. Growing old is an unwinnable campaign. During this war we witness the ugliest metamorphoses. Faith becomes cynical transactions between liars. Sacrifices turn out to be needless excesses. In a single generation, we saw enemy squadrons become tourist coachloads. You ask what your grandfather wants. I shall tell you, he wants what you want, no more, no less. A coven of wives, blowholes, wild laughter. Which is, Admiral Rizzo stands. Butler is already here with his cane. Meaning. August 1, 1944 morning, cloudy. Afternoon, light rain. I am on the train from Nagasaki. My journey to Tokuyama in Yamaguchi Prefecture will take several more hours, and I will not reach Atsushima, the island of my destination, until tomorrow morning. Over the last weekend, Takara, I was torn between two promises. One promise was to you, to tell you every detail about my training in the Imperial Navy. My second promise was to my country and the Emperor, to keep every detail regarding my Special Attack Forces training an absolute secret. The purpose of this journal is to resolve my dilemma. These words are for you. My silence is for the Emperor. By the time you read these words, Mother will have already received a telegram informing you of my death and posthumous promotion. Perhaps you, Mother, and Yiko are in mourning. Perhaps you wonder what my death means. Perhaps you regret you have no ash, no bones to place in our family tomb. This journal is my solace, my meaning, and my body. The sea is a fine tomb. Do not mourn immoderately. Let me begin. The war situation is deteriorating rapidly. The Emperor's forces have suffered severe losses in the Solomon Islands. The Americans are set to invade the Philippines with the clear aim of possessing the Ryukyu chain. To prevent the destruction of the home islands, extraordinary measures are called for. This is why the Imperial Navy has authorized the Chiton program. A Chiton is a modified Mark 93 torpedo, the finest torpedo in the world, with a cockpit for a pilot. A Chiton can be steered, aligned, and rammed into an enemy vessel below the water line. Destruction of the target is a theoretical certainty. You are fond of technical data, Takara, so here goes. A Chiton measures 14.75 meters in length. It is propelled by a 550 HP engine and fueled by liquid oxygen, which leaves no wake of air bubbles on the surface, thereby allowing an invisible strike. A Chiton can cruise at 56 kph for 25 minutes, thus outpacing capital target vessels. A Chiton is tipped with a 1.55-ton TNT warhead that detonates on impact. 4 Chitons will be mounted on I-class submarines. The submarines will sortie to within strike range of enemy anchorages, where the Chitons will be released. This new, deadly weapon will not only reverse the recent losses in the great East Asian co-prosperity sphere, but will dismay and decimate the American Navy. From the naval air bases at Nara and Tsuchiura, 1,375 volunteers offered their lives for the Chiton program. Only 160 passed the stringent selection procedures. You can see, my brother, how the Tsukiyama name shall be honored and remembered. August 2 hazy morning. A hot, cloudless afternoon. I awoke with other chitin trainees in cells at the military police barracks in Tokuyama. Regular billets were destroyed in bombing raids last month. A bomb struck the fuel depot, and in the ensuing destruction the port and large districts of the town were razed. From this wreckage, a launch took us to Atsushima. The short voyage takes only 30 minutes, but the contrast could not be more complete. Atsushima is a body and head of peaceful wooded hills, terraced with rice fields. The chitin base and torpedo works lie on the low-lying neck of the island. Sub-LT. Hiroshi Kuroki and Ends. Sekio Nishina, the two co-inventors of the chitin, paid us the inestimable honor of meeting our launch. These men are living legends, Takara. Initially, Naval High Command was reluctant to sanction the use of special attack forces and rejected the chitin proposals submitted by Sub-LT, Kuroki and Ends Nishina. To convince High Command of their utmost sincerity, they resubmitted their proposals, written in the ink of their own blood. For all this, they are cheerful, unassuming fellows. They showed us to our quarters, joking about the Atsushima Hotel. They led the technical briefings that took up the rest of the day and postponed the tour of the base until tomorrow. August 3 conditions: windy, sea choppy. The perimeter fence of the chitin base encloses an area of approximately 6 baseball grounds and accommodates between 500 and 600 men. Security is tight. Even the islanders are unaware of the true purpose of the Atsushima installation. The base includes a barracks, refectory, 3 torpedo factories, a machine shop to convert the Mark 93 torpedoes to chitins, an exercise yard, a ceremony square, administrative buildings, and the harbor. From the machine shop, a narrow-gauge railway enters a tunnel blasted through 400 meters of rock to the chitin launch pier, where training began tonight. I jankened with Takashi Higuchi, a classmate from Nara, for the privilege of the first chitin run co-piloted with Sub-LT. Kuroki. His stone beat my scissors. I must not be overly disappointed. My turn will come tomorrow. August 4 sultry, humid, hot weather. Tragedy has struck so soon. Last night Sub-LT, Kuroki and LT. Higuchi failed to return from their run around the northern body of Atsushima. Frogmen spent the night searching for their chitin. It was finally found shortly after dawn, a mere 300 meters from the launch pier, embedded in the seafloor silt, 16 hours after launching. Although chitins have 2 escape hatches, these may only be opened above water. Underwater, the water pressure clamps them closed. A chitin contains enough air for about 10 hours with 2 pilots. This time was halved. They ensured their sacrifices were not in vain by writing 2,000 kana of technical data and observations pertinent to the fatal malfunction. When their paper was used up, they scratched words on the cockpit wall with a screwdriver. We just returned from their cremation ceremony. Ends. Nishina has sworn to carry the ashes of Kuroki aboard his chitin when he meets his glory. The atmosphere on the base is one of mourning, obviously, but tempered with a determination that the lives of our brothers shall not be lost in vain. My own heart was burdened with guilt. I begged a private audience with Commandant Yujina and told him about how I felt a special responsibility to Higuchi's soul. CMDT. Yujina promised to consider my request that I be included in the first sortie of chitin attacks. August 9, weather extremely hot. Forgive the long silence, Takara. Training has swung into full gear, and finding even 10 minutes to sit down with my journal during the day has been impossible. At night, I am asleep as my head touches my pillow. I have wonderful news. During the morning roll call, the names for the first wave of chitin attacks were announced, and Tsukiyama was among them. Kikusui is our unit emblem. This is the floating chrysanthemum crest of Masashige Kusunoki, champion of Emperor Gadego. Kusunoki's 700 warriors withstood an onslaught of 35,000 Ashikaga traitors at the Battle of Minetagawa, and only after sustaining 11 terrible wounds did he commit seppuku with his brother Masasu. We are the 700. Our devotion to our beloved emperor is ultimate. 4 fleet subs will each transport 4 chitons. I-47, captained by the LT, CDR. Zenji Orita will carry Ens Nishina, Sato, and Watanabe and LT. Fukuda. I-36 will carry LT, Yashimoto and Ens, Toyozumi, Imanishi, and Kyudo. Aboard I-37 will be LT, Kamaipu and Murakami, and Ens Utsunamiya and Kondo. I-333, captained by CPT. Yakoda will transport LT, Abe and Godu and Ens, Kusakabe and Tsukiyama Subaru. After the announcement, we were reallocated dorms, so members of the same sortie can sleep in the same room. We in I-333 are on the 2nd floor at the end, overlooking the rice terraces. At night, the croaking of frogs drowns out the foundries, and I recall my old room in Nagasaki, which is yours now. August 12 weather cool and calm. Sea as smooth as Nakajima River, where we sailed our model yachts. Today I will write about our training. After breakfast we divide into chrysanthemums and dries. Because there are only 6 chitons available for training, we are given priority practice privileges. At 8:30 we proceed through the tunnel to the chiton pier. After boarding, a crane lowers us into the sea. Usually we sail 2 to a cockpit. Of course, we have no room, but this doubling up helps to save fuel, and a drop of gasoline is as precious as a drop of blood. Our instructor knocks on the hull and we knock back to show we are ready to embark. First we run through a series of descents. Then we solve a navigation problem using a stopwatch and gyro compass. We locate a target ship and simulate a hit by passing under the bow. One must be careful not to clip the upper hatch on the keel. 2 chiton pilots died in base P this way. We also dread being stuck in silt like CDR, LT, Kuroki, and LT, Higuchi. It is hoped their posthumous promotions will comfort their grieving families. If this misfortune occurs, one is supposed to blast compressed air into the warhead, filled with seawater rather than TNT, which should in principle buoy the chiton to the surface. None of us is eager to test this flotation theory. What we dread most, however, is surviving the loss of a training chiton. This occurred to a hapless cadet from Yokohama 5 days ago. He was dismissed, and his name is never mentioned. After returning to the pier or the base harbor, depending on our course, we attend briefing sessions to share our observations with the dries. After the worst of the afternoon heat is over, we practice sumo wrestling, kendo, fencing, athletics. Chiton pilots must be in prime physical condition. Remember our father's words, Takara, the body is the outermost layer of the mind. August 14 weather, fine at first, clouding over by midday. As my training session was cancelled today due to engine failure, I have a spare hour to write to you about my I-333 brothers. Yutaka Abe is our leader, aged 24, of old Tokyo stock and a graduate of Piers. His father was aboard the Shimentagawa at the glorious Battle of Tsushima 39 years ago. Abe is a superhuman who excels in every field: rowing, navigation, composing haiku. He let it slip that he has won every chess match he has played for the last 9 years. The motto on his chiton is to be unerring arrow of the emperor. Shijinobu Godu, age 22, is from a merchant family in Osaka. He is a comedian. He gets love letters nearly every day from different girls and complains about the lack of women on the base. Abe responds with a single word: purity. Godu can impersonate anybody and anything. He even takes requests: Chinaman attacked by snake in privy, Tohoku fishwife being blown through tuba. He uses his voices to distract Abe when they play chess. Abe wins anyway. The message on Godu's chiton is to read, "Medicine for Yankees." Our third member is Isa Kusakabe. Kusakabe is a year older than me, quiet, and reads every word that comes his way. Technical manuals, novels, poetry, old magazines from before the war. Mrs. Ashige, our mother on Atsushima, who believes we are testing a new type of submarine, arranged for a boy to bring Kyusuke books from the school library every week. He even has a volume of Shakespeare. Abe questioned whether the works of an effete Westerner were appropriate for a Japanese warrior. Kyusuke explained that Shakespeare is English kabuki. Abe said Shakespeare contained corrupting influences. Kyusuke asked which plays Abe was thinking of. Abe let it drop. After all, Kyusuke would not have volunteered to be a chitin pilot if his ethics were in any way questionable. He is inscribing not a slogan but a line of verse on his chitin. The foe may raise 10,000 shouts we conquer without a single word. I must not neglect Slick, our unit chief engineer. His nickname is derived from his hands, which are always oily and black. Slick is one of the oldest men on the base. He is vague about his age, but he is old enough to be our father. Godu jokes that he probably is our father. Slick's real children are his chitins. I have elected to leave my chitin without a motto. My sacrifice shall be its motto and its meaning. I put the journal under the counter of Shooting Star to rest my eyes. The pages have been professionally laminated, but the pencil marks are fading away to ghost lines. Plus, many of the kanji are obscure, so I often have to stop and refer to a dictionary. I open a can of Diet Pepsi and survey my new empire. Video racks, stacks, shelves. Mucus aliens, shiny gladiators, squeaky idols. Soft rock pumps away. In my week away, the old shoe repair next to Fujifilm has been turned into a Kentucky Fried Chicken outlet. A life-size statue of Colonel Sanders stands outside, under a limp opening fair banner. He is as fat and grinny as a statue of Ebisu in a temple. Does KFC make you that fat? Buntaro and Machiko will be on their JAL airplane now, somewhere over the Pacific. My landlord was in a near frenzy when I got back from my meeting with Mr. Reizo, even though he had 90 minutes before the taxi came. What would happen if the computer crashed? If the monitor broke down? When Machiko hauled him into the taxi, he was still hypothesizing disaster scenarios. When Kodai is born, the nurses will have to sedate the father. I mean it. I can watch anything on the monitor, but there are too many films to choose. So I leave the same Tom Hanks movie running all day. Nobody will notice. Between 2 and 5, business is pretty quiet. Once offices and schools start winding up, I get much busier. The regulars gape when they see me. They straightaway assume that Machiko has suffered a miscarriage. When I tell them the Ajizos are on vacation, they act as if I said Buntaro and his wife turned into teapots and flew to Tibet. The question of who I am is a trifle delicate. My scuzzy landlord sublets my capsule without troubling the tax office. School kids cluster around horror. Office ladies rent Hollywood movies with blonde stars. Salarymen rent titles such as Pam the Clam from Amsterdam and Hot Dog Academy. Several customers bring videos back late. You always have to check the dates. Mrs. Sasaki arrives at 7:30. I dash upstairs to feed Cat, and dash across to KFC to feed myself. Colonel Sanders's chicken tastes like sawdust. Mrs. Sasaki tells me about my replacement at Uno, which makes me sort of nostalgic for the place. She leaves me the Tokyo Evening Mail. Monday has the jobs pages. If I want a career in kitchen portering, telesales, shelf stocking, or mailbox stuffing, then Tokyo is heaven on earth. Kat appears on the stairs during my week in hiding. She learned how to open my capsule door. I tell her to go back, but she ignores me, and after replacing a stack of return videos, I find her settled on the counter chair, so I have to make do with a wobbly stool. Fujifilm says 22-26. Business drops off. September, too hot weather but cooler in the evenings now. I received your letter today, Takara, and the parcel from Mother and Yiko containing the 1,000-stitch belt. Given the special attack nature of my mission, the 5-cent coin sewn into the belt will not avert death, but I shall wrap it around my middle every time I climb aboard my kite. Abe, Godu, Kusakabe and I read aloud our letters from home, and I was as proud as Tengu when I told them my younger brother is already a junior squadron leader at the bullet factory. Your games resemble authentic military training charging at Roosevelt's and Churchill's with bamboo bayonets. My thoughts are also with Yiko at the parachute factory. Her stitches may save the lives of my former classmates at Nara Naval Air Academy. It must pain Mother to trade Tsukiyama family treasures for rice, but I know Father and our ancestors understand. War changes rules. It is wise of you to tape excess over the windows. If the enemy's bombers get as far as Nagasaki, they will doubtless target the shipyards rather than our side of town, so your precautions are unlikely to be battle-tested. Be that as it may, a good soldier considers all possible contingencies. I will reply to your letter very soon. By now, you will understand why my reply fails to provide answers to all the questions you asked. September 9 weather. Warm, mild, balmy. I am 20 years old today. To celebrate my birthday in a time of national emergency is inappropriate, so after a warhead study session, I snuck away before supper. I gratefully accepted the sunset as my birthday present. Inland sea sunsets are special. Tonight's was the color of Yiko's plum pickles. Do you remember the story of Urashima Taro? About how he saved the giant turtle and stayed in the undersea palace for 3 days, but upon his return 3 generations had come and gone. I wondered about how this place will look in 90 years. The war will be a hazy memory then. Bring your children to Atsushima when the war is won. The local sea bream is delicious, as are the inland sea oysters. I was about to return to the mess hall when Abe, Godu, and Kusakabe found me. Somehow Abe had found out about my birthday and told Mrs. Ashide, who managed to prepare chicken kushiyaki. Kusakabe built a fire and we had supper on the seashore, and some homebrew sake that Godu appropriated from a canteen assistant. The drink was rough enough to paralyze our faces, but no meal ever tasted better, with the exception of Mother's, of course. September 13, a warm morning, a muggy afternoon. An attack of flu has been around the base. I myself have been in the sick bay for 24 hours with a temperature of 39 degrees. I am recovering now. I suffered from strange dreams. One was particularly shameful and makes me worry about my patriotism. I was in my kite and cruising around the Solomon Islands in search of an enemy aircraft carrier. Everything was so blue. I felt indestructible like a shark. Suddenly Mrs. Shiomi's son, the boy who threw himself under a Russian tank with a bomb at Namonhan, was in my kite. "Did nobody tell you?" he said. "The war is over." I asked who won, and I saw Shiomi's eyes were missing. The emperor entertains the Americans with duck shoots in the palace grounds. In this way he hopes to save his skin. I decided I should sail into Tokyo harbor and sink at least one enemy vessel, and pointed my kite north. The acceleration slouched my body back, and when I woke I felt I was remembering being born, or perhaps dying, the last time or the next time. Kusakabe and Godu visited me later to share notes they had taken in our navigation class, but I said nothing about my dream. October 2 drizzle all day. The Kikusui target sites were announced at a secret meeting this afternoon. I-47 and I-36 will head for Ulithi, a vast lagoon in the Carolines captured by the Americans only 10 days ago. I-37 and I-333 will simultaneously attack Casal Passage anchorage in the Palau Islands. The purpose of a dual-site attack is to ensure maximum damage to enemy morale. Find the Palau Islands in Father's Atlas, Takara. You can see how vividly blue the seas are. When you wonder where I am, remember, your brother is the blue of the sea. Disharmony grows between Abe and Kusakabe. Our unit leader challenged Kusakabe to a game of chess. He declined. Abe apparently teased him. "Are you afraid of losing?" Kusakabe made a strange reply. "No, I am afraid of winning." Abe retained his smile, but his irritation was plain. Brothers who shall die together should not quarrel in this way. October 10, weather clear. Dew on the grass this morning. Slick, his ground crew, and I were hauling our chitin through the tunnel to the launch pier this afternoon when the air raid siren sounded. No drill had been scheduled. The tunnel filled up with men from the launch pier, while the commandant shouted orders over the loudspeakers. TNT was secured in the deep bunker, the submarines maneuvered out of the bay, and we waited anxiously for the sound of B-29s. If a bomb scores a direct hit on the machine shops, the project could be delayed crucial weeks. Slick wondered aloud if an attack on the mainland means the Americans are attacking Okinawa already. We hear so many rumors, but reliable news is scant. After a nervous 40 minutes, the all-clear siren sounded. Maybe a jumpy lookout post mistook our own Zeros for enemy planes. October 13, pleasant afternoon sun. Clouds by evening. Rereading this journal, I notice that I have failed to describe the atmosphere of the base. It is unique, in my experience. Engineers, instructors, pilots, and trainees all work together toward the same end. I have never felt so alive as in these weeks. The meaning of my life is to defend the motherland. Discipline is not lax. We undergo the same drills and inspections as any military base. But the excesses of ordinary camps, where green recruits are hazed and where soldiers are hung upside down and beaten, are unknown on Atsushima. We receive regular rations of cigarettes and candy and real white rice. My one regret is that I cannot share my meals with you, Mother and Yiko. I am stockpiling my candy for you, however, and refuse to gamble with it like Godu and most of my co-trainees. October 18, steady rain all day. The Zuikaku is still afloat, and Father is therefore almost certainly alive. Abe arranged for me to use military channels to dispatch a telegram to Mother immediately. I received the news from CPT. Tsuyoshi Yakota of I-333, which docked in Atsushima today. CPT. Yakota had himself spoken to Admiral Kurita aboard the Atego only 7 days previously while on patrol in the Leyte Gulf. The news that Father is still well and thinking of us heartens me beyond words. One day he may hold this very journal in his hands. CPT. Yakota says that the Zuikaku is regarded as a charmed ship since Pearl Harbor. Remember that civilian mail to the South Seas is a very low priority, so do not be discouraged if you hear nothing. I received some more good news this evening. A 4-day leave was announced for the Kikusui Group men before we depart for the target zone. October 20, clear day, refreshing breezes. Good fortune begets good fortune. During dinner, CMDT. Eugenia broadcasted the evening news over the camp speakers, and we heard of the extraordinary kamikaze successes in the Philippines yesterday. 5 American aircraft carriers and 6 destroyers sunk in a single wave. Surely even the American savages will realize the hopelessness of invading the home islands. LT. Kamaipu stood on his bench and proposed a toast to the souls of the brave aviators who had given their lives to our beloved Emperor Hirohito. Rarely have I heard such a moving speech. Pure spirit or metal, which is the stronger? Spirit will buckle metal and blacken it and shred it, but metal can no more damage pure spirit than scissors can cut a rope of smoke. I am embarrassed by my vanity, but I imagine the day when similar toasts shall be drunk to our souls. October 28, light rain today. The new I-333 chitons became operational today. They are much more responsive than the training chitons. After a longer than expected test session, I ran back through the rain across the exercise ground and nearly collided with Kusakabe, who was leaning against the supply shed, staring intently at the ground. I asked him what had caught his attention so. Kusakabe pointed at a puddle and spoke softly. Circles are born while circles born a second ago live. Circles live while circles living a second ago die. Circles die while new circles are born. A very Kusakabe comment. I told him he should have been born a wandering poet priest. He said maybe he was once. We watched the puddles for a while. November 2, the dying heat of 1944. I just returned from Nagasaki for the final time. Those memories are yours too, so I have no need to describe them here. I can still taste Mother's yakin and Yiko's pumpkin tempura. The train journey took a long time because the engine constantly broke down. The military carriage was commandeered by a high-ranking party of officers, so I traveled with a carriage full of refugees from Manchukuo. Their stories of the Soviets' cruelty and their Chinese servants' treachery were terrible. How grateful I am that father never joined the colonists. One girl younger than you was traveling alone to find an aunt in Tokyo. This was her first time in Japan. Around her neck was an urn. It contained the ashes of her father who died in Mukden, her mother who died in Karafudo, and her sister who died in Sasebo. She was afraid she would fall asleep and miss Tokyo, which she imagined was a small place like her frontier town. She believed she could find her aunt by asking people. At Tokiyama, I gave her half my money, wrapped in a handkerchief, and left before she could refuse. I fear for her. I fear for all of them. Golems, I explain, lying showered and naked in post-midnight capsule darkness with AI on the other end of the phone, are not the same as zombies. Sure, they are both undead, but you mold golems from graveyard mud in the image of the dead man buried below, and then you inscribe his rune on the torso. You can kill golems only by erasing the rune. Zombies you can easily decapitate or set alight with a flamethrower. You make them from body parts, usually stolen from a morgue, or else you simply reanimate semi-rotten corpses. Is necrophilia a compulsory subject in Kyushu high schools? I work in a video store now. I have to know these things. Change the subject. Okay, what to? I asked you first. Well, I was always curious about the meaning of life. Easy. Eating macadamia ice cream and listening to Debussy. Be serious. Well, AI shifts. Your question is wrong. I imagine her lying here. What should my question be then? It should be, what is my meaning of life? I mean, look at the well-tempered clavier. To me, it means molecular harmony. To my father, it means a broken sewing machine. To Bach, it means an experiment in writing for every available key. To Bach's wife, it means money to pay his wig maker. Who is right? Individually, we all are. Generally, none of us are. I keep thinking about my great-uncle. What he wanted, his meaning seemed so valid. To him, yes. To me, sacrificing your life for the vainglory of a military clique isn't my idea of valid. But to your great-uncle, aspiring to be a concert pianist might not have seemed worth disobeying his father for. Cat patters in at this point. Maybe the meaning of life lies in looking for it. Cat laps water in the thirsty moonlight. So much space. Buntaro yells into a telephone on a windy morning. What do you do with all this space? Why did I never come here years ago? The plane took less time than my dentist. Do you know when I last took a vacation outside Tokyo? Nope. I stifle a yawn. Me neither, kid. I arrived in Tokyo when I was 22. My company made transformers and it sent me up for training. I get off the train at Tokyo Station and 20 minutes later I find the exit. Would I ever hate to spend my life living in this hellhole? I think. 20 years on, look at what I did. Be careful of vacations in paradise. You think too much about all the things you never did and never will do. Does everyone in paradise get up so early? My wife was up before me, strolling on the beach under the palm trees. Why is the ocean so, blue? You can hear the waves crash from our balcony. My wife found a starfish washed up, a real live starfish. That's the sea for you. Is there, anything specific you wanted to talk to me about? Oh, yeah. I thought I'd run through your problems. My problems? Which ones, did you have in mind? Your problems with the store, of course. Shooting star, none I know of. None, not one. Oh, get back to paradise, Buntaro. I try to get back to sleep. I was talking with AI until after 3 a.m., but my mind is moving up its gears. Fujifilm says 0745. Cat laps water and leaves for work. I doodle blues chords for some time, smoke my last 3 lucky strikes, eat yogurt after spooning out a mold colony, and listen to Milk and Honey. My favorite track on this one has always been Borrowed Time. A kite of sunlight settles on Anju. For 2 days she was classed as missing, but nobody was cruel enough to tell me not to give up hope. True, tourists go missing on Yakushima all the time, and often turn up or get rescued a day or 2 later. But locals are never so stupid. Not even local 11-year-olds. We all knew Anju had drowned. No goodbye, just gone. My grandmother aged 10 years by the following morning and looked at me as if she scarcely knew me. There was no big scene when I left that day. I remember her at the kitchen table. Her face was twisted in a new way. She told me that if I hadn't gone to Kagoshima, her granddaughter would still be alive. Which I thought and still think is only too true. It was not the bitter change in my grandmother that made me leave, however, but Anju's clothes and toys and books. The pain was unbearable. I walked to Uncle Orange's farmhouse, and my aunt cleared a corner for me to sleep in. Officer Kuma called round the evening after to tell me the search for Anju's body had been called off. My orange cousins are all older girls, and they decided I needed nursing through my grief. They kept saying it was okay to cry, that they understood how I felt, that Anju dying wasn't my fault, that I had always been a good brother. Sympathy was also unbearable. I had swapped my sister for a never-to-be-repeated goal, so I ran away. Running away on Yakushima is simple. You leave before the old women stir and the fog goes back to the sea, tread quietly through the weather-boarded alleyways, cross the coast road, skirt the tea fields and orange orchards, set a farm dog barking, enter the forest and start climbing. After the head of the thunder god vanishes into the ocean, I skirt the ridge above my grandmother's house. No light is on. An autumn morning when rain is always 10 minutes away. I climb. Waterfalls without names, waxy leaves, berries in jade pools. I climb. Boughs sag, ferns fan, roots trip. I climb. I eat peanuts and oranges to make sure I can get high and deep enough before I disappear. Leech on my leg, creeping silence, day clots into gray afternoon, no sense of time. I climb. A graveyard of trees, a womb of trees, a war of trees, sweat cools. I climb. Way up here everything is covered in moss. Moss vivid as grief, muffling as snow. Sleep here and moss covers you too. My legs stiffen and wobble, so I sit down, and here comes the foggy moon through a forest skylight. I am cold and huddle in my blanket, niched in an ancient shipwreck of a cedar. I am not afraid. You have to value yourself to be afraid. Yet for the first time in 3 days, I want something. I want the forest lord to turn me into a cedar. The very oldest islanders' crones, who always outlive their husbands, say that if you are in the interior mountains on the night when the forest lord counts his trees, he includes you in the number and turns you into a tree. Animals call, darkness swarms, cold nips my toes. I remember Anju. Despite the cold, I fall asleep. Despite my tiredness, I wake up. A white fox picks its way along a fallen trunk. It stops, turns its head, and recognizes me with more than human eyes. Mist hangs in the spaces between my boughs, and birds nest in what was my ear. I want to thank the forest lord, but I have no mouth now. Never mind. Never mind anything ever again. I wake stiff, not a tree but a snot-dribbling boy again, throat tight with a cold. I sob and sob and sob and sob and sob and sob. Milk and Honey ends with Yoko singing, "How do I tell you? You're the one, you're the one, you're the one." And my Discman hums to a stop. The kite of sunlight has slid to my junk shelf, where Cockroach watches me. Its feelers twitch. I leap up, grab the bug killer, but Cockroach escapes down the gap between the floor and the wall. I zap in about 1/3 of the can. And here I stand in mammoth hunter pose, empty of everything. I ran away into the interior to understand why Anju had grown with me, cell by cell, day by day, if she was going to die before her 12th birthday. I never did discover the answer. I made the descent without mishap. The following day, the Orange House was having collective hysterics about me, but looking back, did I ever really leave the interior? Is what Eiji Miyake means still rooted on Yakushima, magicked into a cedar on a mist-forgotten mountain flank, and my search for my father just a vague, passing, nothing? Fujifilm says I have to get Shooting Star ready for business. Another day too busy to worry about what it all means. Luckily for me. November 7, mild weather, fish-scale clouds. I am in our dorm after our pre-departure banquet. I am fat with fish, white rice, dried seaweed, victory chestnuts, canned fruit, and sake, which was presented by the emperor himself. Because the weather was fine today, the Kikusui graduation ceremony was held outside in the exercise yard. Everyone on the base was in attendance, from CMDR Eugenia down to the lowliest kitchen boy. The rising sun flags on the base, the ships, and the submarines were all raised in unison. A brass band performed the Kimigeo. We wore uniforms especially tailored for the chitin division, black, cobalt trimmings, with green chrysanthemums embroidered on the left breast. Vice Admiral Miwa of the 6th Fleet gave us the honor of a personal address. He is a fine orator as well as an unequaled naval tactician, and his words inscribed themselves on our hearts. You are avengers, at last face to face with those who would murder your fathers and violate your mothers. Peace will never be yours if you fail. Death is lighter than a feather, but duty is heavier than a mountain. Kai and Ten signify turn, and heaven, therefore, I exhort you, turn the heavens so light shines anew on the land of the gods. One by one, we ascended the podium, and the Vice Admiral presented each of us with a hachimaki to tie around our heads like the samurai of old, and a seppuku sword to remind us that our lives are His Imperial Majesty's possessions, and to avert the indignity of surrender should disaster prevent us from striking our targets. During the closing Kimigeo, we bowed before the portrait of the emperor. A priest then led us to a shrine to pray for glory. Abe, Godu, and Kusakabe are writing letters to their families, so I will do the same and clip off some hair and nails for cremation. I shall write my final orders to you in this letter, but I shall reiterate them here. Takara, you are the acting head of the Tsukiyama family until father returns. Whatever trials lie ahead, preserve the sword. Impress upon your sons and their sons the integrity and purity of the Tsukiyama bloodline. After deification, my soul will reside at Yasukuni Shrine, with my myriad brothers who also gave their lives to the emperor. Come to pray, bring our sword, and let the light dance on the blade. I shall be waiting. November 8 weather, fair, hazy. The first maple leaves are flaming scarlet. I-333 departed from Atsushima. The departure ceremony was held on the dock at 900. A camera crew was present to make a newsreel of our departure. I waved at the camera as I passed Takara, in case you and your friends see me at the cinema in Nagasaki. LT. Kamaipu gave a speech on behalf of the Kikusui group, thanking our trainers, apologizing for our blunders, and promising that every chitin pilot will do his utmost to make our country proud of us. After this, we thanked Mrs. Ashige individually. She was choked with emotion and unable to speak, but words may sully the message of the heart. The officers toasted us with an omiki libation, and we boarded the submarines to cries of banzai. We stood atop our chitins and waved back at our classmates on shore until we rounded the western head of Atsushima. A small flotilla of fishing boats and training canoes saw us into the open sea. Godu looked at the fishermen's daughters through Kusakabe's binoculars. Abe has just announced that our maintenance check has been brought forward an hour, so I'll wait until tomorrow to tell you about I-333. November 9 weather, rain in the morning, a clear afternoon with swelling waves. Goto describes life in a submarine as being corked into a tin flask and thrown into a flood. Into this tin flask is fitted the forward torpedo room, officers, QTRS, forward battery, pump room, conning tower, control room, mess, crew QTRS. For 60 men, 4 aft engine rooms, aft torpedoes. Slick likens I-333 to an iron whale. I marvel at the crew. They have been on active duty since the war began with only 10 days shore leave. After one day, I am already aching to run or throw a baseball. I miss our futons on Atsushima. On I-333 we sleep on narrow shelves, with sides to stop us falling out. The air is stale and the light is sepia. I must emulate the endurance of the crew. Even walking requires contortion, especially at the beginning of a voyage when the gangways are used for food storage. There are only 2 places one can be alone. One is the chitons, which can be accessed from the inside of the submarine via specially adapted tubes between the submarine deck and the chiton lower hatch. The other is the toilet. Submarine toilets are not conducive to meditation. However, we have CPT, Yakota's permission to use the bridge when conditions permit. Of course, I must inform the duty officer when I go above decks, so I can be accounted for if we have to make an emergency dive. After our evening calisthenics session, I join the ensign on lookout duty, starboard of the conning tower. At night the control room is rigged for dark, only red lights are permitted, so CPT, or observers may move above and below decks without loss of night vision. I watched the white spray on the bow and the foam wake to the rear. On moonlit nights these are telltale signs for bombers. He told me the coastline to the west was Cape Sada, in Kagoshima Prefecture. The end of Japan was lost in scarlet clouds. Eiji Miyake. Masanobu Suga bumper cars into shooting star from the neon night, trips over and whacks the floor with his forehead. He noses the ground and grins at me. He is so drunk that his brain cannot understand how much his body hurts. Suga wobbles up to a one-leg kneel, as if he is about to ask for my hand in marriage. I dive around from the counter to pick up his glasses before he grinds them to splinters. Suga thinks I am trying to help him up, and elbows me away with a grffffme. He stands up, stable as a newborn giraffe, and falls backward into a rack of war movies. The rack topples and 100 video boxes cascade. A customer, only one, luckily stares death rays at us through her half-moon glasses. Suga glares at the fallen video rack. Poltergeists live in here, Miyake. Need to lean over theer a mo justimo. He tightrope walks to the counter, lifting his head toward the monitor. Casablanca. The movie is actually Blade Runner. I right the rack and collect the video boxes. Suga dangles his head, broken puppet style. Miyake. Suga, nice to Suga loses spittle control. I intercept the saliva stalactite with the Tokyo Post. Not drunk, invergent drunk, not me. Happy happi he heppi. Yes, meb, button it never out of caunt. Roll. He sinks to his knees, his knuckles gripping the edge of the cliff. Even Uncle Pachinko on a whiskey bender is not this hopeless. Went to see ya, Miss Hish Shashashaki said he quit. Bayabiyunabia by bad vibes, bad vibes in Uno, where all verlistenfgotten orphans ended after the war. Did you know that? Died like flies, poor little. Tears blossom in Suga's eyes and one runs down his pocked cheek. Death Ray woman has a rape alarm in a library. Shrill. Too much. The way you youngsters behave today makes me vomit out my own lungs. She leaves before I can begin an apology. For a moment I wish Suga would pass out. I could pretend not to know him and maybe an ambulance would take him away. Suga, you need to get home. You drank too much. Suga sniffs and focuses on me with puffy dogfish eyes. I'm Kershid. Have you got enough money for a taxi? Kershid. Can you tell me your address? He clenches his eyes and deliberately slams his head back on the front of the counter as hard as he can, which luckily is not too hard as his neck control functions are offline, but even so his face is bright with pain. I hold his head and he pushes me away. I'm Kershid Miyake. Don't you get it? Kershid. One donut. For one FCKN meashly donut. Little kid, kindergarten little kid, waiting just inside TH Bakery door. Hua's Korean's eyes out. The tears begin again and Suga trembles. Scared dog sort of shiver. Suga, my room is upstairs. I'm going to one whack. Meashly whack. Donut. I open the door. Little kid runs out fast as Afastaza. Suga's eyes screw up in pain. Batman Robin on his t-shirt. Little kid straight into the middle. Road. Suga blubbers and his breathing is chopped and sliced. WT Chai think I did Miyake. Swoo whoop teeth rescue D think. Nope Miyake nope rooted eyes rooted. Teeth spot Miyake saw heard audio official. Car brakes. Little kid. Wham wham wham. Flew little kid flew like a bag of groceries, burlat bowling ball, blood on thorough marker pen. Suga's fingers claw for a ripcord on his face to pull. I grip his hands in my fists. Suga is losing his will to resist. Mom she push pash wailing right. Error. I ran Miyake inverse never run Suga run you murderer. Suga the murderer. Suga swallows a stone of grief. Betchwister poison th pinnacle now don't ya? How'd you think I got this pizza cheese gritter skin? Kershid. I cross arrowed issy little kid. Issian of a little kid issy little kid. Kershid. His eyes ease themselves shut. I see. I take the key from the cash register and manhandle the sack of Suga upstairs. Toilet. If you piss my futon I'll blowtorch your computers, okay? Suga. You hear me? Suga nods, bleared and mumbly beyond grammar. I'll be downstairs. Down at the register, a girl in a cowprint t-shirt stands holding every Brad Pitt video in the shop. She studies her watch and emits a sigh of pain. Sorry to keep you waiting, I say. She ignores me. I hear Suga barf. Barf 1, cowgirl looks puzzled. Barf 2, cowgirl breaks her vow of non-interaction and stares at me questioningly. Barf 3, cowgirl says, "Can you hear anything?" I look at her as if she is an utter lunatic. Nothing. Why? She leaves and I rearrange the fallen video cases on the rack. My toilet flushes, which is sort of encouraging. A flurry of customers follows. I have lost track of who is human and who is a replicant in Blade Runner. I wonder how many years Suga has been carrying his curse around with him. I forget that other people in the world have broken parts too. 11 o'clock swings around and the night shows no sign of cooling. I hear a thump or two upstairs. At least I don't have a dead body on the premises to explain to Buntaro. I hear the drumming of water, and for a moment think the heat has turned to rain. Then I realize that no, to answer the last question he asked me 3 weeks ago, Suga cannot piss straight when he whizzes. Another treat in store tomorrow morning. I crank up the aircon a notch and retrieve my grandfather's journal and the kanji dictionary from under the counter. The warmth between Subaru and Takara, his younger brother, is in stark contrast to the cold between my father and Takara, my grandfather. Admiral Reizo's mention of a feud makes me uneasy. The Yakushima ants happily used me as ammo in their endless polite battles, and I cannot shake the feeling I am on the edge of another war zone. November 10, 1944. Conditions too poor to permit access to bridge. Abe reminds us we are irreplaceable components of our chitons. Moreover, I-333 rolls about too much to allow maintenance checks on our chitons. We have sensed a certain reserve between ourselves and I-333's crew. A certain distance is natural, but at times their conduct borders on coldness. For example, I discovered that Radioman First Class Hasakawa in communications grew up in Nagasaki, and when we passed in the corridor after dinner I addressed him in our local dialect. He looked startled and replied using rigid, formal speech. When Abe suggested that the chiton pilots contribute to the cleaning docket, CPT, Yakoda replied with terseness that our offer was generous but unthinkable. Abe believes the men regard us as incumbent gods and are merely suffering from excess veneration. Godu pointed out that 3.5 years of dodging depth charges would put a strain on anyone's mental state. Kusakabe speculated that the men may consider us insane. This angered Abe. Kusakabe calmly observed that submariners spend their lives slipping away from the jaws of death, while we seek to meet it head-on. Abe pulled rank and ordered Kusakabe and Godu never to voice such thoughts again, because he was demeaning the dedication and patriotism of our hosts. I said nothing for the sake of harmony, but inwardly I sympathized with Godu. Even the youngest crew members have the eyes of old men. November 11. Fine conditions prevail. The mercury in the thermometer climbs as the sea warms. It is impossible to remount the chitin on the submarine deck once released, so we are unable to make test runs in our vessels. We must, however, spend time in our chitins checking that the engines and other systems are in perfect working order. Watching the sea rush by through the chitin periscopes is most enjoyable, especially when I-333 is submerged. As we proceed south, I notice changes in the animal kingdom. For example, today I saw a manatee. It swam the way a cow might swim. We passed through a school of tropical fish, brightly colored with marigold, snow, and lilac. 2 dolphins appeared this afternoon swimming alongside us. The creatures appeared to be laughing at such a peculiar fish. May fortune similarly smile on our mission. Godu made a joke. If a Chinese bandit, an American imperialist, and a British general jumped off a building at the same time, who would hit the ground first? Nobody knew, so Godu gave the punchline. Who cares? The crew laughed heartily and retold the joke until everyone aboard had heard it. November 12, weather thundery but no rain yet. CPT. Yakoda is outspoken in his criticism of the Tokyo government, to say the least. If a civilian spoke in such a manner, he would surely be arrested by the Secret Service. At dinner tonight, the captain opened a bottle of rum. I had never experienced the drink outside pirate tales of my boyhood. It certainly loosened the tongue. Abe drank least, being a weak drinker, but CPT. Yakoda can knock it back like cool tea on a hot day. CPT. Yakoda first savaged the Admiralty for failing to learn from the Midway fiasco, instead of suppressing news of the defeat and turning the very word into a taboo. The sole strategy of our Navy, according to CPT. Yakoda, is to lure the enemy into a decisive naval engagement like the Battle of Tsushima against the Russians. But it isn't going to happen in this war. The Americans are not so stupid. Minister Tojo is an army idiot of the highest magnitude for ordering the invasion of uninhabited Alaskan islands. For what? To liberate seabirds from Anglo-Saxon tyranny. Prince Higashikuni is so stupid he couldn't pour piss out of a boot if the instructions were written on the heel. Godu laughed, Kusakabe smiled, and Abe turned a polite pink. I was unsure of the appropriate response. CPT. Yakoda maintains the East Indies oilfields would still be in Japanese territory if the wings of the military had fought as one rather than against one another, and if radar technology had been developed with the same earnestness as our torpedoes from the earliest stages. Now we must resort to begging the Germans for radar sets. He accuses the Imperial Army of operating subs undeclared to high command as wheelbarrows to support troops stranded on Rabaul and islands the enemy has bypassed. Most worrying of all is the CPT's firm conviction that our secret codes have been cracked. Abe, perhaps rashly, observed that the codes were invented by a Tokyo Imperial University cryptologist to be undecipherable to the Occidental brain. CPT. Yakoda retorted that no Tokyo Imperial University cryptologist was ever ambushed on the high seas by a pack of destroyers that had uncannily pinpointed his vessel's precise position and heading. We must all pray that CPT. Yakoda's pessimism is misplaced. But what if I unpick loops in my phone cord? You are right, and allocating meaning is one more job that our minds do. How come different people have different meanings of life? How come some people have no meaning, or forget the meaning they started with. Experiences, influences, diseases, divorces. What is that noise? Suga snoring. I never imagined a cat could snore that loudly. Suga is human, sort of. And is Suga a he or a she? I hunt in vain for traces of jealousy. He, very much so. A drunk friend crash-landed far from home. I let him sleep on my floor, but he took my futon. Oh, want to hear something private about myself? I sit up. Sure I do. I am a diabetic, a full-blown one. Every evening for the last 13 years I have injected insulin into my arm. I conform to a meal regimen. If I neglect this, I may go into insulin shock. If my hypoglycemia is severe enough, I may, quite possibly, die. I have to carry a chocolate cookie around with me 24 hours a day. The basic meaning of my life is to balance death and sugar. People without time bombs built into their genes are not likely to have the same meaning. Maybe the truest difference between people is exactly this, why we think we are here. Suga growls in his sleep. My cigarette glows. What's the matter with you tonight, Miyake? I tap my cigarette into a Birkin ashtray. Meeting my father has been my meaning. Now I am about to what do I do after I meet him? Why worry about it now? I dunno. I worry about things and I can never stop. Eiji Miyake, I want to be close to you right now. I choke on a lungful of smoke. What? Only a joke. I just wanted to prove that it isn't as difficult to stop worrying as you think. Debussy never worried about his meaning of life. He just got on with doing what he loved. Debussy, you mentioned him the other night. What band was he in? Claude Debussy. Tell me you are joking. Claude Debussy, drummer in the Jimi Hendrix Experience, right? AI does not have a gullible bone in her body. Eagles will peck out your liver, blasphemer. I'm playing him for my tone piece in tomorrow's audition. Want to hear? Sure. This is a first. I hear her clunk and shuffle about. Lie back and gaze at the stars. This is Kita Senju, not Tahiti. The sky is all murk. Then I'll play you Et la lune descend sur le temple qui fut. Help. It means, and the moon sets o'er the temple that was, near enough. You speak French as well as everything else. I've been planning to run away to France since I was 6, remember. France, what an elegant meaning of life. Shush, or you won't hear the stars. The oil in the frying pan spits. I botch the second egg, crush shell fragments between my fingers and the spermy mess drops in. I love the way the clear part skins over white. I rescue the toast, nearly in time, and scrape the charcoal into the sink. The pile on my futon stirs uyuyaya. Suga, this unclotted lungfish, winches his head and surveys my capsule. I stub out my Philip Morris in an eggshell, draw the curtains, and the unwashed morning streams in over 3 days of dishes and a major spillage of socks and papers. Suga is not pretty. His neck is boiled octopus pink and a volcanic island chain of mosquito bites trails over his face. He blinks. Miyake, what are you doing here? I live here. Oh, what am I doing here? This is where you died last night. I gotta do a dinosaur piss, which is the John, I point with a nod. Suga gets up and goes. He comes out sighing, zipping up his fly. Your toilet smells as bad as you know. Deep chemistry. Smells like serious upchuck. How about a nice fried egg for breakfast, swimming in tasty oil? Did I puke last night? You kindly got most of it down the toilet. Come anytime. I need to drink a swimming pool. I fill a beer mug with tap water. Suga downs it in a marathon gulp. Thanks, any chance of coffee? I give Suga mine and start another pan of water boiling. Suga bunches the futon into a log, sits at the table, drinks his coffee, goes ah, and rolls down his shirt sleeves to hide his eczema. I never knew you play the guitar. Is that kid on the swing your little sister? Near enough. Yes. I tip the eggs onto the toast, clear junk, and sit down to eat. Then the man in the funny sunglasses is your father. My yolk bleeds yellow. Not quite, John Lennon. Suga plies his temples with his thumbs. I heard of him. October comes earlier every year. So where am I exactly? Above a video store in Kita Senju. When did I get here? About 11 last night. You live above your workplace. The commuting must be a bitch. Be grateful I had somewhere nearby to drag your carcass, otherwise a dog would be pissing on you in the gutter right now. How did you get here last night? Did you get a taxi from the station? You were in no condition to walk far. Suga shakes his head blankly. I really can't remember. The eggs are good. And why did you come to visit me? Suga shrugs. Miyake, when I was blotto last night. I don't suppose I blabbed any stupid stories or anything. I spout utter drivel when I drink. If I said anything there wasn't, a word of truth in it. Pure bull. Everything I said or may have said. Fair enough. But I didn't actually say any, crazy stuff, did I? I weigh things up. No, Suga, nothing. Suga nods. Yet I thought as much, me and alcohol, pfff. In strolls Cat and immediately recognizes Suga as a soft touch. Hello, beautiful. Suga pets Cat while Cat checks out the food situation. What are you doing shacking up with this dubious character then? Your gratitude overwhelms me. Why did you leave Ueno after only 2 weeks of a life sentence? Family stuff. So do you have, seminars today? Suga shrugs. What day are we on? Thursday. I don't know where I'll go today. Not questing for Holy Grail. Pointless. Suga takes off his glasses and pinches the bridge of his nose. The gesture makes him look 60-something. Deep time waste. I quit hacking. Am I hearing this right? I backdoored the Pentagon 2 weeks ago. Guess what? No Holy Grail. Suga combs his hair with his fingers. 9 billion Holy Grails. I looked inside one. I found another 9 Holy Grails, and in each of them, 9 billion Holy Grails. I have to get ready for work. It adds up to, no offense, but you don't have the math. Suga sighs. Whole thing was just some government nerd practical joke. Every hour I spent hacking, and it adds up to years I could have spent more profitably with my finger up my fat one. All that time gone. Even looking at a computer makes me ill. So what do you do at the university? I don't. I walk around the streets. At night, I sleep in the day. Why not just find another site to hack? I fetch a clean t-shirt from my curtain rail. It is dry but crumpled, so I plug in my iron. For hackers, Suga sighs. Well, for the best ones, Holy Grail is the ultimate meaning of hacking, right? Non-hackers couldn't understand this. Imagine if you suddenly discovered, say, your father isn't who you thought he was. I don't even have the heart to post the news to my news group. They would never believe me anyway. They'd think I'd gone over to the other side. I would have. I add my plate to my sink collection and try to find 2 socks that match, sort of. 9 billion Holy Grails filled with 9 billion Holy Grails. I flick out the legs of my ironing board and set it upright. What a great hiding place for a Holy Grail. It was an off-the-cuff comment, and Suga opens his mouth to answer but changes his mind. He strokes Cat, who cruises at 90 purrs per minute. My iron breathes steam. Suga opens his mouth. No, he says. I ran a MiloP search as a matter of course and checked thousands of sample Grail files from all over the document field. Holy Grail is just an exercise in infinity, in meaninglessness. November 13, weather unknown at present. We are silent running. 10 minutes ago the lookout sounded the alarm, a squadron of lightnings heading straight this way. Rehearsed pandemonium ensued as the crew prepared the I-333 for diving before we were spotted. Lookouts below, dive, dive. Abe, Godu, Kusakabe, and I returned to our bunks. Hatches secured. Seawater filled the ballast tank. A high-pitched wail was air forced out through the topside vents. I-333 tipped at 10 degrees. Light bulbs exploded. Dull pain rings in my ears. Our lives are in the hands of the crew now. We are down to a maximum of 80 meters. The hull of I-333 groans like nothing I ever heard. Nobody dares make a sound. CPT. Yakoda has told us of rumors about buoys dropped by the enemy that emit sonar and allow acoustic-guided missiles to locate and destroy submarines. Maybe CPT. Yakoda is right. Courage is the highest quality for a soldier, but technology is a fine substitute. I keep thinking about all the water above us. What I detest most about I-333 is the smell. It assaults my senses whenever I return from the bridge. Sweat, excrement, rotting food, and men. Men, men, men. Ashore, surprises are often welcome. They break dull routine and bring excitement. Aboard a sub, surprises can prove lethal. I am writing these words to distract my mind. Abe is meditating. Godu is praying. Kusakabe is reading. A chitin pilot is the most dangerous agent of destruction in maritime history, but how vulnerable I feel now. November 14, weather deteriorating. I-333 is about halfway to our destination. Relations between Abe and Kusakabe have worsened. Yesterday evening Abe challenged him to chess, and when Kusakabe declined, said, "Seems strange for a chitin pilot to be afraid of losing a game." The accusation was dressed up as a joke, but jokes are usually other things in disguise. I think Abe is jealous of the territory Kusakabe refuses to share. Without a word, Kusakabe put his book down and set up the chessboard. He destroyed Abe like you would destroy a 6-year-old. He took about 10 seconds per move. Abe took longer to move. His face grew grimmer, but he could not bring himself to resign. Kusakabe promoted a pawn to a queen 3 times while Abe's king waited in a corner for the inevitable. When Abe knocked his king over, he joked, "I only hope your final mission is as great a success as your chess playing." Kusakabe replied, "The Americans are formidable opponents, Lieutenant." Godu and I were afraid these insults could only lead to violence, but Abe calmly put the chessmen away. "The Americans are an effete race of cowards. Without his gun, the Yankee is nothing." Kusakabe folded the board. "We have lost this war by swallowing our own propaganda. It poisons our faculties." Abe lost control, grabbed the chessboard, and flung it across our cabin. "Then exactly why are you here, chitin pilot?" Kusakabe stared back defiantly at our superior officer. "The meaning of my sacrifice is to help Tokyo negotiate a less humiliating surrender." Abe hissed with rage. "Surrender. That word is anathema to the Yamato Damasha spirit. We liberated Malaya in 10 weeks. We bombed Darwin. We blasted the British from the Bay of Bengal. Our crusade created a co-prosperity sphere unrivaled in the East since Genghis Khan. 8 corners united under one roof." Kusakabe was neither angry nor bowed. "A great pity the Yamato Damasha spirit never figured out how to stop the roof from collapsing in on us." Abe shouted hoarsely, "Your words disgrace the insignia on your uniform. They insult your squadron. If we were on Atsushima, I would report you for seditious thought. We are talking about good and evil. The divine will made manifest." Kusakabe glared back. "We are talking about bomb tonnage. I wish to sink an enemy carrier, but not for you, Lieutenant, not for the regiment, not for the Blue Bloods or the clowns in Tokyo, but because the fewer planes the Americans have raining bombs on Japan, the greater the chances my sisters will survive this stupid bloody war." Abe struck Kusakabe's face with his right hand twice, hard, then hooked him with his left. Kusakabe staggered but did not fall and said, "An excellent line of reasoning, if I may say so, Lieutenant." Godu got between them, although Kusakabe made no sign of striking his superior. I was too shocked to move. Abe spat at Kusakabe and stormed out, but there are not many places to storm to on a submarine. I got a damp cloth to bathe the bruise, but Kusakabe picked up his book as if nothing had happened. So calm, I almost suspect him of provoking Abe in order to be left in peace. November 15 weather, rain and wind, tail of a typhoon. I am suffering mildly from diarrhea, but sick bay dispensed some effective medicine. We have lost contact with I-37, our sister submarine on this mission, and all systems chitin service took up most of the day. Following yesterday's incident, Abe avoided speaking unless he had to. Kusakabe addresses him with a politeness that is almost aggressive. His left eye is half closed by a bruise. Godu told the crew that Kusakabe fell out of his bunk. I doubt the crew believed him. I asked Kusakabe if his offer to lend me his book of English kabuki was still open, and Kusakabe said sure, and recommended a play about the greatest soldier in Rome. Listen, let me have war, say I. It exceeds peace as far as day does night. It's sprightly, waking, audible, and full of vent. Peace is a very apoplexy, lethargy, mulled, deaf, sleepy, insensible, a getter of more bastard children than war's a destroyer of men. Even when Abe came into our cabin, I carried on reading it. Western military values are perplexing, however. The soldier, Coriolanus, talks about honor, but when he feels betrayed by the Romans, instead of registering his disapproval by harakiri, he deserts and fights for the enemy. Where is the honor in that? This afternoon, an unescorted American freighter was sighted, but CPT. Yokota is under strictest orders not to fire a conventional torpedo until the kite mission is completed. Godu swore he for one would never breathe a word to Admiralty HQ if CPT. Yokota ignored this directive, which I only realized later was a black joke. I-47 sent a communique warning of 2 enemy destroyers SSC 20 km, so we let the freighter escape. Later, Godu and I fabricated a model warship from stiff card and practiced kite and approach angles with a mock periscope. Then, as casually as a comment on the weather, Godu said, "Tsukiyama, I want to introduce you to my wife." For once he was quite serious. He wedded her on our final weekend leave. "If she wants to remarry after my death," he said, more to himself than to me, "she has my blessing. She may have more than one husband, but I will only ever have one wife." Godu then asked me why I volunteered for Special Attack Forces. It may strike you as odd that we never discussed this topic at Atsushima or even Nara, but our minds were too involved in the how to see the why. My answer was, and is, that I believe the Chitin Project is the reason I was born. Suga lumbers downstairs. Hey, I close the journal. "How are you feeling? A 10-megaton headache?" "My boss keeps a first aid box somewhere. I have a unique immunity to painkillers. I cleaned your toilet. I never cleaned one before. I hope I used the right cloths and stuff." "Thank you." Suga sniffs and watches the screen for a while. It is an American movie. Most of them are I chose at random, called An Officer and a Gentleman. From the box I thought it might be about the Pacific War and the Navy my great uncle fought, but I was wrong. The star, he has a pained rodent face, is stuck in boot camp in the 1980s. "Well," says Suga, "I see why you quit in Uno. Is this all you do? Sit on your butt and watch movies all day?" "Same as sitting on your butt and watching computer screens." Suga inspects the new releases rack. Living on borrowed time, these video stores. Pretty soon people will download all their videos via the net, right? DCDI format. The technology is already here, just waiting for marketing to catch up. I meant to ask, what happened with that Korean babe you were chasing? Mistaken identity. A kryptonite green Jeep, throbbing with time travel music, mounts the sidewalk. Lolita, sitting in the passenger seat, eats cherries the same color as her lips, while Dalai Lama darts in, nursing a fluffy white ferret. It sports a pinkan lime bow tie in one arm and 3 videos in the other. Jason and the Argonauts thrilled us, Sinbad chilled us, Titanic killed us. Myths are no longer what they used to be. I check the return by dates and thank him. Dalai Lama moonwalks out and waves the ferret's paw at us. The ferret yawns. The Jeep jets off, redshifting drum and bass music into a thudding hiss. Suga watches through the door. I wish I had a friend like that. I could phone him up every time I feel like a misfit, right, just to remind myself how normal I actually am. Suga yawns, cleans his glasses on his t-shirt and steps outside to consult the sky. So, another day. "Audition hall waiting rooms are nurseries for lunatics," says AI. "The noise of the wind, a hazy crackle of static, or psychological warfare students. Musicians are worse than those chess grandmasters who kick each other under the table. One boy from Toho Music School is eating garlic yogurt and reading French slang from a phrase book. Aloud. Another is chanting Buddhist scriptures with his mother. Two girls are discussing best-loved music academy suicides who couldn't take the pressure. If your music sounds half as good to the judges as it did to me last night, you should breeze through it. I think you may be biased, Miyake. No points are awarded for neck contours. Anyway, nobody breezes into a Paris Conservatoire scholarship. You drag yourself there by your fingernails over the corpses of slaughtered hopefuls. Like the Roman gladiators, except when you lose you have to simper politely and congratulate your nemesis. Playing over the phone to you is not the same as performing for a panel of dug-up-a-class war criminal lookalikes who control my future and my meaning as a human being. If I blow this audition, it will be private lessons to Hello Kitty daughters until the day I die. There will be other auditions in the future, I point out. Nice try, but that is the wrong thing to say. When are the results announced? 5 o'clock today. After the final candidate has performed, the judges fly back to France tomorrow. Hang on, someone's coming. I get an earful of static swish and covered mumble that was my on in 2 minutes call. Say something powerful, encouraging, and witty, Miyake. Good luck. Her breathing changes as she walks. I was thinking earlier about. I changed my mind about the meaning of life again. Yeah, you look for your meaning. You find it, and at that moment your meaning changes and you have to start all over again. But that means that you never actually AI. Her footsteps echo and static blows, then the line is broken. Customers come, customers go. A steady stream of movies about the end of the world is rented. Must be something in the air. I wonder how AI is doing in her audition. She sounds like a fine musician to me. I thought my guitar playing was okay, but compared to her I am a no-fingered amateur. A hassled mother comes in and asks me to recommend a video that will shut her kids up for an hour. I resist the temptation to slip her Pam the Clam from Amsterdam. Well, madam, it did shut them up, didn't it? And suggest Sky Castle Laputa. I go to the door. The sky is one of those refracted marmalade sunsets. A Harley-Davidson growls by, a strolling lion. Its chromework is commentary, and its driver is a kid with leather pants, a designer gash t-shirt saying "Damn, I'm good," and an army outrider helmet with a cartoon duck stenciled on. The girlfriend, her perfect arms disappearing into the t-shirt, blonde hair catching amber sunlight, is none other than Velvet. Love Hotel Velvet. Same pout, same time zone straddling legs. I half hide behind a Ken Takakura poster and watch the motorbike weave through the clogged traffic. Definitely Velvet or her clone. Now I am not so certain. Velvet has millions of clones in Tokyo. I sit down and open my grandfather's journal. What would Subaru Tsukiyama say about Japan today? Was it worth dying for? Maybe he would reply that this Japan is not the Japan he did die for. The Japan he died for never came into being. It was a possible future, auditioned by the present but rejected with other dreams. Maybe it is a mercy he cannot see the Japan that was chosen. I wonder what angle to take when I meet my grandfather next Monday. I wish I could do angles as skillfully as Daimon. I wish Admiral Reizo had given me a clue. Should I applaud the samurai spirit stuff? Does it matter? All I want is for my grandfather to introduce me to my father, nothing more. I wonder how I would have fared in the war. Could I have calmly stayed in an iron whale cruising toward my death? I am the same age as my great-uncle when he died. I guess I would not have been I would have been another I. A weird thought, that I am not made by me or my parents, but by the Japan that did come into being. Subaru Tsukiyama was made by a Japan that died with surrender. It must be tough being made by both, like Takara Tsukiyama. November 18 weather, tropical heat, blinding sunshine. This morning I spent 30 minutes on the lookout platform 4 of the periscopes. The lookout lent me his binoculars. Our position is 60 kilometers west of Ulithi Atoll. A high-altitude reconnaissance plane from Truk reported 200 enemy vessels, including 4 carriers. Enemy radio transmissions grow ever busier. CPT. Yokota made the decision not to wait for I-37, as 5 days have passed since our last contact. Hailing her on VLF radio would be hazardous so close to an enemy stronghold. I hope she has only been delayed. Being sunk so close to the target area would be a cruel irony for the Khitan pilots. We wished I-36 and I-47 good hunting and turned west toward the Palau Islands. I-333 approached Peleliu around 1800 hours. The archipelago is as beautiful as places from old stories, but as outlandish as the landscapes I used to doodle on my copybook. I saw coral islets, twisted outcrops, gorges, peaks, swamps, and sandbars. Recent battle damage was much in evidence. The 14th Division of the Kwantung Army will have made the enemy pay dearly for the invasion of these islands. The bases and airfields were among the most battle-ready in the war, because the Palaus had been Japanese territory since the League of Nations mandate. But the enemy cannot guess the true price of anchoring in the Kasal Passage. The lookout spotted an enemy scout plane and we dived. As tonight's meal will, in all probability, be our final one, CPT. Yokota produced his wind-up gramophone and 2 records. I instantly recognized a tune that father used to play before jazz was banned because of its corrupting influence. The musician's name is Jayu Karingyutan. How strange to be listening to American jazz before setting out to kill Americans. November 19 weather. Fine, calm conditions prevailing. A quiet last night. I-333 conducting submerged periscope watch. Slick has promised to visit Nagasaki and hand this journal to you personally, Takara. My Kokikusui pilots are composing their final letters. Kusakabe asked Abe's advice regarding an obscure kanji for a haiku he was composing. Abe answered without rancor. I have little talent for poetry. Slick is presently servicing our Khitans for the final time, and the Khitan release mechanisms are being tested. CPT. Yokota is approaching the mouth of Kasal Passage in a slow curve. We prayed at the special shrine and left incense as gifts to the god of the shrine. Godu burned his cardboard aircraft carrier and offered the ashes. We studied a cartographical chart of the target zone, with depth soundings. At our final supper, we thanked the crew for bringing us here safely. We drank banzai toasts to the success of our mission and to the Emperor. I went up to the bridge one final time to see the moon and stars, and shared a cigarette with the ensign on duty. The moon was full and bright. It reminded me of the mirror Yiko and mother used to apply cosmetics. This moon will allow me to choose my target in under 3 hours from now. 3 hours. This is all my lifeline has to run if all goes well. My thoughts are now occupied with how I can best utilize my training to be sure of making a lethal hit. I will now entrust this journal to Slick. Live my life for me, Takara, and I will die your death for you. Live long, little brother. I had never heard AI sound miserable. I hadn't thought misery was in her repertoire. I stroked the fluffy part below Kat's throat. Your father knows how much the conservatoire means to you. That man knows exactly how much it means. And he knows how few scholarships get awarded. Yes. Why has he forbidden you to go? Why isn't he brimming over with pride? Niigata was good enough for him, so Niigata will be good enough for me. He refuses to use the word music. He says tinkling instead. What does your mother think? My mother? Think. Not since her honeymoon. What she says is obey your father, over and over. She let him finish her sentences for her for so long that now he starts them too. She actually apologizes to my father for making him yell at her. My sister and I used to be close, but she married the owner of the biggest concrete works on the Japan Sea coast because our father told her to. It was a dynastic alliance. Now she is turning into my mother. It's creepy. My mother heard they have big ozone holes over Austria, so Austria. Doesn't she mean Australia? See what I'm up against. Their knowledge of the world outside Japan extends only as far as they can swim offshore. Sorry if I sound bitter. Then my brother was called over. He runs that man's branch office, so you can imagine how sympathetic he was. I am wrecking the family harmony, he said. French food will make my diabetes worse, as if he ever cared about my diabetes, and the sheer worry will cause my mother's blood pressure to rise, and she may actually explode. Then I will be guilty of blowing up mother as well as disobeying that man. What's making that noise? Not Suga again. Cat this time. She feels sorry for you but doesn't know what to say that wouldn't sound feeble. She hopes it will all work out okay. Thank her. At times like this I wish I smoked. Hold your mouth to the receiver, I'll blow smoke down the line. Don't. Diabetics have enough to worry about. My flatmate's magazine says that over 90% of teenagers fantasize that their parents are not their real parents. After this evening I can see the appeal. Truth is, that man hates the idea of me not needing him. He wants to hire and fire the world as he sees fit. He is afraid of his employees finding out he can't control his daughter. What a family of sand fleas I come from. I swear, sometimes I think I would be better off as an orphan. Oh. Sorry, that was a stupid thing to say. Hey, don't worry. Today has blown my tact chip. I should switch myself off and leave you in peace. I've done nothing but whine for 30 minutes. You can whine all night. Isn't that right, Cat? Cat, bless her, mews right on cue. See, so whine. You look 5 years younger, I tell Buntaro when he gets back from Okinawa on Sunday evening, and he really does. So if I go on 4 vacations in a row, do I get to look like you? He presents me with a keyring of Zizi Hikaru. Like most idols, Zizi is Okinawan who sheds her clothes when you breathe on the plastic casing. Hey, thanks, I say. This will be a family heirloom. Good to be back. Yees. Buntaro looks around. Shooting star. No, yes, don't know. Right, did Machiko-san enjoy herself? Way too much. She wants to move there tomorrow afternoon. Buntaro scratches his head. Kodai being born soon. It changes the way you see things. Would you want to be brought up in Tokyo? I remember my mother's first letter, the balcony one. Maybe not. Buntaro checks his watch. You must have 1,000 things you want to do, kid. I don't, but I can see he wants to catch up on paperwork, so I climb up to my capsule and round up dirty laundry. I try calling AI, but nobody answers. Netherworld noises vibrate down the apartment building tonight. Husband bawling, baby screaming, washing machine spinning. Tomorrow is Monday, Grandfather Day. I lie on my futon and begin decoding the final 3 pages of the journal. These are written on different paper in cramped letters that get harder and harder to read. Across the top of the paper is stamped in red ink in English, SCAP, which is not in my dictionary, and military censor. These half obscure a pencil inscription in Japanese. These words, moral property, Takara Tsukiyama. An address in Nagasaki is illegible to me. November 20, weather unknown. Dead but still alive, alone in kite, last 6 hours, at 2:45 CPT. Yakoda came to cabin, announced the chitin attack to commence in 15 mins, stood in a circle and tied Hachimaki of brother before us. Godu, just another training run, boys. Abe to Kusakabe. You are a demon chess player, ensign. Kusakabe. Your right hook is the demon, lieutenant. Toward I-333 thanked crew for bringing us here safely. Saluted man by man. Shook hands before entering chitins via chutes. Slick sealed the hatches behind us. His face last I saw. I-333 dived for final approach. Radioman First Class Hasakawa maintained telephone link until release, providing last-minute orientation. Abe released 3:15. Heard clamps fall loose. Godu released 3:20. Kusakabe floated free 3:35. Next 5 mins I thought many things, focus difficult. Hasakawa in Nagasaki dialect. I'll be thinking of you, glory is yours. Final human words, foreclasps released, started engine, rears released, floated free. Thrust sharp left avoid conning tower periscope shears. Proceeded essay heading holding depth 5 meters. Surface 342 confirm position with visual fix. Enemy fleet clearly silhouetted harbor lights. Troop carriers, transport ships, fuel tankers, at least 3 battleships, 3 destroyers, 2 heavy cruisers. No carriers, many fat targets. Eating, asleep, shitting, smoking, drinking, talking Americans. I their executioner, strange sensation. At strategy meeting on I-333 agreed first chitin should target distant vessels, guesswork required. Used children's choosing chant, Durinai Shimashoka, Kamai Samano Iudu explosion. Shock waves rocked chitin. Steadied periscope, saw fuel tanker, plum blossom fire, smoke already obscuring stars. Secondary explosion. Orange, beautiful, terrible, could not tear eyes away. Flares climbed, lit passage brighter than day. Hunted, I dived, waking dream, being not doing, chose nearest large naval ship and maneuvered to appropriate angle. Klaxons, engines, chaos. Another major explosion, kite, nearby depth charge, no knowing. Patrol boat. Vibrations nearer, nearer, dive to 8 meters passed over. Sizable explosion to starboard. Loneliness afraid brothers leave me here among hostile strangers not my race. Slowed to 2 kph, surfaced for position check. Fire / smoke / after explosions 2 locations. Chose large outline due west light cruiser, 150 meters. Eyes dazzled by searchlight but cloaked by chaos on shore. Dived to 6-7 meters, throttled to 18 kph. Flying, strange air, cut to dead halt. Surfaced, final check. Cruiser filled the night. 80 meters. Saw figures streaming. Ants, fireflies, dived 5 meters, primed warhead. One thought, this is my final thought. Opened throttle lever to maximum velocity. Acceleration shoved me back hard. 70 meters closing, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20. Impact next moment, impact now. Clang like temple bell. Wild spinning up equals down, down equals up, drilling, flung left, right, up, down, loose objects flying, me too. Lungs empty. So this death, I think, then I think, can dead think. Pain rings from head, erased further thought. Lurching crunch hung downward, judder halt. Engines howling, rudder control dead and free in hand, scream noise from engines, heat climbing, burning oil smell. Same moment I realize not dead and must cut engines, engines die. Failure. Warhead did not detonate. Chitin glanced off hull, bamboo spear off metal helmet. Periscope sights slashed face, broke nose. Sat, listened to noises from surface. Tried to ignite TNT manually, strike casing with wrench. Tore off fingernail in attempt. Impact broke chronometer. Minutes or hours cannot tell. Periscope blackness, blueness now. Flask of whiskey. Will drink, put these pages into flask. Takara. Message in bottle in dead shark. Learn this song, Takara. Corpses adrift and corpses swollen, corpses abed in the swollen sea, corpses adream in the mountain grasslands. We shall die, we shall die, we shall die for the emperor, and we shall never look back. Abed in the swollen sea, air thinner, or imagine air thinner now. Divers may discover me, typhoon shakes me loose, beaches me remain here, end of time. Chitin was not way to glorious death. Chitin is urn, sea is tomb. Do not blame us who die so long before noon. No hope, answers the woman who is not AI. It is after midnight, but she sounds more amused than angry. She has a brick-thick Osaka accent. Sorry. Oh, can I ask when, Miss Amajo is expected back? Feel free to ask, but whether I answer is another cue. When is Miss Amajo due back, please? And tonight's top news story. The rebel chieftainess Ai Amajo is summoned to the ancestral seat in Niigata in a last-ditch attempt to break the diplomatic deadlock. When reporters asked the defiant music student gorilla how long the summit would last, we were told, as long as it takes, stay tuned. Days then, my turn, are you the karate kid? No, the headbutt kid. Same kid, nice to meet your disembodied voice at last, karate kid. AI calls you headbutt kid, but I think karate kid sounds much wittier. For sure. When AI gets back, could you? I inherited my granny's psychic powers. I knew it was you calling. Don't you want to know who I am? Are you I's shy, retiring roommate by any chance? Hole in one, so, is AI dating a human being or are you another psycho gremlin? Not exactly dating. I take the bait. Psycho gremlin. Fact. 80% of I's admirers go on to successful careers in the horror movie industry. The last one was the creature from the Black Lagoon. Webby, floppy, water-resistant, caught blue bottles with his tongue, phoned at midnight and croaked until dawn. Drove a Volvo, wore blazers, gave out CDs of himself singing madrigals, and confided his fantasies quite unsolicited when AI begged me to say she was out. He and AI would marry at Tokyo Disneyland, tour Athens, Montreal, and Paris with their 3 sons, Delius, Sibelius, and Yo-Yo. One time his mother called. She wanted I's parents' number in Niigata so she could start marriage negotiations directly with the manufacturer. AI and I had to concoct an ex-boxer boyfriend in prison who half-strangled I's last admirer. I can promise right now my mother will never call you, but ever worked in a pizza kitchen, Karate Kid. A pizza kitchen, why? AI says you need a job as of tomorrow. True, but I never worked in a kitchen before. No worries, chimpanzees could do the job. In fact, we have hired lots of hairy primates in the past. The hours are lousy, midnight to 8 a.m. The kitchen is hotter than the core of the sun, but on the graveyard shift the money is good. Central location, the Nero's opposite Jupiter Cafe, site of legendary headbutt. Plus, you get to work with me. Has AI mentioned my name? Obviously I am the last thing on her mind. Sachiko Sira. As in Quest Sira Sira whatever lila lila. Can you start tomorrow evening, Monday? I don't want to talk you out of giving me a job I need so badly, Miss Sira, but don't you want to meet me first? Sachiko Sira does a beyond the tomb voice. Eiji Miyake, native son of Yakushima, I know everything about you, Mr. Miyake. At Amadeus' tea room, Butler stops drumming his fingers. Arched eyebrows, butlership is all in the eyebrows. Please follow me. The Tsukiyamas are waiting for you. Tsukiyamas. Could my grandfather have persuaded my father to come too? I search the faces. The place is busier than last week. A funeral party is meeting here. Many of the customers are in black and I have trouble trying to locate an elderly man and a middle-aged one who looks like me. So when Butler pulls a chair out at a table where a woman and a girl my age are seated, I assume he has made a mistake. His eyebrows tell me there is no mistake, so I gawk while they assess me. Will you require an additional cup, madam? Asks Butler. The woman dismisses him with a quarter smile and a most certainly not. The girl stares at me, a will the turd fit around the U-bend sort of stare, while my memory grapples with a similarity. Anju, a chubby, crinkle-cut, scowly Anju. We have the same feather eyebrows. Eiji Miyake, she says, and I nod as if it were a question. I knew it was you because you have that do you like me? Look you'd expect to see on an orphan. You are one sorry, shameless creep, Eiji Miyake. All at once I understand. She is my half-sister. My stepmother fingers the bronze torque around her neck thick enough to halt an axe swing and sighs. Let us try to keep this meeting as brief and painless as possible. Sit down, Mr. Miyake. I sit down. Amadeus' tea room continues in the background as if on a video screen. Mrs. Tsukiyama, I grope around for pleasantries. Thank you for your letter last month. Fake surprise. Thank you. Irony is your opening move, Mr. Miyake. No. I look around. Actually, I was expecting my grandfather. Yes, we know all about that. Your little rendezvous was recorded in his diary. Regrettably, my father-in-law is unable to attend. Oh, I see. Have you locked him in a closet? Half-sister has a slappy voice. Grandpapa passed away 3 days ago. Slap. A waitress passes with a tray of raspberry cheesecake slices. Stepmother does not bother to conceal her disdain either. I am frankly astonished that you failed to see how sick he was last Monday, running around at your beck and call, plotting conspiracies. I only hope you are proud of yourself. This makes no sense. I didn't meet him last Monday. Liar, slaps half-sister. Liar, mother already told you we have his appointment diary. Guess whose name we found for a meeting here 1 week ago? I want to wrap her mouth in carpet tape. But my grandfather was still in the hospital last Monday. Stepmother does a head resting on hands pose. Your lies are embarrassing, Mr. Miyake. We know my father-in-law left his hospice last Monday to meet you. He didn't ask for permission from the duty nurse because he wouldn't have received it. He was far too sick. I am not lying. My grandfather was too sick to come, so he sent his friend. What friend? Admiral Reizo. Stepmother and half-sister look at each other. Half-sister snickers a jerky laugh and stepmother smiles so that her mouth shrinks to a lipstick tip. Those lips kiss my father. Then you did meet grandpapa, slaps half-sister, but you were too dumb to recognize him. My temper takes the strain. I look at stepmother for an explanation. My father-in-law's last practical joke. Why would my grandfather pretend to be this Admiral Reizo? Half-sister thumps the table. He is not your grandfather. I ignore her. Stepmother's eyes glint with war. Did he give you any documents to sign? Why, I repeat, would my grandfather pretend to be somebody else? Did, she repeats, he give you any documents to sign? This is going nowhere. I put my hands behind my head, lean back, and study the ceiling while I try to calm down. Yes, my friend, observes Mozart, you have a problem here, but it is your problem, not mine. I badly want to smoke. Mrs. Tsukiyama, is this bad blood necessary? Bad blood, mutters half-sister. Nice expression. What do I have to do to prove to you that all I want is to meet my father? Stepmother tilts her head. Do calm down, Mr. Miyake, this makes me boil over. No, Mrs. Tsukiyama, I am tired of calming down. I do not, Mr. Miyake, you are making a shut up and listen to me. I do not want your money. I do not want favors and blackmail. How did you come up with the theory I wanted to blackmail you? I am so tired of scrubbing around this city trying to find my own father. You want to despise me, fine, I can live with that. Just let me meet him just once, and if he tells me himself that he never wants to see me again, okay, I will vanish from your lives and start my own properly. That is it. That is all. Is this too much to ask? I am so drained. Half-sister is unsure of herself. Stepmother has finally put away her unbearable sneer. I think I got them to listen. And half the customers in Amadeus' tea room. Actually, yes. Stepmother pours herself and her pouty, piggy daughter weak tea from an inoffensive no-drip teapot. It is too much to ask. Let us concede that I accept you mean my family no malice, Mr. Miyake. Let us even concede that I feel some sympathy for your position. The basic situation still stands unchanged. The basic situation. There is no nice way to say it. My husband does not wish to meet you. I will say it again for emphasis. My husband does not wish to meet you. You seem to believe in a dark conspiracy keeping you away from him. This is simply not true. We are not here to confuse your trail. We are here at the behest of my husband to ask you, please, to leave him in peace. He has paid for your upkeep not to maintain hopes of a future reunion, but to buy his right to privacy. Is this too much to ask? I want to cry. Why won't he just tell me this himself? A word. Stepmother sips her tea. Shame. I have no defense lined up for this. Stepmother says it again. He is ashamed of you. But how can he be ashamed of somebody he refuses to meet? My husband isn't ashamed of who you are. He doesn't really care who you are. He is ashamed of what you are. An illegitimate reminder of the worst mistake of his life. At the far side, a customer abruptly stands up, sliding his chair behind him. You are causing pain for him, for us, for yourself. Please stop. The waitress walks into the chair. Teacups and raspberry cheesecake slide off her tray, and fine bone china chimes to pieces in a ripple of ooh-oh-s. Stepmother and half-sister watch with me. Butler paraglides over to supervise the cleanup operation. Apologies, counter-apologies, assurances, orders, carpet sponges, dustpans. 60 seconds later, no evidence remains of the great crisis. Okay, I say. Half-sister slides her cup away. Okay, what? I address the woman my father chose to marry. Okay, you win. She did not expect this. Neither did I. She searches my face for a catch. There is none. My father, just by never getting in touch himself, made his position clear a long time ago. I dunno, I never wanted to believe it, but tell him an apricot carnation sits in a glass tear vase. Hello, hello and goodbye. Stepmother keeps her gaze steady. I stand up to go. Did you get that from Grandpapa? Half-sister has a way of prodding your ribs with words. She nods at the chitin journal wrapped in its black cloth. Because if so, it is the legal property of the Tsukiyamas. I look at this Auntie Anju. No, if she had asked nicely, I would have handed it over. This is my lunch box. I have to go to work. It was really nice to meet you both. Thank you for your time. I take the journal and walk out of Amadeus' tea room without looking back. Butler summons an elevator and bows not so ironically that I could complain, but ironically enough to mock me as the doors close. Who cares? I have the elevator to myself. The music is Top of the World by the Carpenters, a tune that makes my teeth throb, but I am too drained to hate anything now. I think about the decision I just took. I am stunned by it. I watch the floor numbers descend. Do I mean it? My father never wants to meet me, so my search for him is not valid. Finished, my meaning is cancelled. I guess, yes, I do mean it. First floor, says the elevator. The doors open and a crowd of very busy people surges in. I have to fight my way out before the doors close. 7 cards. Sachiko Sira, my third boss in 4 weeks, was not exaggerating. The Nero's kitchen is hot as hell and a monkey could do my pizza by numbers job. The kitchen is a rat run. It measures 5 paces by 1, with a sort of cage at one end with lockers and chairs where the delivery bikers wait. Sachiko and Tomomi take the orders by telephone or from walk-in customers, and pass the orders through the hatch from the front counter. I dress the crusts in the correct toppings by matching the pizza name to the giant chart that takes up an entire wall, coated with colored icons for the benefit of monkeys who never learn to read. So, for example, in the big circle marked Chicago gunfight are little pictures of tomato, meatballs, sausage, chili, red and yellow peppers, cheese. Hawaii honeymoon is tomato, pineapple, tuna, coconut. Narrow maniac is pepperoni, sour cream, capers, olives, and jumbo shrimp. Then you have the crust types: thick, crusty, herb, mozzarella filled. The toppings live in a cave-size fridge. Each container lid has a picture of the contents. Once the pizzas are dressed, you slide them into a 2-lane gas-fired inferno. Rollers convey the pizzas through its geothermic innards at about 10 centimeters per minute. Although if the orders are piling up, you can reach in with a pair of forceps and give the pizza a premature birth. Timing is the trick, says Sachiko, tying back her hair. Ideally, the pizza lands in its box. Tape the order slip to the lid thusly the same moment the biker lands from his last delivery. It is sort of fun, and the orders never stop, not even at 1 or 2 a.m., so unlike at Uno Lost Property or Shooting Star, I never have much time to get bored. Our customers include students, card sharks, businessmen working through the night. Shinjuku is a nocturnal jungle. I drink liters of water, sweat liters of water, and never need to piss once. There is an exhaust fan as loud as an engine room and a tinny radio that only picks up one local station trapped in the 1980s. There is a gunk-smattered world map to tantalize us slaves of the inferno with thoughts of all the countries in the world and their many-tinted women where we are not free to go. A clock drags the minutes past. Sachiko is how I imagined her on the telephone, loopy, organized, stable. Tomomi is an evil hag who has been at Nero's since Commodore Perry sailed into Old Edo Bay and has no intention of upsetting her cozy life by ever getting promoted. She chats with her friends on the phone, flirts with privileged bikers, selects arts courses she will never actually apply for, and drops heavy hints about the affair she had with the owner of Nero's X years ago, and the damage she could inflict on his marriage if her pleasant equilibrium were ever threatened. Her laugh is a loud, glittery fake. The delivery bikers come and go week by week. Mostly they are students, but tonight they are Onizuka and Doi. Onizuka has a lip spike, custard yellow hair, and wears a death's head biker's jacket instead of the Nero's pizza uniform. When Sachiko introduces us, he says this: "Last guy before you, he messed up the orders. Customers gave me trouble. Don't you mess up the orders." He comes from Tohoku and still has a northern accent as thick as crude oil. This worries me, in case I mistake a mortal threat for a weather remark. Doi is ancient, over 40, walks with a limp, and has a Jesus being crucified expression. Suffering, spaced-out screensaver eyes, not much hair on his head but loads on his chin. "Don't let Onizuka get you down, man," he tells me. "The man is mellow. Fixed my motor for free, man. Smoke pot." When I say no, he shakes his head sadly. "Youth of today, man, you misspend the prime of your life. You'll repent at your leisure, man. Got friends who know how to party. Premium quality, discreet service." Tomomi enters the cage. She is a gifted eavesdropper. Discreet as a mile-wide UFO playing the mission. Impossible music over the Imperial Palace. At 3 a.m., Sachiko brings me a mug of the thickest coffee known to chemistry, thick enough to stand pencils in. I mean it, which makes my body forget how tired it is. Onizuka waits in the staff cube at the end of my rat run, but never says another word to me. Twice I smoke a John Player special outside the storefront. I have a prime view of Panopticon. Anti-aircraft lights blink on and off from dusk until dawn. Very Gotham City. Both times the Inferno summons me back before I can finish the cigarette. While I am waiting for a health club asparagus, sour cream, olives, potato wedges, garlic to emerge from the Inferno, Doi leans over the hatch. "You know how hungry I am, Miyake. How hungry are you, Doi?" "I am hungry enough to cut off my thumb and chew it." "Really hungry then? Pass me that knife, will you?" I make a "do I have to" face. "Pass me the knife, man, this is a hunger crisis." "Be careful with that knife, razor sharp." "Why else would I want it, man?" Doi places his left thumb on my chopping board, places the blade over it, and thumps the handle with his right fist. The blade slices clean through the knuckle. Blood spills over the counter. Doi reins in his breath. "There, that wasn't so bad." He picks up his thumb with his right hand and dangles it in his mouth. Plop. I gargle dry air. Doi munches slowly, deciding if he likes the taste. "Gristly, man, but not bad." Doi spits out his thumb bone, sucked shiny and white. I drop whatever it was I was holding. Sachiko appears in the hatch. I point and glug. "Doi," scolds Sachiko. "You prima donna, you can't resist a captive audience, can you?" "Sorry, Miyake, I should have warned you about Doi's little hobby, magic school." Doi mimes a kung fu retaliatory shuffle. "The Sacred Academy of Illusionists ain't no hobby, chieftainess. One day there'll be lines outside the Budokan to see me perform." He waggles his two attached thumbs at me. You can tell from his eyes that Shiake is one cat in sore need of the magic arts. "Miyake," corrects Sachiko. "Him too," says Doi. I do not know how to respond. I am just relieved that the blood was tomato juice. At 5 a.m. morning comes in for landing. Sachiko asks me to prepare some mini salads for the next shift, so I wash some lettuce and cherry tomatoes. The pizza orders thicken again. Who eats pizzas for breakfast? And before I know it, Sachiko is back, doing a high court voice. "Eiji Miyake, by the powers vested in me by Emperor Nero, and in view of your satisfactory behavior, I declare your life sentence suspended for the period of 16 hours. You will present yourself at this correctional institution at midnight for a further 8 hours hard labor." I frown. "Huh," Sachiko points at the clock. 8 o'clock. "Surely you have a home to go to." The front door slides open. Sachiko glances around and looks back at me with an aha look. The prisoner has a visitor waiting outside the gates. AI says anywhere except Jupiter Cafe, so we walk toward Shinjuku to find a breakfast place. Talking is a bit awkward. We have not actually met since the day in Jupiter Cafe, even though we must have spent over 24 hours on the telephone last week. If it was any more humid than this, I venture, it would be raining. AI tilts her face skyward. You know, it is raining. She caught a bus back from Niigata yesterday evening and looks travel-worn. I am sweaty and disheveled. So how did it go with your father? AI hums. Going back was a futile exercise. I knew it would be. She begins. I make the right noises at the right times, but as usual when people discuss parental problems, I feel as if I am being told about a medical condition in an organ I lack. Still, I am booming with pleasure that AI came to meet me for breakfast, and I have to work at not looking too happy. We pass a tiny shrine. AI breaks off to look at the trees, torii gate, straw ropes, and twists of paper. A Jizo statue sits behind an orange, a bottle of Suntory whiskey, and a vase of chrysanthemums. An old man is having a good long pray. I wonder why. I must be an island gossip at heart too. Are musicians superstitious? I ask. Depends on the instrument. String players, technically including pianists, have the luxury of being able to practice until we get it right, and any mistakes we do make usually get swallowed up by the orchestra. Woodwind and especially brass have it tougher. However good you are, one unlucky blast in Bruckner's Celestial Ninth gets blasted open with a well, my last conductor's metaphor a shotgun fart. Most trumpet players I know have beta blockers instead of peanut cookies with their morning coffee. Are Yakushima pizza chefs superstitious? The last time I went to a shrine it was to, decapitate its god. With a lightning bolt. I only had a junior carpenter set hacksaw. She sees I am serious. Didn't the god give you what you wanted? The god gave me exactly what I wanted. Which is why you sawed his head off. Yep. I must be careful about giving you what you want. Ai Imajo I, Eiji Miyake, hereby swear I will never saw your head off. That comes as a relief, but isn't destroying religious artifacts a juvenile court-size offense? I never told anyone until this morning. AI gives me a look with 99 possible meanings. McDonald's has an electronic signboard above the door that reports how many seats are vacant. It flits in and out of single figures. Detectors must be built into the seats, I guess. AI tells me to go upstairs and find a table while she gets in line, and I am too exhausted to argue. McDonald's stinks of McDonald's, but at least it will disguise the stink of Miyake, the unshowered kitchen slave. Upstairs a flock of student nurses smokes, bitches, and shrieks into their cell phones. I add up the money I earned since midnight and I feel a little less tired. It is Europe Week in McDonald's, a video screen hangs on the wall, and scenes of Rome glide by while soporific music sucks you in. AI appears at the top of the steps holding the tray, looking around for me. I could wave, but I enjoy looking at her as if I am seeing her for the first time. Black leggings, a sky blue t-shirt under a berry juice silk shirt, and amber magma earrings. If AI were a nurse I would break a major bone to get a bed in her ward. They were out of chocolate shake, she says, so I chose banana. I see you have a kinky fetish for nurse uniforms. They must have, followed me in. AI sticks the straw through my lid. In your dreams anyway, you reek of cheese. Sachiko says a lot of your customers are nurses they train across the road. That squat gray building across the road is Sensoji Hospital. I thought it was a prison. Are you only having green tea? Green tea is all that my meal plan allows until lunch. Oh, I forgot again. Sorry. No need to be. Diabetes is a medical condition, not a sin. I didn't mean relax, relax, I know, eat. A mighty river of drones flows below the window, civil servants rushing to get to their desks before their section chief is at his. Once upon a time, says AI, people used to build Tokyo. But that changed somewhere down the line and now Tokyo builds people. I let a squirt of shake dissolve on my tongue. Back to your father. He said if you ignore him and go to Paris, you can forget ever being welcome in Niigata. So I said he can have it his way. So you won't go to Paris. I am going to Paris, but I am never going back to Niigata. Does your father mean what he said? That was a threat aimed at my mother, not me. If you want to be looked after by your own daughter in your old age, you make her stay. In fact, he left shortly after to go and play pachinko. My mother broke down in gales of tears, just as he knew she would. She kept asking how I could be so ungrateful. I am thinking, what century is this? You know, there are mountain villages in Niigata that import Filipina wives in wholesale groups because as soon as the local girls come of age, they are on board the fastest Shinkansen out of there. The men wonder why. So you won. You can go to Paris. In disgrace, but I am going. I light a JPS and say what I am thinking. You are the toughest person I know, AI. She shakes her head, unconvinced. The gap between how other people see you and how you see yourself is a mystery for me. I think you are tough. I think I am as tough as your shake, which is 9 parts pig lard, incidentally. I desperately want my parents to be proud of me. Real strength is not needing the approval of other people all the time. On a Roman balcony one slanting evening, a girl puts sunflowers in a terracotta jar. She sees the cameraman, scowls, pouts, flicks her hair, and vanishes. AI dangles her tea bag in and out of the hot water. I honestly think they would have been happier if I had done a 2-year course in applied cosmetics at a women's college, married the family dentist's son, and spawned a hive of babies. Music. You eat it, but it eats you too. I swallow hash brown and fries cud. Cheer up. Compared to the Miyakes, your family are the Von Trapps in The Sound of Music. AI spins her tea bag. Von Trapps. A little girl with gaps in her teeth comes up to our table and looks at AI through enormous glasses. Where do babies come from before they get into mommy's tummies? You know what a stork is, the big white birds. Yes, storks bring the babies to the mommies. The kid looks dubious. So where do the storks get the babies then? Paris, I tell her, which forces a smile out of AI. Where's Paris? There. I point at the video screen. The girl's father appears at the top of the stairs carrying a tray of bright food and a baby mounted in a back harness, and calls his daughter over with an apologetic nod at us. He must be a fine father. AI looks at me in a strange way. I see her face as a very old woman and also as a very little girl. Slow seconds come and go. I have never looked at anyone this long, this close up in silence since my Who Blinks Last Wins games with Anju. If this were a movie and not McDonald's, we would kiss. I think, maybe this is more intimate than kissing. Loyalty, grief, good news, bad days. Okay, I finally say, and AI does not say okay what? She rubs her thumbnail over a McTeriyaki burger scratch card. Look, I won a baby robot turkey lunch box. Must be a good omen. Will you let me buy you a new baseball cap? This one was a present from Anju, I reply before I change my mind. AI frowns. Who? My twin sister. I's frown deepens. You said you were an only child. No going back now. I want to untell the only lie I told you last week. I have a whole load of other stuff to tell you too. My grandfather contacted me thanks to the personal ad you suggested, and my stepmother and half-sister met me. More of an ambush than a meeting, really. I also figured that trying to find someone who obviously doesn't want to meet me, even if he is my father, will only make me miserable, so I quit. What is it? AI is frying with exasperation. That is so you of you, Miyake. I try to understand. What is? AI knocks on her forehead with her knuckles. Okay, start with your twin sister, then do the stepmother. Go. I float back to shooting star around noon, buoyant as a light particle. AI has classes for the rest of today, but she is coming around to my capsule tomorrow, Wednesday. I have to stop to remember which day I am on. I am thinking about AI about 90 times an hour. It was funny when we said goodbye at Shinjuku, we got hopelessly lost because I was following her while she was following me. The walk from Kita Senju Station is pleasant today. Shrubs, autumn trees, kids in strollers. Today they defeat the ugliness of Tokyo. Good morning, Eiji-kun, says Machiko pleasantly. You reek of cheese. She is watching a Takeshi Kitano movie set in Okinawa. I ask her if it is worth watching. He can be a good director, but he gives himself the coolest roles. Only good actors dare take on uncool roles. Machiko shows me her vacation photos and gives me a picture I like of an orange orchard vanishing up a rain-hazed hillside. We talk about Nero S for a while. Machiko has this gift of making me feel I am interesting, and I nearly tell her about AI, but I am afraid I would sound slushy. And besides, there still is not much to tell, so I climb up to my capsule. Eiji-kun, I forgot to give you this. The mailman brought it this morning. I turn around and go back down for the package, one of those padded envelopes, the smallest size they come in. The addressee is Mr. Fujin Yodahu, living in Hakodate up in Hokkaido. An incorrectly addressed message has been stamped on the front. On the back is my name and address, printed under sender on a stick-on label. Anything wrong? Asks Machiko. I keep my wits about me and say, nothing. Something is wrong, however I didn't mail it. Up in my capsule, a shredded tea towel temporarily puts the mysterious package out of my mind. Cat, purely out of spite, because she slept alone last night. I hope she stops shredding before she starts on my shirts. I shower, tidy up the scraps of clawed cloth, and thrash out a howlin' wolf version of All You Need Is Love on my guitar. I should be dropping with tiredness, but I am immune to sleep. Then I remember the package. I must be more tired than I think. I slit the package open. Inside is a computer disk wrapped in a letter. I twist some ice from the ice tray into a glass and fill it with water. I love the sound the cubes make as fissures shoot through. Tokyo, October 1. The name I went by was Kazue Yamya. I was a freelance investigator. However unlikely or brutal this account of the last 9 years of my life appears, I ask you to read it until the end. In your hands is my final testament. I shall ask you to be my legal executor. Endings are simple, but every beginning is made by the beginning before. The one I shall choose is a night in the rainy season 9 years ago. In those days my name was Makino Matani. She was a housewife with a 2-year-old son, and married to the owner of a financial services company. She was a recent graduate in business studies from a respectable women's college in Kobe. Every new year she exchanged greetings cards with her ex-classmates who were married to dentists, judges, and civil servants. An ordinary life. The rainy season came. I remember those last moments perfectly. My son was playing with a plastic train set, and I was cleaning the rainy season mold in the shower cubicle. I could hear the television reporting flash floods and landslides. The doorbell rang. I answered it, and 3 men barged in the door and snapped the chain my husband had trained me to use. They demanded to know where my husband was hiding. I demanded to know who they were. One slapped me hard enough to dislodge a tooth. "Your husband's case officers," he snarled, "and we ask the questions." He and another searched the house while the third watched me try to reassure my screaming son. He threatened to harm my son if I didn't tell him where my husband was. I called my husband at work and discovered he had phoned in sick that morning. I called my husband's cell phone and discovered the number had been disconnected. I called his pager dead. I was nearly hysterical by now. The thug poured me a shot of my husband's whiskey, but I couldn't swallow it. My son watched with big scared eyes. The 2 other thugs returned with a box of my husband's personal effects and all of my jewelry. Then the bad news really began. I learned that my husband had run up debts of over 50 million yen with a Yakuza-backed credit organization. Our life insurance policy had been altered to name this organization as sole beneficiary in the event of his suicide. The house and contents were their property if my husband defaulted on repayments. "And that," said the most violent of the 3, "includes you." My son was taken into the next room. I was told I was now responsible for my husband's debts. I was then beaten and violated. Photographs were taken to guarantee my obedience. I had to endure this torment in silence for the sake of my son. If I failed to obey their orders, the photographs would be sent to every name in my address book. A month later, I was living in a single windowless room in a Buraku area of Osaka. I was forced into servitude, and I was not allowed to leave the building or have any contact with the outside world. You may doubt that such exploitation is practiced in 21st century Japan. Your ignorance is enviable, but your disbelief is precisely why such exploitation can prosper unchecked. It happens. It happened to me. I myself would have doubted respectable women could be forced into such circumstances, but the owners are masters of control. I was dispossessed of every item from my old life that could have reminded me who I was except my son. I was allowed to keep my son. This prevented me from escaping by suicide. My customers not only knew about my imprisonment, they derived pleasure from it, and would have been implicated in the crime had it become public. The final wall between me and the real world was perhaps the strongest, a phenomenon psychologists label hostage syndrome, the conviction that my fate was deserved and that no crime was being perpetrated. After all, I was a victim. What right did I have to bring shame to my old friends or even to my mother by appealing for help? Better that they carry on believing I had disappeared overseas with my bankrupt husband. 6 other women, 3 with babies younger than my son, shared my floor. The man who violated me was our captor. It was him we had to beg for food, medicine, even diapers for our children. He also supplied narcotics in careful quantities. He administered them personally to ensure we couldn't overdose. False names were given to us, and we adopted them to hide behind. In time, our old lives became detached from what we had become. All of us dreamed of escaping at some vague point in the future, but the more we dreamed, the weaker our will to shape our own reality became. We were required to take care of one another's children while their mothers were working. The captor told us that after we had worked off the amounts the defaulting members of our families had embezzled, we would be free to go. So the harder we worked to please our handlers, the quicker we would be out of there. In autumn, a girl who had been there for 2 years was released. So we thought. My release came sooner because over the following new year my resilience exhausted itself and I suffered a nervous breakdown. The handlers complained to the captor that I was no longer trying. The captor talked to me for a while. He could be gentle when he chose. It was one of his weapons. He said he had talked to my creditors and that I would be transferred with my son to another branch that night. We drank gin and tonic to celebrate. I awoke wrapped in a blanket in a black, airless place. My head was groggy and drugged. My son was not with me. I was still in my nightshirt. For a terrible moment I thought I had been buried alive, but groping around, I realized I was in the trunk of a stationary car. I found a jack and finally forced an exit. I was in a garage. I saw the captor's reflection in the side mirror and froze. He was asleep. Then I saw his nose was missing. Someone had put a gun to his nostrils and pulled the trigger. There was no sign of my son. I ran, but before I had got out of the garage, my senses began to return. I was lost, penniless, believed to have vanished by anyone who remembered me. My former owners would jump to the conclusion that I had been taken as a spoil of war. I hesitated, but I ran back, groped inside the captor's jacket for his wallet. I found a travel bag strapped around his groin. The bag contained a pile of 10,000 yen notes inches thick. I had never seen so much money. When I found my way out of the garage, I found myself in the vast Osaka Central Hospital, the only place in the city where a woman with a sick-as-death complexion in night clothes could blend into the background. I do not have time to tell you much about the years that followed. I lived for a year in women's refuges, cheap hotels. My bank accounts were in false names. The meaning of my life had become the search for my son. My ex-husband was now a ghost I never thought of. I hired a private detective to investigate the Yakuza branch that had imprisoned me. The investigator returned my advance 1 week later. He was warned away. Out of sympathy and guilt, he ended up hiring me as a secretary accountant. This was a smart business decision, because 3/4 of his customers were women wanting their husbands tailed to fatten divorce settlements. They preferred discussing the sordid details with another woman, as with gynecology, so for marital infidelity. They recommended our agency to their friends, and business thrived. I began accompanying my boss on field work. Women are virtually invisible, even to the most paranoid of men. Furthermore, I discovered that the organization had deleted every computer reference to me and my son. I enjoy the privileges of being a non-existent woman. My life in captivity had hardened as well as scarred me. After 3 years, my boss offered me a partnership, and when his cancer finally killed him, I took over the business. All this time, I was hunting for the roots of the organization that had killed Makino Matani and her son and created Kazue Yamya. It is nameless and many-headed. It has no name. Its membership is in excess of 6,000. I swung introductions to its leaders, even invitations to the weddings of their children. I entered its employ as a freelance researcher. My status as a semi-insider gave me greater access to its secrets and deflected suspicion. My son was murdered in order to sell his organs to extremely rich, desperate parents of the elite in Japan. The home market is most lucrative because the parents will pay for pure, homegrown stock, but the export market to Eastern Asia, North America, and Russia is also significant. This fate is shared by the children, and eventually the women enslaved in the brothels. The disc I have enclosed in this package contains the names, digital images, and personal histories of the men who head this organization, the law enforcers who protect them, the surgeons who carry out the work, the politicians who blanket the operation, the businessmen who launder the money, the men and customs officers who freeze and smuggle the organs. Why are you being told this? Tomorrow is the final day of September. It is the day I plan to go public. I shall hand my data over to my contacts in the police and the media. One of two things will happen. The media will scream, and Japanese public and political life will be hit by a vice scandal that will send shock waves from hospitals in Kyushu to the Parliament building. Or I shall be killed by those I seek to expose. If the latter comes to pass, copies of this disc and letter will be distributed to an audience I have selected for widely differing reasons. Understand this, you are holding a letter from a dead woman. I have been killed by my enemies, as foreseen by laws of probability and power. My death itself is of no importance to me. You can understand why, I am sure. What is important is that the information now in your possession is the only weapon that could destroy the harvesters. Act with your eyes open, as your conscience dictates. I cannot advise you. My best attempts have failed. The Yakuza is a 90,000-strong state within our state. If you approach regular police channels, you will achieve only the issue of your own death warrant. You are holding a high card for a very dangerous game into which you never asked to be dealt. But for the repose of the soul of my son Eiji Matani, who was killed by these people, and for countless others past, present, and future, I implore you to act, please. Kazue Yamya, why me? Her son and I share a name with the exact same kanji, I for incant, Jai for world. I have never encountered this combination in someone else before, but this alone cannot account for Kazue Yamya putting me on her trustee list. I sift my memory of the time we met for clues but find none. I call downstairs. Machiko-san, any big stories in the paper today? What? says Machiko. Don't tell me you haven't heard. What? Machiko reads from the front page. Top politician in honesty shocker, I'm not on the take. Integrity revelation by minister stuns colleagues. I manage a smile and close the door. So Kazue Yamya is probably dead. I feel hollow with pity for that scarred person who visited me during my week at the study of tales. But I would be a fool to get involved in this. Keeping this disc is suicidally dangerous. I stow it in the most unused corner of my apartment, my condom box under my socks, until I figure out what to do. If no foolproof idea comes today or tomorrow, I should drop it in the river and hope another addressee is in a wiser, stronger position. Uneasily, I imagine us lined up in a row on the bridge, all dropping our discs in, acting on the same easiest way out impulse. I change the water for cat, switch on my fan, unroll my futon, and try to sleep. Despite not having slept for 20 hours, I keep thinking of Mrs. Yamya. I sense a weird week ahead, one with sharp teeth. My pulse thuds. An unbreakable spear striking an impenetrable shield. I arrive at work at 1 minute to midnight. I change into my apron and white bandana. I wear it to keep my hairs out of the food, not as a fashion accessory, and a big group of off-duty taxi drivers stops by to order an office party quantity of pizzas. I am kept busy for 90 minutes. The radio is weird tonight. It keeps changing frequency at whim, swinging among Chinese, Spanish, and other speaking stations. Tagalog man, reckons Doi. The stratospheric ether is hyper-pure tonight, man. I can feel it in my sinuses. He waits for the inferno to deliver his pizza, smoking a cigarette of his own creation in the cage. He rubs his eye. Miyake, I got something stuck in the corner here. Pass me a toothpick, man. I ignore my misgivings and pass him a toothpick. Thanks. Doi uses it to pluck his eyelid down. No good, would you mind looking? I think a tiny fly flew in. I walk over and peer close. Doi suddenly sneezes, his head jerks down, and the toothpick punctures his eyeball. A jet of white fluid spatters my face. Shit, screams Doi. Oh shit, I hate it when that happens. I just stand there, unable to believe that reality is this grotesque. Sachiko appears in the hatch. I gibber, she shakes her head. I stop gibbering. Falling for him once is cute, Miyake, but 2 strikes and you're Mr. Gullible. Doi, if you waste many more of those coffee whiteners, you're going to force me to be Ms. Assistant Manager and dock your salary. Doi snickers. I realize I have been fooled again. Here an Uupi chieftainess. Sachiko glowers and addresses a supernatural agency above the inferno. Is it my karmic destiny to oversee lunatic asylums, lifetime after lifetime, over and over until I get it right? Miyake 1 double Titanic, thick base, extra shark meat. I box up Doi's pizza. He leaves, bathed in victory. I cannot stop thinking about the package from Mrs. Yamya. Tomomi slinks into the cage for one of her never-ending coffee breaks. She tells me how frantically busy her life is. Busy is definitely her favorite word, and asks how I know AI doesn't fake her orgasms when we have sex. Because while she was having her affair with Mr. Nero, she felt obliged to busy things up on a number of occasions, because men are so insecure about performance. Tomomi has a tarantula in underpants effect on me. She sharpens her fingernails while I try to work out what sort of denial would give her least gossip fuel. I am saved by a toy helicopter-sized wasp that flies in. Tomomi shrieks, kill it, and runs back through to the front. The hatch doors slam shut. The wasp buzzsaws around for a minute, warily checking me out in its multi-lens eyes, and lands on Laos. Hard to concentrate on the pizzas, but I prefer its company to Tomomi's. I stand on the counter and clap a plastic tub over Southeast Asia. The wasp strikes up a death by flugelhorn noise and tries to knock a hole through the side. I get unbearably itchy, and instead of making a portable wasp release box, semi-panic and shove the tub over the exhaust fan, which is flush to the wall. The flugelhorn stops with a nearly inaudible crackle. Last of the action heroes, says Onizuka. fingering the spike in his lower lip. He always arrives in the cage quiet as a ghost, and he speaks so softly I have to semi-lip read. He nods at the inferno where a pizza is waiting to be boxed. That my Eskimo Quinn for the KDD building. Customers give me shit if their pizzas get cold. The hatch opens a crack. Is it dead? Asks Tomomi. The wasp is fine, says Onizuka, but Miyake got mush trying to leave through the extractor. Tomomi performs an overture laugh to see if she can rile me. Onizuka departs with his pizza without another word. Doi arrives back a minute later. I could swear his left leg was limping yesterday, but today it is his right, and Tomomi tells him about the wasp. The drug pusher and the queen of all evil discuss whether I am guilty of the murder of a life form. It was only a wasp, I say. There are plenty more where it came from. This is not good enough for Tomomi. There are plenty more humans where we come from, so does that make homicide okay? This is too stupid to argue about, especially as Tomomi was shrieking, "Kill it, kill it." So I watch pizzas inching through the inferno. When I tune in again, Doi and Tomomi are talking about crows. Say what you want, Tomomi says. Crows are cute. Doi shakes his head. Crows are winged Nazis, man. The porter in our building, he chased one away with a broom. The next day the same crow dive-bombed him and pecked his head hard enough to draw blood, man. A crow attacking a uniformed porter, freaky, man. Kinda short-circuits nature. Tomomi sharpens her eyeliner pencil and snaps open her hand mirror. I love nature. The weak are meat, the strong eat. Ueno Takeda Senju is easy, even during rush hour, because outbound submarines are empty except for night shift workers and eccentric billionaires. The subs heading the other way into Ueno are human freight wagons. Tokyo is a model of that serial Big Bang theory of the universe. It explodes at 5 p.m. and people matter is hurled to the suburbs, but by 5 a.m. the people matter gravity reasserts itself, and everything surges back toward the center, where mass densens for the next explosion. My commute is against the natural law of Tokyo. I feel dead beat. Giving up on my father is taking some getting used to. AI is coming over to my capsule after her rehearsal at about 5 in the afternoon. Her dinner is my breakfast. To my relief, she asked if she could do the cooking. She prefers to choose what she eats because of her diabetes. To call my culinary repertoire limited would be boastful. Walking back from Kita Senju Station to Shooting Star, a weird cloud slides over half the sky. Cyclists, women with strollers, taxi drivers stop to stare up at it. Half the sky is clear October blue, the other half is a dark funnel of storm cloud. Plastic bags get caught in vortexes and fly up to heaven. Buntaro is in the store early to bring the accounts up to date after his week away. He looks up at me and sniffs. I know, I say, I know, cheese. Buntaro shrugs, all innocence, and goes back to his calculator. I crawl upstairs. Kat bids me good morning before vanishing into her universe. I wash her bowl, change her water, shower, and decide to have a quick nap before cleaning up for AI. My face is melted out of position. My tongue is a pumice stone. Saliva collected in my tongue root gully drools out onto my pillow. At my table, AI chops carrots and apples. For a moment I think I have married AI and she is making dinner for our 9 children, but then I smell the apple. Nutmeg too. Kat is licking her paws, watching me. Buntaro lets AI up. She knocks. I am too deeply asleep to wake up. Buntaro confirms I am definitely up here. AI peers in, sees me, goes out and buys food for a salad. Life is crisp bliss when it wants to be. AI must trust me, to be alone with me in my capsule while I am dressed or not dressed how I am. Being trusted makes me trustworthy. Carrot and apple go together great. She is chopping walnuts. I never much cared for walnuts until this moment, and raisins, and sprinkles them over lettuce. She is wearing old jeans and a faded yellow t-shirt lighter than her skin, and her hair is up. Here is that mythical neck. She scrapes peelings into the garbage bag. She wears thick black framed glasses that suit her in a quirky sort of way. AI never ever tries to impress, and that impresses me so much. She has a silver pirate earring. Hey, Kyushu cannibal, she says. I realize all this time she knew I was watching her, and chords inside me change from a flat to loose string D minor. I am that happy. Why do you keep letters in your icebox? Watch out, says AI. I think there may be fish in these bones. It tastes great. Do you live entirely on noodle cups? I vary my diet with pizza, courtesy of Nero. Mind if I finish the salad? Do, before you die of scurvy. You never told me about your view. That is no view. Yakushima has views. It beats the view Sachiko and I have at present. We used to overlook a low-security prison exercise yard. That was quite nice. I used to leave the windows open and play chop-in waltzes back-to-back. But then I got back from class one day to find a parking garage had sprung up since breakfast. Now we have a view of concrete 6 inches away. We want to move, but paying a deposit on a new place would wipe out our savings. The telephone rings. I answer. Hello, Miyake, Suga, where are you? Downstairs. Downstairs where? Downstairs here. Mr. Ajizo tells me you have company in your chambers, but would you mind if I come up? I do, to be honest. Sure, come up. When Suga enters my capsule, I gape. He has apparently had a body transplant. His eczema has vanished. He has a contoured haircut that must have cost 10,000 yen. He is wearing the suit of a Milanese diamond robber and revolver-period Lenin electric Folksinger glasses. Are you going for an interview? I ask. Suga ignores me and bows shyly at AI. Hi, I'm Masanobu Suga. Are you Miyake's Korean girlfriend? AI bites the head off a celery stick and looks at me quizzically. No, number Suga, this is Miss Imajo. AI looks thoughtful. Suga the snorer. Now Suga looks confused. Miyake. Some other time. The only sound in this very awkward pause is celery being munched. Suga breaks it with some news. There won't be another time for a long time. I came to say goodbye. Leaving Tokyo, I chuck a cushion down for him. Near or far? Suga slips out of his sandals and sits down. Saratoga. Which prefecture is that in? AI has heard of it. Saratoga, Eastern Texas. Heart of the desert. Beautiful. AI munches. But wild. I find a sort of clean cup. Why are you going to a desert? I'm not allowed to tell anyone exactly why. I pour his tea. Why not? I'm not allowed to tell anyone that either. Is any of this to do with your holy grail? After I left here last week, I went to my research room and got my brain back in gear. So offensively obvious. Write a wall-drop search program, smuggle it into the file field, and get it to scan through the 9 billion files to see if a real Holy Grail site had been hidden anywhere. Right. My first attempt backfired. In megabyte terms, it was like trying to squeeze China through the Sumida Tunnel. The Pentagon immune system recognizes the program as an alien body, zaps it, and launches a tracer program. I only just get out in time. The Pentagon? AI asks. Suga twiddles his thumbs, modest and boastful. So I sleep on the problem for a couple of days, then deep genius busts the door down. Dawn raid of inspiration. I break into the Pentagon immune system, softjack its own OS, muzzle its alarms with a highly localized JASM-style virus, and get it to search the very files its job is to protect. Like retraining your enemy's sniffer dogs to show you his hidey hole. I make it sound easy, I know, but first I had to boot my flight path through 6 different zombies across 6 different cell phone networks. Second, I had to rewrite JASM's bioform program. Third, you did it. Suga lets the details slide. I did it. But the number of holy grails it had to check was, right, deeply cosmic. Think about it. 9 billion files at the apex of 9 billion pyramids, each one built of 9 billion files as far as I had dared to look. After turning loose my search program, I drowse off. Deep Sleep City. It is 11 in the morning by now. Right, I worked at my computer since 7 the evening before, and you know how low I was last week. My body decided to shut down until I was fully repaired. So, What next? I wake up to find 3 men searching my office. Late afternoon, deep shock. One guy, a hacker, I can tell, is downloading all my personal files onto a handheld drive I'd never even seen before. Second guy, an older headmaster type, is making an inventory of my hardware. The third is this fat, sunburned foreigner in a cowboy hat leafing through my Zax Omega mangas and drinking my beer. I was too amazed to be scared. The headmaster guy flashes some id at me, data protection agency. Ever heard of that? And tells me I have violated the United States bilateral defense treaty, and that I have the right to remain silent, but that if I don't want to be tried for espionage under U.S. jurisprudence at the nearest military base, I had better get down on my knees and blab for dear life. Is all this true? AI asks me. Is all this true? I ask Suga. I was wishing to hell that it wasn't. The buggery scenes in every prison movie I ever saw keep flashing before me. The headmaster gets out a matchbox-size recorder and starts firing questions at me. I'm expecting him to strap electrodes to my balls. How had I got into the Pentagon in the first place? How had I soft-jacked their antiviral OS? Was I working alone? Who had I spoken to since? Had I heard of any of the following organizations? I can't even remember them now. They know what schools I went to, where I live, everything. Then the hacker guy talks technical data. I can see he is impressed with my zombie ring. Even so, it gets dark, and I don't know what they plan to do to me. Finally, the foreigner, who has been flicking through my photo albums and master hacker, speaks to the headmaster in English. I realize he is the one in charge here. I ask if I can take a leak. The younger hacker accompanies me. I ask him for some more lowdown, but he shakes his head. We get back to my office, and headmaster offers me a job or prosecution under some obscure but terrifying-sounding law buried in the U.S.-Japan Defense Pact. He describes the job and the money serious, big time. Artificial intelligence, missile shield systems. Suga bites his lips. Whoops, that's the only downer. I can't go around boasting to anyone about it. What about IBM and your university? Yeah, that was my next question. Headmaster nods at the foreigner. The foreigner barks an order into his cell phone. Already taken care of, Mr. Suga, the headmaster tells me. And we can arrange a PhD. If your parents are worried about qualifications, would MIT be acceptable? Other details can be worked out later. In fact, I fly out the day after tomorrow, so I have a million things to do. I brought you a present, Miyake. I considered tropical fruit, but this is a bit more personal. Here. He produces a square case, flips it open, and unclips a black flat thing. This is my finest home-cultivated computer virus for peacetime uses. For the second time in 2 days I am being given a computer disk. Thanks, nobody ever gave me a virus before. AI mutters something and then speaks up. If those things get into hospital systems, they put lives at risk. Do you ever think about that? Suga nods righteously and slurps his tea. For sure. Ethical cyber explorers are responsible, yeah. We are friendly ghosts in the machine, not poltergeists or hooligans. We are a growing breed. Over 65% of top-flight systems explorers are ethical. AI gives Suga a black look. And over 85% of all statistics are made up on the spot. Suga soldiers on. Take this virus, mailman. I call it. It delivers your message to every addressee on the address book of whoever you send it to. Then it duplicates itself and delivers itself to all the addresses in those address books and so on, for 99 generations. It doesn't even need to be opened. Neat or what? Direct democracy it is. Freedom of speech. Mailman can't be censored. It outperforms any antiviral software on the market, but it won't harm any system it enters. AI looks unconvinced. Spreading junk mail to tens of thousands of people doesn't strike me as especially ethical. Suga has a proud father beam. Not junk mail. Miyake can spread whatever message of joy and peace he wants to hundreds of thousands of users. It isn't the sort of thing I can take to Texas, Saratoga being a top-secret research installation, right? And it would be a shame to let it go to waste. Suga leaves. I finish the salad and slice a melon for dessert. I take some down to Buntaro, who nods at the ceiling and waggles his little finger questioningly. I pretend not to understand. No way am I going to make a pass at AI. There is a sort of not-yetness between us, I tell myself. She is clearing a space on the table. Time for my insulin. Want to watch, or are you squeamish? I want to watch, I lie. AI gets a medical box from her bag, prepares the syringe, disinfects her forearm, and calmly slips the needle in. I order myself not to flinch, but I flinch. She is watching me watching her as the insulin shoots into her bloodstream. I suddenly feel humble. Making a pass at AI would be as uncouth as yelling at a flower to hurry up. Plus, if she rejected me, I would have to microwave myself out of existence. So Miyake, says AI as the needle slides out. What's your next move? I swallow dry. What? She dabs a droplet of blood with sterilized cotton wool. Are you going to stay in Tokyo now that you've changed your mind about tracking down your father? I get up and wipe my fry pan. I dunno. I need money before I can do anything else, so I'll probably stay at Nearhoes until something better comes along. I want to show you a couple of letters my mother wrote to me. AI shrugs. Okay. I brush the ice granules off the plastic. She reads the letters while I finish the dishes. She is still rereading them, so I wash my hair. Long shower. When I take a shower, I feel I'm back on Yakushima. Warm rain. I nod at the letters. What do you think? AI folds them and puts them back into the envelope. I'm thinking about what I think about them. Fujifilm says 10 o'clock. We have to leave. AI wants to be home before the stalkers leave their bars, and I have to get to work before midnight. Downstairs, Buntaro munches cheese Pringles and watches a movie full of cyborgs, motorbikes, and welders. Have a nice salad, young people, he asks, so innocently I could kill him. I nod at the screen. What are you watching? I am testing the two laws of cinema. Which are? The first law states, any movie with a title ending in "ater" is guaranteed to be drivel. The second, the quality of any movie is in inverse proportion to the number of helicopters it features. In a way, AI says as we arrive at Kita Senju Station, I wish you hadn't shown me those letters from your mother. Why not? AI jangles loose change. I don't think you'll like hearing what I really think. The last moths of autumn swirl around a stuttering light. Hearing what you really think was the point of showing you. AI buys her ticket, I show my pass, and we walk down to the platform. Your mother wants you in her life, and your life could be a whole lot richer with her in it. Your standoffishness isn't helping you or her. I think it's cruel of you to ignore them. I feel jabbed. If she wanted me to contact her, why didn't she give me her Nagano address? She is afraid of giving you the power to reject her. Again, AI hunts out my eyes. Anyway, she did tell you where she is, Mount Hakuba. Me rejecting her. Mount Hakuba is not an address. AI stops walking. Miyake, for someone so bright, sarcasm from the top university student, you are a virtuoso self-delusionist. There can be no more than 10 hotels at the foot of Mount Hakuba. Compared to finding a nameless man in Tokyo, finding your mother is simple. You could find her by tomorrow evening if you actually wanted to. Now she is trespassing. I know I should say nothing or change the subject, but I am too weak. And why exactly do you think I don't want to? I'm not your shrink. AI shrugs. You tell me, anger, blame. You have no idea what you are talking about. I have already told her, apparently in an angry voice. She had 11 years to unabandon us and another 9 years to unabandon me. AI frowns. Okay, but if you don't want to know what I really think about your issues, then talk about the weather instead of showing me personal letters. And hell, Miyake, I look at her. What? Now AI semisnarls. Do you have to smoke all the time? I put away my MacArthur lighter and slide my parliaments back into my shirt pocket. I had no idea it bothered you so much. Once the words are out, I know they are way too snide. AI gives me a side glare. How could it not bother me? Since I was 9, my arm has been a pincushion just so my pancreas doesn't kill me. My life is this balancing act of sugar intake. I endure hypoglycemia twice a year while you fill your lungs with cancer and the lungs of everyone downwind just so you can look like the Marlboro Man. Yes, Miyake, your smoking really bothers me. I cannot think of a single thing to say. The evening is in pieces. The train arrives. We sit next to each other back to Uno, but we may as well be sitting in different cities. I wish we were. The jolly citizens of Adland mock me with minty smiles. AI says nothing. The moment something becomes good, its doom is sealed. We get off at Uno, which is as quiet as Uno ever gets. Mind if I walk with you to your platform? I ask as a peace offering. AI shrugs, obviously refusing my peace offering. We walk down a corridor as vast as the suspended animation chamber in a space arc. A rhythmic, fierce whacking noise starts up from ahead. A man in orange is pounding something with a sort of rubber mallet. Whoever is being pounded is hidden behind a column. We both alter our course to give the man a wide berth. We have to walk past him to get to I's platform. I seriously think he is beating somebody to death. But it is only a paving tile the man is trying to coerce into a hole too small for it. Whack, whack, whack. That, says AI probably to herself, is life. What she means by that I could not say. From the tunnel an approaching train wolf howls and I's hair swims in its wind. I feel miserable. AI. I begin, but AI interrupts me with an irritated shake of her head. I'll call you. Does that mean it's okay, don't worry, or don't you dare call until I decide to forgive you? Perfect ambiguity from the Paris Conservatoire scholarship student. The train comes, she gets on, sits down, folds her arms and crosses her legs. Without thinking about it, I wave goodbye with one hand and with my other hand pull my parliaments from my shirt pocket and lob them down the gap between the train and the platform. But AI has already closed her eyes. The train pulls away without her having seen. Shit. That, I think to myself, that is life. My Nero's rat run shrinks every evening. The inferno gets hotter. Sachiko says nothing about AI. Thursday night is the busiest so far. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock spin around. Emotions are so tiring. I guess this is why I avoid them. The moment anything becomes good, it is doomed. Doi sucks ice cubes, scratches inside his nostril with his finger and shuffles his playing cards. Take a card, he says, any card. I shake my head, I am not in the mood. Go on, this is ancient Sumerian enchantment with third millennial twists, man. Take a card. Doi thrusts the fan cards at me and looks away. So I take a card, memorize it but don't say what it is. 9 of diamonds. Okay, replace and shuffle, anyway, anyhow, anywhere, bury the mortal remains of your card. I do so, no way could Doi have seen. Tomomi drapes herself in the hatch. Miyake, 3 fat mermaids, extra seaweed and squid. Doi no-speaking doesn't suit a hippie of your years. Doi scratches outside his nose. Muzzle the grizzly man. Ain't you had an intranasal zit before? Tomomi stares at him. I have an intranasal zit right now. Its name is Doi. That delivery to the spine doctor's wingding is due 7 days ago. If they phone to complain, I'm shoving the headset inside your ear and you can deal with their negative energy. Man. Doi does a whoa gesture. Lady, I am mid-trick here. Tomomi whistles inward. Do you want me to tell Mr. Nero about the aromatic substances in your scooter box? Doi returns his cards to their box and whispers to me as he leaves. Fear not, man. This trick is to be continued. The minutes jog up the down escalator. Onizuka takes a break after a long-distance delivery. He broods in the cage, ripping a grapefruit to bits. I box up the chicken tikka and minizalad for his next delivery. To hurry the night along, I practice clock management. Before checking the time, I kid myself it is 20 minutes earlier than the time I truly believe it is, so I can pleasantly surprise myself. This clever strategy is not working tonight. Doi reappears in the cage, listening to a song on the radio in ecstasy. Riders on the storm, man. He could be a songbird fancier in a deep wood. Me on my pizza scooter. He drinks butter vomit Tibetan tea from a flask and practices making cards appear from his ears. He has forgotten about the unfinished trick, and I don't remind him. The human condition is a card game, man. Our hand is dealt in the womb. During infancy, we lay a few cards down, pick up a few more. Puberty, man, more cards, jobs, flings, busts, marriage. Cards come, cards go. Some days you get a strong hand. Other days your winning streaks end in bad gongs. You bet, call, bluff. Sachiko enters the cage for her break. And how do you win this game? Doi cocktails the cards and fans himself. When you win, the rules change and you find you've lost. Sachiko rests her feet on a box of Nero's ketchup packets. Nice, straightforward metaphor there, Doi, not. Tomomi feeds through an order for a Satanic, a crisp crust, triple capers. I lay out the base and imagine AI asleep, dreaming of Paris. Suga is dreaming of America. Cat is dreaming of cats. Pizzas come, pizzas leave. The stack of completed orders climbs up the spike. Another hot dawn glows in the real world outside. I peel cucumbers until 8 o'clock brings the new chef a slap on the back and a 9-decibel Miyake go home. Taking the Ginza line subway, I plug myself into my Discman. No music. Weird. I changed the batteries yesterday evening. I press eject, there is no CD inside, only a playing card. 9 of diamonds. A message is waiting on my capsule answering machine. It is not from AI. Well, hello Eiji, this is your father. Laughter. I freeze, the first time I've felt cold since March. Hey, I said it, this is your father, Eiji. A deep breath, he is smoking. Not so difficult, well, what a mess. Where do I start? A few noise. First, believe me, I did not know you had come to Tokyo to search for me. Akiko Kato dealt with my wife, not me. I've been in Canada on a series of conferences since August. I only got back to town last week. Deep sigh. I always hoped this day would come, Eiji, but I never dared make the first move. I never thought I had the right, if that makes sense. Second, about my wife. This is so embarrassing, Eiji. Can I call you Eiji? Anything else seems wrong. My wife never breathed a word about the letter she wrote to warn you away, nor about meeting you earlier this week. I only found out when my daughter let it slip out an hour ago. Ruffle shuffle. Well, I went ballistic and I only just calmed down enough to call you. How petty, how suspicious. What right did she have to keep you away from me? And on the heels of the death of my father, too. I shudder to think what kind of family you must think we are. Then again, you might be right. My wife and I, our marriage, it is not exactly, never mind. Pause. Third, what is third? I'm losing track. That was the past. The future, Eiji. I want very badly to meet you, in case you were wondering. Right now, if possible, today. We have so much to say. Where do I start? Where do I stop? Bemused laugh. Come to my clinic today. I'm a cosmetic surgeon, incidentally, if your mother never told you. We won't be disturbed by my wife or any hostile parties, or we could go to a restaurant if you haven't eaten by the time you get this. Look, I cleared my afternoon surgery. Can you make 1 o'clock? This is my office number. I scribble it down. Get to Edogawabashi subway station, call, and Ms. Sarashina, my assistant, completely trustworthy, will come and meet you. Only a minute away, so. Until 1 o'clock this afternoon, an amazed sort of coo noise. I've been praying this day would come for years and years and years. Every time I went to the shrine I asked. I can hardly, he laughs. Enough of this, Eiji. 1 o'clock, Edogawabashi subway station. Life is sweet, rich, and fair. I forget Ai Amajo, I forget Kazue Yamya, I lie back and I replay the message over until I have every word, every mannerism by heart. I get out the picture of my father and animate his face so he speaks the words. An educated, warm, dry voice that inspires respect. Not so nasal as mine. I want to tell Buntaro and Machiko no, I want to wait. Later today, I will walk calmly into Shooting Star with a mysterious gentleman behind me, and let drop a, "By the way, Buntaro, may I introduce you to my father?" Cat watches me from the closet. "Today is the day, Cat." I iron my good shirt, shower, and then try to doze for an hour. No hope. I listen to John and Yoko's sometime in New York City, and it is lucky I set my alarm clock, because the next thing I know it is 11:30 and the clock is ringing inside my ears. I dress, fuss Cat, and dish up her dinner 6 hours early in case I have to go straight to work after my father. Luckily Buntaro is on the phone to a distributor so he cannot pry under my halo of joy. Edagewabashi Station. I scan the midday crowd so intently that I miss her. "Excuse me, I'm guessing you're Eiji Miyake from your baseball cap." I nod at the smartly dressed woman, not exactly young, not exactly old. She smiles with blackcurrant lips. "I'm Mari Sarashina, your father's assistant. We spoke on the phone just now. What a thrill it is to have you visit." I bow. "Thank you for coming out to meet me, Miss Sarashina." "No trouble at all. The clinic is a stroll away." "Well, this is a very special day for your father. Canceling an afternoon of appointments," she shakes her head, "unprecedented in 6 years. I thought, is the emperor visiting?" Then he said his son had come to meet him. His words, not mine, and I thought, aha, all is explained. "He meant to fetch you from the station himself, you know, but lost his nerve at the last minute. Between you and me, he's afraid of emotional displays, etc. Enough gossip. Follow me." Miss Sarashina walks and talks unswervingly. A cat-sized dog crosses our path. Oncoming pedestrians and cyclists make way for her. She navigates side streets of labelless boutiques and art galleries. "Your father's clinic is a state-of-the-art establishment in the beautician sphere. We have a loyal word-of-mouth clientele, so we avoid ostentatious advertising, unlike the down-market clip-hand-tuck shops." A mouse-sized cat crosses our path. "Here we are. See, you could pass by none the wiser." It is a tall, anonymous building, sandwiched by flashier neighbors. The first floor is a jewelry business, viewing by appointment. Set down a short corridor is a steel door. Mari Sarashina points to a brass plaque. "This is us, Juno. Zeus turned her into a swan." Her fingers dance over a security keypad. Or was it a bull? A video camera watches us. Rather draconian security, I know, but our client list includes television stars, etc. You would not believe, Mari Sarashina glares at heaven, what the grubbier paparazzi will do for a peek. Your father reviewed security after a reporter, disguised as a health ministry inspector, tried to bluff his way into our client files. Jackals, those people. Leeches. He had fake ID business card, the works. Ms. Kato, your father's lawyer, bled them dry in court. Naturally, although I gather she's not exactly flavor of the month, vis savis yourself. An elevator arrives. Mari Sarashina presses 9. A room with a view. She smiles reassuringly. Apprehensive. I nod, hollow with nervous excitement. A little. She brushes fluff off her cuff. Quite natural, she stage whispers. Your father is 3 times jumpier, but relax. The doors open onto a gleaming white reception area decked with lilies. Perfumed antiseptic. Pinstriped sofas, slab of glass tables, a tapestry of swans on a lost river. The walls curve into the ceiling, whorled and delicate, bones inside an ear. Celtic harp music accompanies the air-conned hush. Miss Sarashina jabs the intercom on her desk. Dr. Tsukiyama. Congratulations, it's a boy. She shows me her perfect teeth. Shall I send him in? I hear his voice crackle. Mari Sarashina laughs. Fine, doctor, coming up. She sits down in front of her computer and gestures toward the steel door. Go on, Eiji. Your father is waiting. I move, but real time is on pause. Thanks, I tell her. She makes a don't mention it face. 1 door away now, go. I turn the handle. The room beyond is airtight. The steel door opens with a kissing sound. My arms are swung behind my back, my body is rammed against the wall, my feet are kicked away, and the cold floor slams into my ribs. One set of hands frisks me, while another set holds my arms way past the angle they were designed to bend. The pain is record-breaking. Yakuza again. If I did have a concealed knife, I would stick it into myself for being so stupid. Again. I consider volunteering to give up the Kazue Yamya disc until a foot in the small of my back knocks the thought from my head. I am flipped over and hauled to my feet. At first, I think I am standing on the TV set of a medical drama. A trolley of surgical equipment, a drug cabinet, an operating table. The edges are shadowy, with 10 or 11 men whose faces I cannot make out. I smell sausages. A man is filming me with a Handycam, and on a large overhead screen I see myself. 2 men with the bodies of Olympic shot putters are holding an arm each. The camera zooms in and captures my face from various angles. "Light," comes an old man's voice, and whiteness fills my eyeballs. I am dragged forward a few paces and sat down. When I can see again, I find myself at a card table. Mama-san and 3 men. Near enough to touch is a smoked glass screen taking up most of the wall. An intercom clicks on and the voice of God fills the room. "This lamentable specimen is him." Mama-san looks at the smoked glass. "This is him." "I had no idea," says God. "Morino had fallen on such hard times. Now I really know I am in trouble. My father on the telephone was obviously an actor who saved them the trouble of collecting me. I want to whimper and cry, but it would not help. I rub life back into my arms and glance at the 3 men also sitting at the card table. From their postures and expressions, I can tell that they are also here against their will. A sweat-shiny fatazadonate asthmatic, a man who keeps twitching as if his face is under attack, and an older guy who was once handsome but who has had scars gouged upward from the corners of his mouth that fix his face in a mockery of a smile. Mr. Donut, Twitcher, and Smiley all fix their eyes on the table. "We are gathered here today," says God, "for you to pay your debts to me." I cannot address a disembodied voice, so I address Mama-san. "What debts?" God replies first. "Major damage to Pluto Pachinko, compensation for loss of trading time on the opening day, 2 Cadillacs, lost insurance premiums, cleaning bills, and general indemnities, 54 million yen. But Morino caused that damage. And you," says Mama-san, "are the last living disciple of his faction. I want to be sick. You know I was no disciple." God rattles his speakers. "We have your contract. Signed in your mixed blood. What faster binding ink is there?" I look at the smoked glass. "How about her?" I point at Mama-san. "She was Morino's accountant." Mama-san is nearly smiling. "Child, I was a spy. Now shut up and listen, or one of these bad, evil men will take a scalpel and slice your tongue in 2. So I shut up and listen. "Mr. Tsuru has selected you 4 guests, his most hopeless debtors, to play a card game. A simple card game with 3 winners and 1 loser. The winners will leave this chamber free men, owing not a single yen. The loser will donate organs to needy patients. A lung," she stares at me, "a retina, and a kidney. Everyone in the room behaves as if this is quite normal. I am supposed to say I have to start again because no voice came out the first time. I am supposed to say, sure, fine, let's gamble with my body parts. You are free to decline. But you will then be declared the loser." "Decline, kid," jeers Twitcher opposite me. "Stick to your principles." I smell mustard and ketchup. I have no logic to combat any of this. "A game," Mama-san produces a pack of cards. "You shall cut to decide shuffling order. Aces high, highest shuffles first, the other players follow clockwise from the starter. Then we begin the game proper. In the same order you shall turn over the top card until the Queen of Spades appears. Whoever she chooses," says God, "loses." I feel how I felt back in the bowling alley. Is that voice him? I ask Mama-san, my vocal cords are dry as sand. "Is that Mr. Tsuru?" Twitcher gives me a round of sarcastic applause. "So Tsuru is God, God is Tsuru." I try to buy time. "Even you," I say to Mama-san, "must think this is insane." Mama-san's mouth becomes a tight slit. "I take my orders from the company president, so do you. Cut." My hand feels as heavy as a brick. The Jack of Spades. Mr. Donut draws the 10 of diamonds. Twitcher cuts the 2 of clubs. Smiley turns over the 9 of spades. The boy is the first to shuffle, says Tsuru from behind his smoked glass. The players look at me. I clumsily flicker shuffle the pack. Up on the screen, hands many times the size of my own do the same. 9 times for luck. Mr. Donut wipes his hands on his shirt. The cards fly from hand to hand in gymnastic formation. Twitcher makes a magical gesture with 3 fingers and cuts once. Smiley shuffles in precise, circular motions. Mama-san slides the pack to the center of the table. It sits there innocently. I look at it as I would a bomb, which is exactly what it is. I wait for an explosion, an earthquake, a gunshot, and it's the cops. But the only sound is sausages spitting on a grill, the slow breathing of men. Take the top card now, prompts Tsuru's voice gently, or a guard will remove your eyelids and you will never be able to close your eyes again, not even to blink. I turn over the 9 of diamonds. Mr. Donut's breathing grates as his asthma worsens. He draws the ace of clubs. Twitcher had a Buddhist education. He intones Namu Amida Butsu 3 times before his hand darts out and snatches the ace of spades. Thank you, he says. Smiley is the coolest of us all. He calmly turns over the 7 of spades. My turn again. I feel as if Miyake is operating Miyake by remote control. I look at myself on the screen. Myself stares back. I never knew I looked like that. My hand extends a narrow door and the smoked glass swings open and a waggy Labrador skitters out, chomping on a sausage and slipping on the polished marble. Bring her back, cries Tsuru, his real voice emerging from the entrance, only half picked up by the microphone and speakers. She mustn't run on a full stomach. Her digestion is delicate. 2 of the guards eventually shepherd the dog back to its master. We, murmurs Smiley, are just TV dinner for the mad old fuck. All eyes in the room on me again. Something alien is under my tongue. I turn over the 6 of hearts. I lick my forearm, taste salt, and see a tiny black insect. Mr. Donut's arm leaves a sweat patch on the felt. The 3 of diamonds. Twitcher prays to Buddha and flips over the Joker. Thank you. Smiley sighs and turns over the 5 of clubs. 12 cards gone out of 52, 54 including 2 jokers. I look at the backing of the top card for a clue and 2 trapezoid eyes stare straight back at me. I know those eyes. What is life like without half your organs? No, Tsuru would never let the loser walk away to tell the tale with a torso of scars and holes to prove it. The silence of the lucky winners can be relied upon, but the loser would end up the same way as Kazue Yamya's son. How did I get here? I look at the screen Miyake. He has no answers either. Mama-san opens her mouth to threaten me. I turn over the card and the Black Queen looks into my eyes. The room slants from side to side. Apparently I have lost. Fuck, says Twitcher. I thought the kid found the bitch, not her sister. So, says Smiley, does the kid. What are they talking about? Smiley nods at my death notice on the table. Look closer. It is the Queen of Clubs, not spades. Clubs. Mr. Donut says, I need my inhaler. Can I take it out of my jacket pocket? Mama-san nods and he fishes the plastic tube from his jacket. He holds his head back, breathes in a blast, holds it and breathes out. Then he turns over the Queen of Spades. Nobody says anything. The screen Mr. Donut is sweating worse than a man dying of plague. My head is swelling with relief and guilt and pity. It really hurts. Mama-san clears her throat. Your queen has appeared, Mr. Tsuru. The speakers stay silent. Mr. Tsuru, Mama-san frowns at the smoked glass. Your queen has spoken. No response. Mama-san leans over and knocks on the glass. Mr. Tsuru, a guard wrinkles his nose. What meat is he cooking? Another guard frowns. Well, it ain't sausages. The guard nearest the door in the glass pushes it open and peers in. Mr. Tsuru, he breathes sharply as if karate kicked in his stomach. Mr. Tsuru, he stays where he is and turns around to face us blankly. Well, demands Mama-san. His jaw moves but nothing comes out. What? He swallows. Mr. Tsuru has grilled his face to the hot plate. A riot of improvised theater breaks out. All I can do is close my eyes. Mr. Tsuru, Mr. Tsuru, Mr. Tsuru, can you hear me? Scrape his head off. Turn the gas off. His lip has fused to the metal. Ambulance, 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 someone call. Fuck, his eyeball just popped. Wipe it off on your own shirt. Get that fucking dog out of here. Someone vomits. The dog barks joyfully. Casually, Mama-san scrapes a metallic object down the smoked glass. The screech is unbearable, and the chamber falls silent. Her composure is perfect, as though she scripted this moment many years ago and has rehearsed it regularly. Mr. Tsuru's entertainment has been overtaken by a deus ex machina. Facts, gentlemen, suggest that the excitement triggered a second stroke, and since our dear leader chose his barbecue to fall on, it no longer matters particularly when that ambulance gets here. She now addresses the older 2 or 3 men. I am appointing myself the acting head of this organization. You shall obey me or oppose me. Make your intentions known. Now, the moment is dense with calculations. The men look at us. What will we do with them, Mama-san? Their deferral is her coronation. Card games are no longer company policy. Show them the door. I dare not trust this new development, not until I am outside and running. Mama-san addresses us. If any of you go to the police and somehow convince a recently graduated detective that you are not a lunatic, 3 things will occur in this order. 1. You will be taken into protective custody. 2. A bullet will be put through your head within 6 hours. 3. Your debts to us will be transferred to your next of kin, and I give you my word, I will personally ensure that their lives are destroyed. This is not a threat, this is standard procedure. You will now indicate that you understand. We nod. We have been in business for 30 years. Draw your own conclusions about our ability to protect our interests. Now get out of here. The cinema is full. Couples, students, drones. The only free seats are in the front, where the screen looms over your head. Everything in Tokyo is nearly full, or too full. There was no trace of Mari Sarashina in the reception area outside the chamber. Hey, if I was you guys, said the guard as the elevator doors closed, I'd buy a fucking lottery ticket. In the seat next to me is a girl. Her boyfriend's hand has been edging closer over the back of her seat. The elevator began its long, slow descent. Mr. Donut dropped his cigarettes. We watched them lying where they fell. Mr. Donut began shaking, but with laughter or fear or what, none of us knew. Smiley closed his eyes and tilted his head back. I kept my eye on the descending floor numbers. Twitcher picked up a cigarette and lit it. This movie is brutal and cheap and fake. If people who dream up violent scripts ever came into contact with real violence, they would be too sickened to write such scenes. When the elevator doors opened, we plunged into the afternoon crowds without a word. The sunny weather was a sick. I came to a place where street performers twisted balloons into crocodiles and giraffes and had to dig my fingernails into my arm to stop myself crying. The movie finishes and the audience files out. I stay and watch the credits. The key grips, the animal trainers, the caterers. A new audience files in. I rewatch the movie until my brain starts to melt. After the balloon man, I wandered wherever the crowds looked thickest. I cursed myself for not leaving Tokyo after Morino. I should have known. In the cinema foyer, I call AI and quickly hang up when she answers. I get on a Yamanote Circle Line subway and sit with the drones. I wish I was a common drone. I hope their normality will seep into me. The stations roll by and by and by and repeat themselves. I am too full of fear pollution to ever sleep again. A conductor gently shakes me awake. You've gone around 6 times, kid. I thought I should wake you up. His eyes are kind and I envy his son. Is it night or are we underground? 11:45, Thursday the 5th. Know what year we are in? Yeah, I know that. You should get home while the trains are still running. I wish. I have to get to work. What are you, a grave robber? Nothing so exotic. Thanks for waking me up. Anytime. The conductor moves down the compartment. Above the seats opposite, behind the swaying hand rings, is an ad for an internet advertising company. An apple tree grows from a computer chip, and from this apple tree grow more computer chips, and from these computer chips grow more apple trees. The forest grows out of the frame and invades the advertising spaces on either side. I was unaware that any part of my brain was thinking about the Kazue Yamya disc, but an enormous idea occurs to me. I am wide awake. My mind is not here, but I never need my mind in Nero's. When I arrive on the last stroke of Thursday, I get a weird look from Sachiko. She knows about my argument with AI, but it is hard to care. I think about the 24 hours ago Eiji Miyake, chicken cooping up and down these same 3x1 square meters of Tokyo, giving birth to his pizzas. Lucky, blind, cursed idiot. I wish I could warn him. I knock back a health drink to ward off sleeplessness and start work on the backed up orders. You got a 9 of diamonds for me, man? Asks Doi when he returns. I forgot it. No, tomorrow, Doi congratulates himself. Magic is the manipulation of coincidence, man. You can only rely on coincidences. I wash my hands and face. Every time the door buzzes, I am afraid it could be a Tsuru thug. Every time the telephone rings, I am afraid Sachiko or Tomomi will appear in the hatch and pass the handset through, saying, "A call for you, Miyake. No name." Doi is super communicative tonight. He tells me how he got dismissed from his last job. He was a night watchman in a multi-story cemetery where the ashes of the dead are stored in hives of tiny locker shrines. He was fired for substituting his own music for the tapes of Buddhist funerary mantras. I figured, man, if I were stuck in a box for all eternity, which would I prefer? Priests making opening seriously larger than expected phone bill moans, or the golden age of rock and roll? No contest. I could feel the vibes in the place change, man, whenever I put on my Grateful Dead tapes. Doi slashes his throat with his forefinger. I hear Doi without listening. His pizza comes through for delivery. I box it and off he goes. The radio plays. I heard it through the grapevine, a scheming song of paranoia. Sachiko leans through the hatch. You have a mystery caller on line 3. AI? No. She prefers not to give her name. Sachiko leans through to the kitchen wall phone, presses a button, and passes me the receiver. No name. Then it must be Mama-san. Hello. The caller does not respond. Fear makes my voice sharp. Hello. Is 2 a.m. good morning or good night, Eiji? I'm not very sure. A middle-aged woman, not Mama-san. She is as nervous as I am, I think. Look, would you just tell me who you are? Me, Eiji, your mother. I lean against the counter. Tomomi is studying me through the crack in the hatch. I close it gently. This is a surprise. Did you get my letters? Your uncle said he forwarded them to you. He said you're living in Tokyo now. Yeah, I got your letters, but therapy that closes wounds in you just opens wounds in me. She takes a deep breath. A man has asked me to be his wife. The words sink in. Oh, Tomomi inches open the doors. I bang them shut savagely. Well, hope I broke the bitch's nose. Congratulations. Yes, the atelier in Nagano I told you about in my last letter. A atelier, huh, nice catch, especially with your history. Why are you telling me this now? You never bothered telling us about your life before. You never cared what we thought, not remotely. You want me to be happy for you, to say, sure, Mom, great news. I very nearly put us both out of our misery and hang up. Where are you calling from? I end up saying. I'm back at the clinic in Miyazaki. The drinking, you know, I was poorly for a very long time. That's why. But now he the atelier, his name is Mr. Oda. By the way, he says after we marry my problems are his problems too, and so I want to get better. So I came back here. I see. Good luck. Doubtless he is bankrolling her. Mrs. Oda, ordinary, married, respectable, reset. A new patron, a new set of bank cards, a new wardrobe, nice. But answer my question, why are you telling me this now? I see, Mr. Oda doesn't know about us. You never told him. You want to make sure I won't mess things up when I hear the news. He'd love to meet you, Eiji. So I was wrong. Mr. Oda would love to meet me. But tell me this, mother, why would I want to meet this owner of fat hotels? 20 years is a little late to start playing the dutiful mother, mother. Fact is, you only ever make me unhappy. You are making me unhappy now. So fine. Get over your drinking problem, get married, live happily ever after, and leave me alone. You neurotic, grasping, betraying witch. The hatch opens, a pen with a white flag waves. Sachiko's untouchable Doryman mug appears on the shelf, emitting coffee particles. The hatch closes. Eiji, the DJ cuts, I heard it through the grapevine short. Why I say what I say now I could never explain, not even to myself. Mom, can I'd like to come and see you in Miyazaki tomorrow. When I finish explaining, Sachiko nods. Not the sort of humanitarian mission I could stand in the way of, is it? But my last order as your superior officer in the great army of Nero is this: phone my roommate before you leave Tokyo. Did she, say anything? I can tell her mood by her piano playing. While you were calling her last week, AI played nice stuff. Yesterday evening, I had to get ready for work to those blocky-cocky Eric Satie pieces he wrote to evict his neighbors. I, sort of messed up, Sachiko. AI is no Miss 24-hour sunshine. Life is short, Miyake, call her. I dunno, no, dunno is not acceptable, say, I hear and obey, Miss Sierra. I really say it or I invent the Miyake pizza. If you think I'm joking, try me. I hear and obey, Miss Sierra. Tomomi tells me some heavy vibes are going down, man. Doi appears in the cage with a mini food blender. Know what I do to subdue all those spiked up feelings, man. I turn away. Doi, this is my last shift. Have mercy. No tricks, man, just a magic anti-stress cocktail. Would he put me through this if he knew I had come within one card and a burst artery of having half my organs removed this afternoon? Probably yes. First, strawberries. Doi empties a pint of them into the blender. He pulls a black velvet hood over the blender and liquidizes them. He removes hood and lid. Then tomatoes. He drops 3 overripe tomatoes in. Red food massages away stress waves. Green aggravates. That's why rabbits and veggies are so uptight. What next? Raspberry juice, raw tuna, azuki beans, all the major food groups. Doi replaces the lid, the hood, and blends. And last of all, the crucial ingredient, with a flourish he produces a pink parakeet from a handkerchief. It flaps, blinks, and tweets. In you go, little guy. He gently lowers it into the bright red liquid mush and replaces the lid and hood. I know it is a stupid trick, so I refuse to look shocked, but I have to watch. He lowers the blender behind the ledge between the cage and my rat run, where he switches blenders perhaps, and then shakes the blender jug, bartender style, to the Hawaiian slide guitar music on the radio. Doi. Sachiko comes into the cage with her clipboard. Doi jumps and guiltily puts down what he is holding. I hate to inconvenience you with this annoying work business, but still on my break, chieftainess. 3 more minutes. I'm showing Miyake my peace potion. He picks up the blender jug still in its black hood and liquidizes the contents for 30 seconds. Sachiko, defeated, sits down. Doi removes the hood and lid and drinks the soupy liquid straight back. Delicious. Wow. Sachiko stands up, putting blender B I knew it on the ledge minus velvet hood. Did you make this imitation parakeet? It's so realistic. What's it made of? She is genuinely impressed. Lady boss. You gave my trick away. Then don't leave your props lying around the kitchen. Don't call my Chico-chan a prop. Parakeets have feelings too, dig it. Chico-chan doesn't look very animated for a live parakeet. Sachiko extracts the bird from the red goop. Its head detaches in a shower of white powder. Doi, I say, please tell me this is part of the trick. Doi's eyes bulge in pure panic. Oh man. After the ambulance takes Doi to the hospital for a stomach pump and a course of injections, I offer to do the scooter deliveries. Sachiko says she will because she knows the area better and leaves Tomomi to handle the phones alone. I prepare and box up 3 El Gringo's thick base, gorgonzola, spicy salami, tomato and basil crust by the time Onizuka gets back. Tomomi tells him what happened to Doi. For a moment I think Onizuka may abandon his principles and smile, but the danger passes and he reverts to his sullen self. Business slackens a little. By 07:30 I have already memorized the breakfast news roundup. Trade talks, summits, visiting dignitaries. This is how to control entire populations. Don't suppress news, but make it so dumb and dull that nobody has any interest in it. The weather on Friday, October 12, will start cloudy, with a 60% chance of rain by mid-afternoon and a 90% chance of rain by evening. I scour down the counters, hoping that no more orders come in during the next 30 minutes. I need to work out the cheapest way to get to Miyazaki. I peer into the inferno, 6 pizzas inching onward, glowing caramel-like. The radio plays a song called "I Feel the Earth Move Under My Feet." Radios and cats both go about their business if anyone is there or not, unlike a guitar, which sort of stops being a guitar when you close its case. Sachiko lays an envelope on the counter of my rat run. I fiddled petty cash, but this is what Nira owes you. Thanks, Sachiko. Sorry to leave you in the lurch. Well, the Nippon index will plummet once the news breaks, but somehow we'll pull through. I may even don the chef's apron myself if head office can't send anyone. It has been known. Call me when and if you come back to Tokyo. I can't promise to keep your job open in this branch, but I can get you in anywhere there's a vacancy. I appreciate it. Any idea how long you'll be away? Depends on lots of things. If I can help my mother get well. I fold the envelope into my starved wallet. Phone AI. I don't want to be the one to tell her that you've skipped town. Don't think I'm friend of the month at the moment. AI has no friends of the month, you idiot. Phone her. Tomomi slouches in the hatch. If you can spare the energy to prepare another pizza before your glorious reunion, the Asugi Basugi man has ordered his weekly kamikaze. She slaps the order dupe on the ledge and disappears. I frown at Sachiko, feeling as if my feet are sliding away. Asugi and Basugi, panopticon. A regular order since time began. Kamikaze is a pizza not on the wall chart. We should get around to putting it up. Only nobody else in Tokyo could stomach it. Mozzarella crust, banana, quail eggs, scallops, octopus ink. Unchopped chilies. One of the other chefs mentioned it. This is a mystery to me. I guess it is an unforgettable creation. Speaking of which, I have to go and write Doi's accident report so she doesn't see my face when I look at the order slip. Tomomi's handwriting is clear as malice. Tsukiyama, Asugi, and Basugi panopticon. First I laugh in disbelief. Then I think another trap. Then I think no trap. Apart from the fact that nobody knows I know my father's name, since Tsuru died, nobody wants to trap me. Mama-san let me go once already. This is no trap but a card trick that Tokyo has performed. How is it done? Look at it stage by stage. I know kamikaze because, here it is. I remember. Weeks ago, that night when Kat came back from the dead, a man misdialed, called my capsule thinking I was a pizza restaurant and ordered this same pizza. Only he hadn't misdialed. That man was my father. The rest is simple. My father is not Akiko Kato's client, he is her colleague. Akiko Kato is why I watched Panopticon from Jupiter Cafe. Jupiter Cafe is why I met AI Imajo. AI is why I met Sachiko Sira. Sachiko Sira is why I am standing in Nero S preparing a pizza for my father. No more misdirections, jumped conclusions, lies. To my father I was a 60-second amusement. Then I was a zero. Now I am an embarrassment. I feel so stupid. I dress his pizza. It looks as disgusting as it sounds. I feed it into the inferno, watch the black glow orange. Why stupid? How about angry? Since I wrote to Akiko Kato, my father has known how to contact me. Morino, Tsuru, everything. If only he had just told me to go away 2 months ago, I would have honored his wish. I even stopped looking, but Tokyo found him. This time, I decide what happens. I don't know what I will do when I confront him, but I am going to see him. No chance will ever come along again. I open the hatch. No sign of Tomomi. Sachiko gnaws a pen. If I say that a wild parakeet flew into the blender of its own accord, do you think head office will believe me? Only if they want to. Lot of use you are. But I could deliver this kamikaze for you. Sachiko checks her watch. Your shift ends in 2 minutes. Panopticon is on my way to the station. You are an angel sent from heaven, Miyake. The door to Panopticon revolves in perpetual motion. Palm trees sit in bronze urns. Gaudy, people-eating orchids watch me pass. 9 identical leather armchairs wait for occupiers. A one-legged man crutches across the polished floor. Rubber squeaks, metal clinks. Behind the desk is the chubby security guard who threw me out when I tried to see Akiko Kato 2 months ago. A smear of shaving foam is under one ear. He puts down his sports paper and yawns as I approach. Yeah, son. I have a pizza for Mr. Tsukiyama in Asugi and Basugi. Do you? I hold my box up. Never fearo, it's a Nero. No explosives in there now, are there? You international terrorists always smuggle weapons into buildings using pizza boxes. He thinks this is very amusing indeed. Put it through a scanner if you want. He waves a nightstick at the elevators. East elevator, 9th floor. The Asugi and Basugi reception area appears deserted. A console piled with files, plants dying of sun starvation, a monitor on screensaver mode, a computer face drifts from anger to surprise to jealousy to joy to grief back to anger. A single corridor runs to a pane of mourning. A photocopier intones. Where do I go? A human head rises up from a swamp of sleep. Yes. Mourning. Pizza for Mr. Tsukiyama. Fine. One moment. She drags herself to a higher plane of consciousness, clips a headphone over her ear and presses a button on her console. She lights a cigarette while waiting. Mr. Tsukiyama, Mamo here. Pizza boy with breakfast. Shall I send him along, or are you still projecting possible positions with your client? She suctions in her cheeks while my father replies. Received and understood, Mr. Tsukiyama. She jerks a thumb up the corridor and removes her headphone. All the way, turn right at the end, Mr. Tsukiyama is dead ahead. And knock first. The carpet is worn, the aircon is old, the walls need repainting. A door ahead opens and right on cue Akiko Kato appears, carrying a wire basket of shuttlecocks. Her silver sea urchin earrings dangle. She is older and more lined than in the picture I got from Morino. Akiko Kato catches me sneaking my glance at her as I catch her looking at me. I say nothing. What could I say? And keep walking, reminding myself that I am doing nothing illegal. I reach the end of the corridor, turn the corner, and nearly collide with another woman adjusting her shoe. She is my age, with a confident presence that catches the eye. I smell perfume and wine. She regains her balance and walks the way I came. Ahead is a single door ajar. Daisuke Tsukiyama, partner, Daisuke. I never liked that name. Inside, a man my father, I guess, is on the telephone. I eavesdrop. Darling, I know. You're overreacting, you just darling, listen to me. Are you listening? Thank you. I had to spend the night here because if I give this one to the underlings, they'll mess it up, and then I'll have to spend even more nights here sorting out the mess, and my client will be pissed off too and take his account somewhere swankier. So my bonus gets slashed. And then how am I supposed to pay for the expensive gift in the first place? Stop it, darling. Yeah, I know her friends all have them, but all her friends' fathers are judges with more money than Switzerland. You think I like doing this overtime? You think I like what? What? Oh, this is what we're really talking about, is it? Trust issues again. Ever occurred to you, darling? He is now shouting. What? You didn't? Number, tell me you didn't. You did. Well, this is your morning bombshell, a private investigator, you foolish woman. Of course private investigators feed you nonsense. Why? Because they want repeat business. I am too outraged to continue this conversation. I have a company to run. And if you have cash to throw away on your detective games, why all the hurry to sell off the shares the old man left? Yeah, you have a nice day too, darling. He hangs up. And throw yourself off the balcony, darling. I take a deep breath. He may recognize me, he may not recognize me, and I may tell him he may not recognize me, and I may not tell him. I knock. A pause. Then a cheerful come. I recognize my father from the photograph I got from Moreno. He lies on a vast sofa wearing a dressing gown. Pizza boy, you overhear my telephone call. I did my best not to. My first words to my father. Let it be a lesson to you. I'm sorry, I remember. It costs more to keep a luxury item than a fleeting indulgence. I can't imagine ever needing to remember that. My father grins a grin that is used to getting what it wants and beckons me over. There is a great view of skyscrapers in the background, but I drink in every detail. The two black hair, the racks of shoes in his closet, the photo of half-sister on his desk as a ballerina swan, the shape of his hands, the way he swivels upright. His body seems to be in better shape than his company. I guess he works out at a gym. You're not Onizuka and you're not Doi. No, I am your son by your first mistress. No, so, my father waits. You are the chef. Oh ho, so you make my delectable kamikazes. Don't just see me, look at me. Only this week I'm temporary. My creation must have come as quite a surprise. You really don't know who I am, do you? It's an unusual combination. Unusual, unique. I smell perfume and wine. Are you all right? I tell you now, or I go away forever. He grins. You look like your night was almost as long and hard as mine. How you love yourself. Goodbye, mock offended surprise. You don't want me to sign anywhere. Oh, yeah, here, please. My father scribbles on the receipt. I want to smash your skull with your golfing trophy. I want to shout, and I think I want to cry. I want you to know. Your consequences, your damage, you're dead. I want to drag you down to the seabed between Foot Rock and Whalestone. Hello, woo-hoo. My father waves his hand. I said, is Doi back next week? I swallow and nod and leave this man. How is it that I feel nothing when for so long meeting him was everything? I doubt I will ever meet him again, so I look back once his eyes close as his jaws sink into black stodge. Outside Panopticon, I buy a pack of hopes, sit on a post, and watch the traffic stop and start. 20 years translated to 2 minutes. I smoke 1, 2, 3. The cloud atlas turns its pages over. Crows dissect a pile of trash. Tokyo is the color of a dirty eraser. Some are left without notice or ceremony. Drones in Jupiter Cafe tuck into their breakfasts. I want to stop a passerby and tell the story of the last 7 weeks from Panopticon stakeout up until this moment. How do I feel? Oh, I cannot begin. But hey, Anju, I kept my promise. I wish AI were working at the Jupiter Cafe today. I would ride in on my Harley Davidson like Richard Gere and an officer and a gentleman. Our argument would be forgotten. She would climb on, and we would vanish down the narrow road to the deep north. I watch the pedestrians crossing en masse when the green man says so. I join them. I cross Kita Street. I feel disappointment that our father turned out exactly as all the evidence said he would. I wait for the man to turn green. I cross over Omkado Avenue. I feel shame that his blood runs in my veins, and I wait for the man to turn green. Then I cross back over Kita Street. I feel sad that I found what I searched for, but no longer want what I found. I wait and cross back over Omkado Avenue. I feel release. I complete 1, 2, 3 circuits. A scooter beeps. Release. I can go now. The scooter beeps again, and I hear my name. Onizuka has pulled up on his Nero's scooter. I am immune to surprise now and maybe forever. I don't know what he wants, but I rule out walking away from Onizuka in case he knifes me in the kidneys. Seem here. He clears his throat and spits. Been looking for you. You found me. Been watching you walking in circles. Squares, not circles. He toys with his lip stud. Want to ask you something. I go up to him. He thumbs toward Nero's. Mouth says you're going to Miyazaki. Tomomi, mouth. I half snigger against my will. Yes, mouth is right. Your mom's ill. She is, yeah. Short of cash, where is this going? I'm not exactly the Bank of Japan, no. My stepdad runs a trucking business. I called him. Said one of his drivers will get you to Osaka, then fix you up with a rig for Fukuoka. Onizuka never jokes, and he hasn't started now. He hands me a slip of paper. Map, address, phone number, be there by noon. I'm too surprised, too grateful to say anything. Onizuka drives off even before I properly thank him. You want to visit your mother in Miyazaki, but you can't be sure when you'll be back, Buntaro announces before I can utter a word. My landlord folds his Okinawa property weekly. As if I could say no, kid, my own mother would murder me. Yes, my wife will take care of the cat. Like old times. Your rent is covered until the end of October, and your deposit can take care of November, unless you need me to return it, in which case I'll pay it into your bank account, box your stuff, and put it into storage. Call me from Miyazaki when you know what your plans are. Shooting Star isn't going anywhere. My wife has made you a lunch box. He rubs his gold tooth, and I realize that this tooth is Buntaro's lucky amulet. Go on then, kid, he says. Pack. My capsule is exactly as I left it 20 hours ago. Socks, yogurt cartons, scrunched pillows. Weird. Cat is out, but cockroach waits on the window ledge. I get the death spray, creep up on it, and cockroach is motionless. Daydreaming? I prod him with a sheet of junk mail. Cockroach is a dead husk. Onizuka Transjapan Limited is near Takashimodera Station out on the Toei-Mita line. Through the gates is a walled yard with a loading bay and 3 medium-sized trucks. It is still 11. I walk back toward the station where a giant electronics store is opening. Inside is cold as pre-dawn February. 2 identical receptionists at the help desk chime good morning in such angelic harmony that I am unsure which to speak to. On which floor are the computers, please? Basement, 3rd level, answers Miss Left. Mind if I leave my backpack with you? No problem at all, sir, answers Miss Right. I float on the down escalator. Souls of shoppers float with me. Everywhere is draped with tinselly maple leaves to proclaim the coming of autumn. Miniature TVs, spherical stereos, intelligent microwaves, digital cameras, cell phones, ionizing freezers, dehumidifying heaters, hot rugs, massage chairs, heated dish racks, 256 color printers. The escalator announcement warns me not to stand on the yellow lines, to assist children and old people at all times, and to enjoy quality shopping. Goods sit on their shelves, watching us browse anglers on a riverbank, not a single window. In the computer section, I am accosted by a tame Suga in a clip-on tie. His skin has a shrink-wrap gleam. I wonder if they have vitamin B, emitting fluorescent lights down here to compensate for the total absence of natural light. You look like a man with his mind made up, sir. Yes, I'm thinking of upgrading one of my PCs. Well, I promise we can spoil you for choice. What's your budget? I've got a research grant to burn through. My modem's from the 25th century, now all I need is the hardware to match it. No problem, what's your modem? I overdid it. A very fast one indeed. Yes, sir, but which make? A Suga modem, Saratoga Instruments, he bluffs. Very nice machines. Which university are you at? Wasta. I have used a magic word. His face shines, he produces his card and bows low enough to lick my shoes. Fujimoto at your service. We do operate an academic discount scheme. Well, I'll let you play, you just call me if I can assist. I will. I pretend to read the specifications on a few machines, gather a sheaf of brochures, and choose a machine to sit at. I click onto the internet and find the email address of